The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., January 8, 2026. I hereby appoint the Honorable Tony Weed to act as Speaker Pro Tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 6, 2026, the chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties, with time equally allocated between the parties and each member other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes. But in no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, there is much to unpack from the arrest of Venezuelan dictator Nicolas Maduro. Above all, there is the stark contrast between the American socialists who are bitterly denouncing the ouster of this socialist dictator and the masses of ordinary Venezuelans celebrating their deliverance from him. Socialism under Chavez and Maduro utterly destroyed the prosperity and freedom of Venezuela, reducing it from one of the wealthiest nations in the world to one of the poorest. Like all socialist regimes, the Chavistas depend on brutal intimidation, terrorism, and violence to maintain their grip on power. A third of the population has now fled that afflicted nation, and with Maduro's ouster, this diaspora of socialism's victims finally see a cause for hope, and they're rejoicing in the streets. This should be a warning to our fellow Americans who are today flirting with the same socialist movement in our own country. It has long been foretold that when socialism comes to America, it will come as a smile. Venezuelans are not the first to be seduced by the siren song of a benevolent, all-powerful government, but like every people who have blundered down that road, they awakened one morning to find the benevolence was gone and the all-powerful government was still there. Let that be a lesson to our misguided countrymen. This should also be a warning to our adversaries around the world that the Monroe Doctrine has been revived and that America is again willing and capable of defending the new world from the intrigues of the old. Every thug and despot around the world has new reason to fear the ancient warning, sic semper tyrannis. As the President had acted within his inherent authority as Commander-in-Chief, well, the federal courts have already answered that question time and again, including the attacks on Libya by Obama and the arrest of Noriega by Bush. They've consistently ruled that these nearly identical precedents were within the prerogatives of the President, and the Congress just as consistently has acquiesced. As law professor Jonathan Turley put it, if Obama can vaporize an American citizen without even a criminal charge, Trump can capture a foreign citizen with a pending criminal indictment without prior congressional approval. This is an important debate that goes to the heart of the separation of powers, and one that we ought to have. The Constitutional Convention originally considered giving Congress the exclusive power to, quote, make war. Elbridge Gerry successfully replaced make war with declare war. Madison explained this distinction as leaving to the executive the power to repel sudden attacks. That distinction's been widened over the centuries, and perhaps it's time to take a fresh look at that question of what distinguishes declaring war from making war. In 1847, Congressman Abraham Lincoln addressed this very point and unsuccessfully argued that once the executive initiates a hostile act against a foreign power, it has in fact declared war by giving that power casus belli. Reacting to a military attack is one thing, he said, but initiating an attack quite another. Personally, I think he had a point, and I disagree with the current precedents, although I find it hard to fault the President for acting within them. Restoring the many guardrails that separate executive, legislative, and judicial powers in our Constitution would be a fitting way for Congress to celebrate our nation's 250th anniversary. The Supreme Court's doing its part by restoring the president's exclusive control over executive agencies, and perhaps it will soon restore Congress's exclusive control over tariffs. I certainly hope so. Reasserting Congress's supremacy in the momentous question of war and peace will require a serious and sober discussion in Congress. But when I hear the hyperbolic and hyperpartisan rhetoric of the Democrats in this House, with their hatred of Donald Trump dripping from every word, I fear that discussion must await calmer times, cooler heads, and wiser voices. In the meantime, let us rejoice in the fruits of this action: the removal of the worst despot in the Western Hemisphere, the revival of the Monroe Doctrine, the ejection of malignant powers insinuating themselves into Latin America, the unmistakable warning to tyrants around the world that America is back, the triumph of American arms, and most of all, setting the stage for the return of liberty, justice, and prosperity to the people of Venezuela. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the distinguished gentleman from Maryland, former leader of the minority party, and our dear friend Mr. Hoyer, for roughly 5 minutes.
Mr. Scalise, where is my 1 minute when I need it? Mr. Speaker, my dear and close friend Steve Womack, Madam Speaker, thank you for being here. My colleagues, my dear friends, Mr. Scalise, the Majority Leader, and Mr. Emmer, the Majority Whip, thank you for being here. Mr. Speaker, I rise today with obviously mixed emotions and reluctant conviction. There's a true story I've told many times over the past 60 years. It's about a young man, myself, who was a student at the University of Maryland, College Park, just a few miles from this place. As a freshman, like many young people, I lacked a vision for my future. I nearly flunked out of college and didn't even enroll in the 1958 fall semester. Fortunately for me, I re-enrolled the following spring. There was a spring convocation, April 27th, 1959. Classes were canceled from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. so that we could all go hear the guest speaker. Frankly, I had planned not to attend. However, I was walking up the hill near a coal-filled house where the event was located, and I saw our guest drive up in a 1958 Pontiac convertible. That, Mr. Speaker, was a cool car. So cool that I decided to go to this convocation. That walk was my road to Damascus. It changed my life. The speaker was John F. Kennedy. In his remarks, he urged us to do our duty in those days of world chaos. In particular, he charged us students to become more active in our communities. Nancy heard those same words. Like many hundreds of thousands of young people, I was deeply inspired by Senator Kennedy and his words. Jack Kemp, who was my colleague when I first came here, had a similar story. A week later, I changed my major from business to political science. 7 years later, in 1966, 5 months out of Georgetown Law School, I was elected to the Maryland State Senate. 15 years after that, in 1981, the voters of the 5th District elected me to the United States House of Representatives. I stand here now after some 60 years in public service, including nearly 45 years as a member of this House. I won elections and lost a couple, celebrated triumphs and suffered setbacks, enjoyed friendships and endured hardships. As the song says, some days are diamonds, some days are stone. Happily, I've experienced more diamonds than stone. Shakespeare advised us all, this, above all else, to thine own self be true. And it must follow as night the day, thou canst not be false to any man or to any woman. In that vein, Mr. Speaker, I have decided not to seek another term in the People's House. I make this decision with sadness, for I love this House, an institution the framers designed to reflect the will of the American people and to serve as the guardian of their liberty and their democracy. Through the past 45 years, I have come to know many good, decent, patriotic members chosen by their neighbors to represent them. They come from both parties and all parts of the ideological spectrum. The Congress I entered in 1981 was somewhat different. Most Republicans and Democrats worked together in a collegial, productive way. The leaders of the House, Tip O'Neill and Bob Michel, fostered that environment. It was, of course, not a Congress without conflict. In the year to come, I will have much more to say about the issues we have grappled with and the ways this House has changed during my time. At the outset, I said that I spoke with reluctant conviction. That reluctance is because I am deeply concerned that this House is not living up to the Founders' goals. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to examine their conscience, renew their courage, and carry out the responsibilities that the first article of the Constitution demands. Only in that way can we ensure that our 250 years will be a preface to a stronger, brighter beacon in a free and principled democracy. A nation of laws, not of men. A nation respected around the world for its strength, certainly, but even more for the ideals it represents and the justice with which it acts. That effort must extend beyond this House. I fear that America is heading not toward greatness, but toward smallness, pettiness, divisiveness, lawlessness, and disdainfulness. We must respect and love one another. We must remember that we are not great or unique because we say we're great, but because we are just, generous, and fair. I hope that spirit can guide us the rest of this Congress, because I still have much I want to do in the coming year, not least of which is keeping the government open. To do that, we must send all our appropriations bills to the President in a bipartisan, timely fashion. There are many people I intend to thank in the coming months, but there are a few I will recognize now. First, to my family, which has borne much of the burden of my service. Stand up, family. Thank you so much. My late wife, Judy, who died too young and gave so much. My beloved daughters, Susan, Stephanie, and Ann, who paid a price for Dad's absences. To my grandchildren and great-grandchildren, for giving me great joy. My mother, who thankfully lived to see her son become the president of the Maryland State Senate. To my staff, for serving me and their nation with great loyalty and ability. To my colleagues, for trusting me with leadership. To the people of Prince George's County, particularly the African American community, without whom I would not have won my elections. To the people of the 5th District who gave me a majority of their votes 23 times. And to my wife, Dr. Elaine Kmark, who has made my life whole and happy. Thank you, babe. And to God for sending me down this road so many years ago that I call the road to Damascus. I want to thank all of my colleagues, extraordinary people, decent people, people whom their neighbors respect and sent them here. The only way you got here was your neighbors said they wanted you to represent them. Thank you all. Mr. Speaker, with tremendous gratitude, I yield back.
You've served an honor, and the institution wishes you God's. The chair recognizes a gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I get into my primary remarks I was going to rise for, I just want to reflect 18 years ago when I came into the House of Representatives, my staff, who had been on the Hill for actually a couple decades at that point, my chief of staff said, if there was ever a Democrat member of Congress that literally represents the term statesman, it's Steny Hoyer. And it truly is. He has not failed at that task. And so I just offer my congratulations to his announced retirement and my thanks for his service as a statesman, especially at a time of what we've been living through of growing divisiveness. So, Mr. Speaker, today I rise to highlight some of the great work my office delivered in 2025 that was reflected in my year-end report. Last year was full of legislative victories, from ensuring more milk options in public schools to making certain our rural schools receive the funding they need. We continue to deliver for Pennsylvania's 15th Congressional District. I was proud to lead the charge to bring whole milk back into our schools, push for the largest investment in American agriculture in a generation, advocate for career and technical education, and establish a federal regulatory framework for digital assets like cryptocurrency. On the policy front, I helped ensure the passage of Secure Rural Schools Reauthorization Act. I secured numerous provisions in the Working Families Tax Cuts Act that benefit American agriculture, as well as a provision authorizing workforce Pell Grants. The Whole Milk for Healthy Kids Act will soon be signed into law, and the House approved both my Digital Asset Market Clarity Act of 2025 and the U.S. Grain Standards Reauthorization Act of 2025. At home, I was honored to nominate 7 exceptional students to our nation's service academies, celebrated a talented young artist, and deliver more than $6.1 million in federal funding for 9 excellent community projects. My office responded to more than 81,000 constituent letters, answered nearly 8,000 phone calls, and closed nearly 1,600 constituent cases, helping folks navigate the federal agencies and federal bureaucracy. The most rewarding part of a representative is helping individuals and families get the assistance they need. Throughout the year, my staff hosts office hours across the 18 counties of the 15th Congressional District to assist constituents with the issues related to Social Security Administration, Department of Veterans Affairs, IRS, and other federal agencies. Appointments are not necessary, and I'm pleased that we're available to help those in need. Personally, I hosted over 1,200 meetings in 2025 and sponsored and co-sponsored 183 bills. Mr. Speaker, as many around the Capitol complex know, I often come to this floor to share good news from Pennsylvania's 15th Congressional District. And I spoke 91 days on the House floor in 2025, delivering 120 speeches. And I'm glad to have had the ability to communicate with my constituents in this way and to recognize their achievements. I thank the people of the 15th Congressional District for allowing me the privilege to be their voice in Congress, and I firmly believe that our best days lie ahead. And I look forward to working hard in 2026 to continue to earn their support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Pelosi, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today is a day of joy, but also a day of some sadness that our great leader, Steny Hoyer, has announced his retirement from the Congress. You still have another year, Steny. You still have another year, and I know a lot will come. I join you in saluting Elaine and Stephanie and Susan and Judy. Judy. We loved Judy when she was here, and now we rejoice in your happiness with Elaine. My colleagues, we all know that Steny Hoyer has been a pillar of strength for the House of Representatives and a champion for the people of Maryland for more than 4 decades. His patriotism, mastery of the legislative process, and steadfast commitment to America's working families have left an indelible positive mark on our nation. Stenny has been a steady presence in our caucus and the Democratic leadership and a valued colleague. He has been a great leader in bipartisanship in this body. He spoke of it in his remarks, how it was when he came here. And it was at that time when many of us were here at that time when we didn't get along because we always agreed. We got along because we respected the differences that we brought representing our districts. And it was a very positive time which he hearkened us back to and challenged us to return to. Thank you, Stenny. His deep knowledge of the institution, respect for its traditions, and commitment to public service have earned him the admiration of colleagues on both sides of the aisle. Personally, Stenny has been not only a trusted partner in leadership, but a dear friend. He mentioned the presidency of John F. Kennedy. When President Kennedy was president, Stenny and I worked in the office of Danny Brewster of Maryland. That's when I got to know him. I was just out of school. He was in law school, and sadly, we saw the assassination of the president, and that was a horrible thing. As he concludes his extraordinary leadership and service in the Congress, we celebrate his legacy of decency and devotion to our country. He has been just so remarkable. Our gratitude to him and his family is boundless, and we're with them, wish them every happiness in the years ahead. Stenny, you have been a leader to us. You have been a mentor to many. You have been really an example of leadership, and perhaps can be viewed as one of the most substantial, respected members of Congress in the history of this body. Thank you for your leadership. I yield back the balance of my time.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Womack, for 5 minutes.
I, too, want to offer my personal thanks and congratulations to my dear friend, Steny Hoyer, on the announcement that he has made today, and we wish him the very best. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to pay tribute to a great friend and a fellow Northwest Arkansan, Doug McMillan, who at the end of this month steps away from a 12-year run as Chief Executive Officer of Fortune 1, Walmart, in Bentonville, Arkansas. His is a story of incredible American success. Much like the company he has led, his journey started with humble beginnings. At 16, Doug's family moved from Jonesboro, Arkansas, to Bentonville. The eldest of 3 children, Doug was a guard on the Bentonville High School Tiger basketball team. I had the privilege of watching him play high school sports. No way of knowing where his dreams and ambitions would take him. He began his career at Walmart as an hourly associate in 1984, picking orders and unloading trailers in the warehouse. He attended the University of Arkansas and worked part-time at the Bank of Bentonville. Later, he enrolled in the MBA program at the University of Tulsa. He later became an assistant manager at Walmart Store 894 in Tulsa, and that launched a career with the nation's leading retailer, with promotions to CEO of Sam's Club in 2005, Walmart International in 2009, and finally, CEO of the entire enterprise in 2014. With a market cap of $195 billion under his tenure, Walmart's value has increased by more than 350% and current market cap of around $900 billion. His leadership in the company's digitization and strong e-commerce platforms was a major shift for the company from a brick-and-mortar company to an omni-channel retailer. Supply chain automation in warehouses, major pay increases for hourly associates, all instrumental in his visionary leadership and success. Mr. Speaker, I could speak volumes about Doug McMillan's legacy, but suffice it to say his quiet and patient demeanor, his bold and innovative leadership, and his commitment to the shareholders and associates of Walmart make him one of America's true success stories. And not only that, but his spirit of charity and funding opportunities for young entrepreneurs and in health care for fellow citizens. I'm proud of what he's accomplished and the inspiration he's given to thousands of people who have had the privilege of serving under his leadership. Mr. Speaker, I know Doug McMillan well enough to know that he'd be embarrassed by all this fuss that we're making about him. That's who he is, but this tribute is well-deserved. Few among us have lived the American dream like he has, and what a difference he's made. So Doug and Shelley, well done. I know I speak for a lot of people. Thank you for your example of selfless service and your commitment to helping your fellow man. Godspeed and enjoy a well-earned retirement. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield the balance of my time.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Stanton, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to mark a solemn anniversary. 15 years ago today, Congresswoman Gabrielle Giffords was doing her job, holding a Congress on Your Corner event at a grocery store in Tucson, standing outside in the January sunshine, listening to her constituents, figuring out how she could help them. Then the unthinkable happened. In an instant, this moment of democracy turned into a tragedy. A gunman targeting Congresswoman Giffords killed 6 of our fellow Arizonans. Federal Judge John Roll, a dedicated public servant. Dorothy Morris, Phyllis Schneck, Dorwin Stoddard, beloved members of the community. 9-year-old Christina Taylor Green, born on September 11, 2001, a budding public servant who had just been elected to her middle school student council. And Gabe Zimmerman, Gabby's director of community outreach, who died doing the work that he loved. 13 others were wounded, including Congresswoman Gabrielle Giffords. She survived a gunshot wound to her head through sheer force of her will, exceptional medical care, and the unwavering support of her husband, Captain Mark Kelly. I worked closely with Gabby when she was in the state legislature and I served on the Phoenix City Council. She was a singularly talented leader, brilliant and tough as nails, with a rare gift for bringing people together. There is no doubt in my mind that if were not for that day, Gabby Giffords would be sitting in the United States Senate right now, or the governor's office, maybe even the White House. We have seen the consequences when political disagreements metastasize into something darker. In the last few years, political violence has increased in frequency and intensity, and this violence has been directed at both Republicans and Democrats. Gabby Giffords herself has shown us the path forward. Despite a long and difficult recovery that continues to this very day, she has transformed unimaginable tragedy into courageous action. Through Giffords, the organization she co-founded with Mark Kelly, she leads the fight for a future free from gun violence. Not with bitterness, but with courage, determination, with hope. Her example stands as a rebuke to the cynicism that too often characterizes our politics. Gabby reminds us that we can disagree and disagree strongly while still recognizing the fundamental humanity in one another. We can fight for our principles without demonizing our opponents. On this 15th anniversary, we honor those we lost by recommitting ourselves to the work that they believed in. A democracy where disagreement is not just tolerated, but celebrated. Where robust debate strengthens rather than threatens our institutions. And where every American can engage in civic life without fear. That is the America Gabby Giffords fought for then. That is the America she fights for now. And that is the America we must build together. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Siscomani, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor Brigadier General Keith Connolly, who sadly passed away on Christmas Eve. Keith lived a life defined by service, by family, and by purpose. He was married to his wife, Pat, for 65 years, and together they raised 4 children and were blessed with 9 grandchildren and 4 great-grandchildren, with another expected this spring. A devoted husband, father, and the friend, Keith chose a life of service to this country. He served with distinction for 33 years in the United States Air Force as a general officer and a fighter pilot, flying more than 4,800 hours and serving across the United States and overseas, including in Japan, Thailand, and Vietnam. He was awarded 2 Legions of Merit and 7 Air Medals for combat missions, primarily in the Pacific Theater. After retiring to Tucson in 1990, Keith continued serving veterans at Davis-Monthan Air Force Base, volunteering more than 23,000 hours over 26 years, helping veterans navigate VA claims. He also recruited and mentored volunteers, assisting thousands through tax assistance programs, and shared with passion for aviation through the Pima Air and Space Museum. In 2016, Keith was inducted into the Arizona State Veterans Hall of Fame in recognition of his many years of volunteer service. It was an honor to recognize General Connolly as part of the initial Veteran Servant Leader Award that I have the pleasure and the honor of conducting every year. General Keith Connolly's life reflected deep love for his family, his community, and his country. His legacy of service will endure. Thank you for your service, sir. Rest in peace. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Micah Mountain High School's football team on winning the championship for the 2nd year in a row. Number 7, Micah Mountain Thunderbolts defeated number 1 undefeated Arcadia High School with a score of 42-17. Micah Mountain started the season 2-2 and ultimately finished 12-2. It was the first time a Southern Arizona school repeated as champions among the big school ranks since 1976 and 1977. Head coach and Micah Mountain assistant principal Jay Campos led the Thunderbolts to their 2nd consecutive state championship, and his first of this as head coaching the team. Evan Wheeler finished with 194 yards and 3 touchdowns, which earned him both offensive and overall MVP. Sergio Regata had an 18-yard pick six and was named the defensive player, the most valuable player. You've made your school and your community very proud. Thunderbolts, this is your victory. You earned it. Congratulations on yet another successful season. Congrats, champs. Mr. Speaker, thank you. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Correa, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I rise to celebrate the memory of one of my constituents, Dolores Owens. She came to Santa Ana 60 years ago when she married Dewey Flournoy. And together, they raised 5 boys. After Dewey's passing, Dolores later married Nettie Owens and continued to build a life rooted in love, family, and faith in Santa Ana. Dolores was a strong and active woman, always cooking for her family, even at the age of 92. And she had a deep love for the Word of God and a heart for the giving, donating to community, and whenever she found anybody in need, she would give, no questions asked. She was a true example of a strong woman and a loving mother who took care of everybody in her community. My prayers are with her family. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to recognize the winner of the 2025 Congressional App Challenge in my district, Xiong Yi. Xiong's app, Mathfluent, helps students understand math by transforming complicated equations into helpful, visualized stories. Users can input an equation or a problem, and MathFluent will generate a story or art piece that helps explain the solution. Xiong is a student at Fairmont Prep Academy in my home city of Anaheim, and he is a perfect example of the 21st century students are incorporating technology into their education experience. Today I say congrats, Xiong. Congratulations, well deserved. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, 5 years ago, I was on this floor when insurrectionists stormed the Capitol to interfere with a peaceful transition of power. On this anniversary, I remember the brave Capitol police officers who put their lives on the line to protect not only members of Congress, but America's democracy. And today, in 2026, political violence continues to threaten the fabric of our society and of our country. I hope that as we reflect back on January 6th, we look at those memories as a lesson that we have to stand together and we have to fight, not with violence, but with debate, looking at each other with understanding the way we have done in this great democratic country for over 250 years. That night of January 6th, it was both Republicans and Democrats that came together after that insurrection that night to make sure we completed the peaceful process of power and make sure that democracy continued to reign in America. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Lawler, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize the incredible career of Jim Monahan, a dedicated public servant who has spent a lifetime serving the people of Stony Point. Jim's public service began with a 29-year career in the New York City Police Department, where he rose to the rank of lieutenant. And from January 2016 through this past December, he served as the town supervisor of Stony Point, focusing on affordability for families and seniors and ensuring public safety. Before becoming town supervisor, Jim served for 2 years on the town board. A lifelong Rockland County resident, Jim and his wife Jackie have lived in Stony Point for 30 years with their 2 children and now their grandchildren. Community and family remain central to his life. Jim and his wife are active parishioners at Immaculate Conception Church and have volunteered in community sports programs and nonprofits throughout the county. As Jim retires after a long career serving the people of Stony Point, Rockland County, and New York, I'm proud to recognize my good friend Jim Monahan for his many contributions to our community. May this next chapter be just as fulfilling as the last. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of Anthony Adamo, Southern Region President of the Civil Service Employees Association, who passed away this week at the age of 46. Born in Flushing, Queens, Anthony graduated from New Paltz High School and began his career at SUNY New Paltz in 1999. Not long after, he stepped up as a union activist in CSEA's SUNY New Paltz Local, working as a shop steward and grievance representative, driven by his belief in standing up for the working people. In 2009, Anthony was elected as the local president, a position he held for 10 years, during which he also served as the chair of the union's statewide political action committee. In 2019, he became Southern Region President and was reelected by his peers again in 2024. Additionally, Anthony served as an AFSCME delegate and vice president of the New York State AFL-CIO. Anthony embodied the very spirit of union leadership, passionate, hardworking, and unwavering in his commitment to others. His legacy will live on through the countless lives he touched and the workers he proudly fought for. He was a great friend, an honest broker, and a true New Yorker. I will miss my friend dearly, and may he be at peace. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of John Spo Esposito, a remarkable young man from my district. John passed away peacefully on December 28th at just 25 years old. John grew up in Somers, New York, where he graduated from Somers High School in 2018. A proud student athlete, he was a member of the 2016 New York State Championship varsity football team, as well as the track and basketball teams, forming lifelong friendships. John went on to attend Manhattanville University, earning his business degree in 2023. He pursued his entrepreneurial spirit by working at B&E Sports Collectibles and starting his own business, Eye on the Ball Sports Collectibles, alongside his brother Joey, combining his love of sports with his ambition and his family. Beyond his accomplishments, John was defined by his heart. An avid Yankees fan, he remained deeply connected to his community as a member of the New York Bombers, a blind beat baseball team, and showed us all what it means to persevere with humor, courage, and grace. My deepest condolences go out to John's parents, Joe and Patty, his brothers Joey and Michael, and everyone who had the privilege of knowing him. May God bless his memory. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of Layla Elizabeth So, a remarkable young lady from Pearl River, New York, whose kindness and creativity touched everyone who knew her. Layla passed away on August 7, 2024, after a heroic 2-year battle with cancer. Layla grew up in Pearl River, New York. She attended Lincoln Avenue Elementary, Pearl River Middle School, and was a rising sophomore at Pearl River High School, where she earned high honor roll. Layla excelled on the varsity bowling team, earning the Most Improved Player Award. She also participated in the Marine Science Club, enjoyed baking, and volunteered at the Pearl River Library. One of Layla's proudest accomplishments was being a founding member of Eagle Scout Troop 97G in New City. Her Eagle project, completed posthumously by Troop 97, transformed 10 55-gallon steel drums into decorative trash cans for the town of Orangetown and earned her the title of Eagle Scout after her final board of review, in which she also became a Life Scout. Layla's legacy reminds us that life isn't always numbered in years, but in the impact we leave behind. Though her time with us and in our community was far too short, Layla's ambition and kindness will endure. May her memory always be a blessing. Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor the life of an extraordinary Orangeburg resident, Peter Grossbeck, who passed away at the beginning of December due to 9/11 related illness. A proud Eagle Scout, a graduate of Tappan Zee High School and of Rockland Community College, Peter dedicated his life to serving others. After working as a technician for ITT in Antarctica, Peter began his career in public safety with the NYPD in 1984, serving as a patrolman in the 44th Precinct in the South Bronx. In 1990, Peter continued his career by joining the FDNY, where he was later assigned to Engine Company 3 in Chelsea and later transferred to Battalion 7, serving with distinction until his retirement in 2018. Peter devoted 45 years of volunteer service to the Blauvelt Volunteer Fire Company, serving as president, chief on 3 occasions, and an active board member, being awarded life membership in 2019. He was a loving husband to his wife Lisa for 32 years, a devoted friend, and a man who consistently put others before himself. I extend my deepest condolences to his family, his fellow firefighters, and all those who had the privilege of knowing him. May his memory be a blessing. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Espaillat, for 5 minutes. Mr. Latimer, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize National Blood Donor Month, which takes place each January, and to thank our fellow Americans who voluntarily donate blood. As a proud blood donor myself, I want to commend the New York Blood Center and all the community blood centers across the United States that provide a lifeline to people and patients in our hospitals. This week, the center declared a blood emergency. A single blood donation can save up to 3 lives, making the work of our community blood centers and the generosity of the employees and the volunteer blood donors who contribute their work extremely important. NYBC has been serving New Yorkers with life-saving blood products since 1964. Today, as part of the New York Blood Center enterprises, that mission extends far beyond New York. Together, they serve 75 million people and provide 1 million blood products annually to over 400 hospitals. From newborns and their mothers to cancer patients and trauma victims, community blood centers provide patients with the blood that keeps them alive. This month, and always, I thank them. Mr. Speaker, let me salute the work of those who are leaders and members of the Port Chester Historical Society. Their volunteer efforts have kept alive the memories and stories of the years past that represents the foundation of the Village of Port Chester today. Led by President Jordan Allen, the Society has maintained the historic Bush Lion Homestead and has been able to follow through with a host of different items for this building that was built in 1760, involving the community and activities at that site, celebration of historic dates, fairs and festivals, and important seminars. This month, in concert with the Village of Port Chester and Westchester's Revolution 250, the Society co-sponsors an evening with Benjamin Franklin. The Society co-sponsors that evening, and he will visit us from the 18th century to tell us a little bit for us in the 21st century. Also this month, the Historical Society hosts a workshop on research and genealogy for interested adults who want to do their own family research. The energy and resources activated by those in the Society, Kiki Short, Tony Sacco, Carolee Breakwood, Mike DeVittorio, Lou Russo, Joanne Ballantoni, and others, is one more example of everyday Americans doing their part to advance the story of America. From the floor of the House of Representatives, we salute the Port Chester Historical Society. Mr. Speaker, I rise today because this week I'm proud to introduce new legislation to protect drivers from dangerous electric vehicle battery fires with my colleague, Congressman Brian Fitzpatrick of Pennsylvania. This bill, called the Electric and Hybrid Vehicle Battery Safety Act of 2026, H.R. 6948, comes in response to several fatal EV accidents which occurred in my district. The accidents involved extremely hot and difficult-to-fight chemical battery blazes and have led to loss of multiple lives. I became aware of the lack of standards governing EV battery design and heightened risks to passengers in EV accidents, including electrical door releases becoming disabled and lack of information on EV firefighting techniques and exposure to chemical toxins from those fires. This bipartisan bill addresses all of those issues, requiring the U.S. Department of Transportation standards for battery safety, mandates for mechanical door releases, disseminating best practices for firefighters to tackle these runaway blazes, and requiring a study by HHS on the health risks to firefighters. These new standards will help assure Americans that they are not taking unnecessary risks every time they get behind the wheel of an electric vehicle, and ensure our firefighters have the most current knowledge and protection to handle the latest in automotive technology. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize an exceptional public servant, David McMahon, whose career reflects unwavering leadership, unwavering patriotism, and a true commitment to the security of America. Dave has spent much of his life in service to the state of South Carolina. He grew up in Charleston and today oversees the TSA operations at the Charleston International Airport, along with 5 other airports all across South Carolina. He has served as a federal security director since January 2020, managing operations and directing security efforts all across our great state. Dave's record of service is both extensive and it's remarkable. He has served as an honorary commander with the Coast Guard Base Charleston through the Joint Base Charleston program and has made equally significant contributions to national security policy through service and on working on various groups. Dave has had a distinguished record of service, and prior to his time with the Coast Guard, Dave served as the Deputy Federal Security Director for Minnesota at the Minneapolis-St. Paul International Airport. He also played a pivotal role as a primary field leader for Super Bowl 52. From Assistant Federal Security Director roles to Active Director positions, Dave has consistently delivered strong leadership and results wherever he was placed. Notably, in the early days of the TSA, Dave helped federalize 6 airports while serving as a crisis management coordinator. His lengthy service record goes on. Prior to joining the TSA, Dave served more than 4 years as a deputy sheriff with the Dane County Sheriff's Office in Wisconsin. He also served our country for 12 years in the United States Army, a tenure which included a combat tour in Saudi Arabia and Iraq, and with the 101st Airborne Division. His military roles included criminal investigator, patrol supervisor, SWAT sniper team lead, SWAT police sniper instructor, and military police officer basic instructor. Dave also taught criminal justice for Central Texas College while stationed in Okinawa in Japan. Dave's life is one of truly defined by his service. His commitment to our community, to our great state, and to our nation has been unlimited. But above all, Dave's family has always been his greatest source of strength. Dave has been married to his wife, Jeanette, for over 39 years, and together they have raised 2 sons who continue to their father's proud tradition of service as members of the United States Air Force. Apart from his public service, Dave enjoys being with family and spending time outdoors. Dave McMahon is truly a man of strong character. At every moment, he has continually shown up with integrity, with professionalism, and with a commitment to making his community safer. He represents the very best of public service. On behalf of the people of South Carolina, I am proud to acknowledge that Dave McMahon, for his decades of service, his steadfast leadership, and the example he sets for all of those who follow in his path. As a father, as a soldier, as a public servant, and steadfast South Carolinian, his story is a reminder of the impact one individual can have when they devote their life to the security and well-being of others. On behalf of our great state of South Carolina's 5th Congressional District, thank you, Dave McMahon, and Godspeed in your well-deserved retirement years. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Espaillat, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let us make 2 things clear today. The things that I think are eminently important and that perhaps could find consensus in this chamber, both sides of the aisle. In fact, I believe even most countries across the world would agree with those 2 things. Maybe even the United Nations and the Organization of American States could agree with that. And I'm confident even the Vatican could agree with that. And that is that Nicolas Maduro was not the legitimate president of Venezuela. And the Venezuelan people were not free nor prosperous during his corrupt regime. Here is another truth, Mr. Speaker, that in no way conflicts with this first one. The President of the United States must come to Congress before ordering a military engagement against any country. You cannot uphold the rule of law by breaking it. You cannot protect or abide by the Constitution by assaulting it. Again, there is no confusion between these 2 positions. Nicolas Maduro was not a legitimate president, and unauthorized military action is illegal without the consent of Congress. With Nicolas Maduro now in the rear-view mirror, we must look forward and craft policies that support a free and democratic future for Venezuela, and policies that return war powers to the United States Congress as enshrined in the United States Constitution. That is why I and the Executive Board of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus will propose the Congressional Hispanic Caucus membership a forward-looking framework for a democratic and stable Venezuela. As members of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus, we come from different nations in Latin America and the Caribbean. We are immigrants like myself, and many of the members also are ancestors that settled in places in these United States before the United States even existed, and everything in between. But we share, like most Americans with roots from all over the world, a special connection to Latin America and the Caribbean. Hence, we have crafted a series of recommendations, a roadmap, if you may, to democracy and prosperity for the people of Venezuela. Our first priority is to support a free and democratic Venezuela. That means rejecting authoritarian governance, whether the orders come from the Miraflores Palace or the White House. The Venezuelan people deserve institutions that are accountable, transparent, responsive to their will, and a restoration of democracy through timely and legitimate elections that reflect the voices of the Venezuelan people themselves. But this is not just about the Venezuelan people. This is ultimately also about the American people. And the American people deserve a government that preserves, protects, even respects our own rule of law, our own Constitution. That is why we reject any further U.S. military intervention without congressional authorization. If we are together as a nation to put our men and women in uniform at risk, our Constitution wisely demands that the decisions be made by the representative of those people. It may well be that Congress will have voted for or against an intervention, but ultimately it is Congress that should do it. Now that we are so deeply involved with Venezuela, we must act according to our principles. That means ensuring humanitarian protections at home and abroad for the Venezuelan people, victims of tyranny for so long. At home, that includes extending TPS. We cannot deport people to a nation where our actions have set off a new wave of repression. In Venezuela, that means pushing an end to that repression. It means the release of political prisoners, including journalists and civil society leaders. It means freedom of expression, freedom of the press. We must also ensure that Venezuela's future is decided by Venezuelans. Our future is also in balance. Mr. Speaker, we're not a nihilist nation. Mr. Speaker, we're a nation of values, principles, and laws. We must act as one. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Mann, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as we begin the second session of the 119th Congress, we should take a moment to reset our focus and remember why we are here. A new year and a new session brings new opportunities, but the mission remains the same. Kansas sent me to Washington, D.C. to deliver results for the people of the Big First District, and that is what I will continue to do. The Big First is home to farmers and ranchers who get up before the sun and work until the job is done. It's home to small business owners and families who balance budgets, meet payroll, and expect the same discipline from the federal government. Kansans are practical people. We believe in hard work, common sense, and accountability. We don't want excuses. We expect results. After President Trump's first term, the Biden administration inherited near record lows in inflation and an ag trade surplus of $6 billion. After 4 years of failed Democrat policies, we were left with a 21.5% increase in prices and an ag trade deficit of $40 billion. When a ship runs into an iceberg, it takes time to turn the ship around. You need to bail the water, repair the planks, and restart the engine before you can fully correct course. Fortunately, thanks to the leadership of President Trump and congressional Republicans, we are back on track and moving away from the iceberg that was the President Biden's administration. Over the course of the first session of this Congress, we made important progress for Kansas. We pushed back against burdensome regulations that drive up costs for Main Street. We worked to strengthen American energy production so families can afford to heat their homes and fuel their vehicles. We advanced policies that support agriculture producers in rural communities and restored the rule of law at our border. And most importantly, we cut taxes for working families, giving the average Kansan $2,200 more per year in take-home pay beginning this month. That work matters, and I'm proud of the progress that we have made, but after the damage done by the previous administration, there's much more work to do. That is what this second session must be about. For Kansans, this starts with agriculture. Farmers have been facing higher input costs, tighter margins, and growing uncertainty since 2021. They need predictability, risk management tools, and a strong farm safety net. Completing a farm bill that reflects the realities on the ground is vitally important, and I will be continuing to push for a fiscally conservative 5-year farm bill that reflects the priorities of our producers to feed, fuel, and clothe the world. And while real wages are rising and inflation is nearing a 5-year low, there's more to be done to lower costs for families and small businesses. Washington regulations often hit Americans hardest in rural communities like the ones I represent. Common sense regulatory relief is not about cutting corners. It is about letting people work, grow, and innovate without unnecessary government interference. Energy is another area where House Republicans are working hard for the good of our nation. Kansans support an all-the-above energy strategy that prioritizes American oil, gas, biofuels, and renewables. This approach supports good-paying jobs, strengthens our economy, and keeps prices affordable. Green New Deal policies that pick winners and losers or ignore rural realities do not work in places like the Big First of Kansas, and this Congress has a responsibility to pursue solutions grounded in reality, not ideology. Finally, Congress needs to ensure that we continue good stewardship of hard-earned taxpayer dollars. Families in Kansas make tough choices every day, and they expect their government to do the same. Last year, we rescinded $9.4 billion in waste, fraud, and abuse found in federal programs, such as funding for Iraqi Sesame Street, electric buses in Rwanda, and LGBTQ programs in Uganda. Fiscal responsibility is not optional. It is a basic obligation that House Republicans are focused on each and every day in the 119th Congress. Mr. Speaker, the second session of this Congress is not about starting over. It is about following through. Kansans sent me here to stay focused on results, not political noise. I will continue working to make sure this body delivers real outcomes for the Big First District of Kansas and keeps its promises to the people that we serve. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California for 5 minutes, Mr. Costa. Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, first I would like to say thank you to Steny Hoyer for an incredible career, for being a role model and being my friend. Always, always a class act. I also rise today to speak for the families who are forced to choose between groceries, rent, and health care because prices keep climbing. Affordability is equal to economic stability. Let me repeat that. Affordability is equal to economic stability. And Americans are wondering, they're struggling to pay for groceries, rent, gas, and health care. And so therefore, they are drowning under the cost while promises to lower the cost of living have remained unfulfilled by this administration. On day one, President Trump said he would put America first and lower costs. But instead, he pardoned violent insurrectionists, a mob who attacked this Capitol to overthrow a fair and free election, an attack that resulted in the deaths of 5 law enforcement officers. We were promised America first, but we're seeing is a majority of Americans who have been polled on whether we are headed in the right track or the wrong track believe that we are on the wrong track. This administration has prioritized costly foreign entanglements without transparency of congressional approval, while working families pay the price at home. Instead of protecting the economic well-being of Americans, we are seeing the following: tariff policies that are increasing the cost of essential goods. My farmers are struggling as well as American consumers. Healthcare costs skyrocketing for millions, critical programs that help families stay afloat under attack, and the cuts in Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act, as well as SNAP and other programs, are taking its toll. Take healthcare as an example. The enhanced premium tax credits that help millions afford coverage are now expired. In California, new enrollments are down 31% last year. Nearly 190,000 families have canceled coverage because they are no longer affordable. Middle-class Americans are earning more than $62,000 are no longer eligible for the federal premium tax credits, doubling cancellations from 8 to 16%. Californians are switching to bronze plans to save premiums, but these plans carry higher deductibles. From pregnancy care or cancer care treatment, costs can more than double compared to silver plans. In my district, over 65,000 families risk losing Medicaid, and another 22,000 families will face higher premiums and out-of-pocket costs. Nationwide, nearly 100,000 American families could lose their coverage each year if Congress fails to act. And last year, the Republicans passed a partisan bill that failed to renew the essential premium tax credits, forcing millions of Americans to pay higher costs this year, even though a bipartisan solution is at hand, and families, therefore, unfortunately, are left waiting. Americans are also struggling with the rising cost of energy, transportation, and other critical services. What we need are bipartisan solutions that create jobs, lower costs, and increase enhanced premium tax credits so millions of American families can afford their health care. What we need is bipartisan legislation that will help rural home ownership, the Continuity Act that I'm carrying legislation that will reduce financing costs. Passing bipartisan legislation on permitting reform to get infrastructure like energy, transportation, and housing projects more quickly approved for working families. Mr. Speaker, we need bipartisan solutions, and they are clear. Congress must act now to ease the costs, expand access to health care, and to invest in the future of our communities throughout the country. The cost of living is not a partisan issue. It's not. It's a matter of fairness, security, and justice. From groceries to gas, from rent to health care, Americans cannot afford to wait any longer. Mr. Speaker, it's time that we get together. It's time for Congress to act in a bipartisan effort to renew the sense of Congress as the people's house, that we can work together. It's time, Mr. Speaker, for Congress to act, and America's people, our American citizens, our constituents, must come first. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from California yields. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Moore, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor the life and service of Carl J. Stewart, Jr., a proud son of Gaston County, North Carolina, and a former Speaker of the House for the North Carolina House of Representatives, who passed away on December 23rd at the age of 89. Carl grew up in a working-class family as the son of 2 Firestone Mill employees. He earned a scholarship that helped him attend Duke University and Duke University Law School. He then went on to serve in the North Carolina House for 13 years and made history as the first elected Speaker serving 2 consecutive terms. Throughout his life, Carl combined a legal work and had an absolutely great law practice, a very well-respected attorney in our area, along with a lot of public service even outside of serving in the legislature. He held leadership roles on the North Carolina Board of Transportation, the North Carolina Economic Development Board, the North Carolina Ports Authority, as well as the North Carolina Ethics Commission. His legacy lives on in the infrastructure and educational access that he helped build, especially at Gaston College. For 6 decades, Carl Stewart served the community college, first as a business law instructor, then as legal counsel, forming a partnership with college presidents and board members rooted in innovation, integrity, and unwavering commitment to student success. In every role, he focused on building a stronger North Carolina, and he really put in so much time to improve the lives of folks in Gaston County, whether it was education or other things, you name it, he was always there. And I'll tell you one thing about Carl, he never lost sight of where he came from, and he spent his life helping. I got to know Carl when I was, even before I was Speaker of our State House, and I can tell you he was a great mentor, and he was somebody who loved nurturing folks who were coming up in public service and getting involved, and folks who really wanted to try to make our state a better place. And I'm going to tell you, North Carolina is a better place because of Carl Stewart's work and his example. I join our community in mourning this tremendous loss. I ask that you keep his family in your thoughts and your prayers in appreciation for all that he has done for so many in our great state. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to honor the life and service of Officer Michael Miles, who passed away unexpectedly earlier this week. He was a proud Marine, a loving father, and a dedicated police officer, serving the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police Department for more than 13 years. He spent much of that time protecting and mentoring others in the Freedom Division. Before wearing the badge, he wore the uniform of the United States Marine Corps and served his country with honor. That same spirit of service guided him every day on the job and at home. His sudden passing is a heartbreaking loss for his loved ones, for his fellow officers, and for our entire community. Officer Miles leaves behind his partner Hannah and 4 children. I ask my colleagues to join me in lifting up this family in prayer. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman from North Carolina yields. The chair now recognizes the lady from Massachusetts, Ms. Presley, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today carrying the voices and the lives of the people of the Massachusetts 7th, whose survival depends on the Affordable Care Act tax credits. The grandmother skipping meals to pay for her prescriptions. The young mom lying awake at night wondering how she'll afford her baby's asthma inhaler if premiums go up. Families like Deborah's in Boston staring down premiums that will double while they care for loved ones, serve their community, and do everything right. These are not abstract numbers. These are real people with real lives and real fears about whether they will be able to see a doctor, fill a prescription, or keep their families healthy. In my district alone, 29,000 people will be forced to pay more for health care if Congress fails to act. And up to 35,000 could lose their coverage entirely. This is a shameful policy choice. And it is a choice by my colleagues across the aisle, and it is a violent one at that. Let me tell you more about Deborah. Her family buys insurance through the Massachusetts Health Connector. Right now, for a family of 5, they pay just over $1,000 a month. If these ACA tax credits expire, they'll pay nearly $2,000 a month for an even worse plan. And that doesn't even include their daughter, who is aged out of the plan, is underpaid at her job, and whose premiums they will have to help cover. Deborah told me they are fortunate they can afford it, but that affordability does come at a cost. Between paying for their premiums, their son's college tuition, and caring for her disabled sister, Deborah's husband, a dedicated public offender, now works weekends just to keep up. As Deborah told me, even work you love shouldn't require you to give up every day of your life just to survive. Mr. Speaker, Deborah's story is no anomaly. It is the reality for millions of families across this country, and this crisis did not happen by accident. No, this is manufactured, man-made. It was manufactured by an occupant of the Oval Office and a Republican Party that is hell-bent on making families poorer, sicker, hungrier, and less safe. The same party that was content to let these life-saving tax credits expire until Democrats had to force them to vote on a clean 3-year extension, the shame and the sham of it all. Dr. King once profoundly said, and his words still ring true today, of all the forms of inequality, injustice in health is the most shocking and inhumane because it often results in physical death. Mr. Speaker, health care isn't a nice to have. It is a fundamental human right. It is a matter of life and death. I urge my colleagues to do right by the people who sent you here and join us in passing this extension before it is too late. Mr. Speaker, I rise to congratulate the Massachusetts 7's very own Super Bowl champions, the Randolph High School Blue Devils. Showcasing electric offense and stifling defense, the Blue Devils shut out West Boylston at Gillette Stadium, capping off an undefeated season with another championship. These student athletes have made their school and families proud and proven to themselves and the Commonwealth that the town of Randolph has the talent, commitment, and the tenacity to succeed on and off the field. To Superintendent Stovall Herndon, to Principal Licorice, to Head Coach John Marshall, the players and the entire team, thank you for putting teamwork on display at the highest level, and congratulations on earning the Division VIII Super Bowl title. Go Blue Devils. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the life and legacy of Alice Wong. Alice was a civil rights and disability justice activist who called the question that changed the conversation. She stoked our consciousness, built community, and saved lives. She was a published author, community organizer, and a beloved friend. Alice was unapologetic in her pursuit of building a more just world and shining a light on issues society hesitated to address. She saw the humanity of everyone and spoke about intersectionality from her hometown to Capitol Hill to Gaza to the border. She affirmed that mutual aid was not a nice-to-have but a lifeline. She loved science fiction as it gave her the ability to think of a world where choices weren't limited because of a person's disability. And she gave us all permission and fortitude to dream of what is possible. Alice, you are already deeply missed, and your legacy carries on. I yield back.
The lady from Massachusetts yields. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bean, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, some achievements don't just earn applause, they open the door for others. Today we honor someone who's done just exactly that. Miley Meredith, the first female Eagle Scout in Nassau County, Florida. From Troop 9152 of Scouting America in Yulee, Miley has shown outstanding dedication, creativity, and a genuine commitment to serving others, qualities that earned her the rank of Eagle Scout. The accomplishment, Mr. Speaker, as you know, is impressive for any scout, but for Miley's achievement, it also marks an historic moment for our community, expanding what's possible for young women in Northeast Florida. As part of her service project, Miley devoted more than 155 hours installing a 25-foot flagpole and creating a 6-foot mural for the Yulee Lions Club, strengthening a valued community organization. On behalf of the Florida's 4th Congressional District, I proudly congratulate Miley Meredith, an Eagle Scout whose achievements are earned and deserve applause, and whose example will continue opening doors for others. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman from Florida yields. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Frost, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Americans are in a state of total desperation. For weeks, Floridians have been calling my office in tears. They are looking at their budgets with panic while President Trump rips away their health care, sends ICE to neighborhoods, deploys soldiers to new global conflicts, and floods billionaire and mega corporations with free money. People cannot pay their bills, and Republicans here in Washington, D.C. are totally unfocused, busy defending the latest cruelty done by the administration. Healthcare open enrollment ends next week. Enrollment is down. Americans can no longer afford their coverage. We are in a healthcare crisis. Democrats don't control the House. We don't control the Senate. We don't control the White House. But we still managed to get this bill to the floor to extend the Affordable Care Act tax subsidies. We are fighting with every tool, with every option we have to save health care for our people. I'm voting yes to get this bill passed this week. I encourage every single member of Congress, whether you're a Democrat or Republican, to do the same. And I say this as someone who represents a community in the state of Florida, the largest Affordable Care Act marketplace in the entire country. We have millions of people in the state of Florida that will be impacted by this. And I encourage everyone to vote yes. Mr. Speaker, I rise today deeply disturbed and distraught and angered by the shooting and the killing of Renee Nicole Good by an ICE agent that happened just yesterday in Minneapolis. This is a direct result of Trump's dangerous weaponization of our immigration system and federal law enforcement. This is the direct result of an agency that is so emboldened by the president that they truly feel like they can do anything with zero impunity and with zero accountability. It shows up in small ways, like when I showed up to tour an ICE facility in my own community and was asked by a federal agent in a very condescending way, "How old are you anyways?" To what we saw yesterday, which was the killing and shooting of a U.S. citizen in her own damn community. And then yesterday, on the Oversight Committee, my Republican colleagues voted no on a simple subpoena so we can get information documents relating to the murder of a U.S. citizen by a federal agent. And then my colleagues broke into this righteous debate. Let the process play out. Let DHS do their investigation. The agent gets due process. And yes, all persons in the United States are entitled to due process. You know who didn't get that due process? Renee Nicole Good. Because the agent was the judge, the jury, and the executioner in the middle of a residential neighborhood. You know, there was no process or due process before the administration that runs our nation labeled her as a domestic terrorist just minutes after this happened. We won't allow this president to gaslight us, and we won't allow this administration to lie to us about what we've seen before our very eyes. Not only am I going to vote no on any funding bills that gives this agency more resources to do this type of thing and terrorize our communities from the state of Florida to across this entire nation, but I'm going to continue to show up physically at bases of operation, field offices, detention centers, and the so-called Alligator Alcatraz to conduct oversight and work with our communities to keep our people safe. Renee Nicole Good was a mother of 3, had a daughter and a son aged 15 and 12, and a 6-year-old with her husband who tragically died in 2023. She was a devout Christian who participated in youth mission trips to Northern Ireland when she was younger. And according to multiple reports, she was a poet, a writer, a wife. She was a mother. She had lived most of her life in Colorado, briefly moved to Kansas to stay with her parents after her second husband, a military veteran who suffered from PTSD, died in 2023. And we'll honor her life with action. Of course, fighting to end gun violence, because what happened yesterday was gun violence, but also to fight to end ISIS campaign of terror on our communities and on our people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the president. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Davis, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, Governor James Baxter Hunt Jr.'s story is inseparable from North Carolina's. From humble beginnings growing up in Wilson County, North Carolina, to his historic service as our lieutenant governor and first election as governor at 38 years old. He served 4 terms as our 69th and 71st governor. North Carolina's longest-serving governor was a farmer, and he loved North Carolina State University, diehard, although he later completed law school at UNC Chapel Hill. Governor Hunt believed that public service should lift up people and create opportunities for everyone. His unwavering dedication to education changed the lives of countless children and families. Through heartfelt initiatives such as Smart Start, early childhood education, teacher support, and school accountability, he helped generations of children have a stronger foundation and a brighter future. Beyond policy and politics, Governor Hunt led with honesty, with humility, gentleness, and genuine care for others. He believed that the government, guided by fairness and compassion, could be a force of good. His leadership modernized North Carolina's economy, strengthened its institutions, and elevated the state as a national leader in education and innovation. Throughout decades, bridging party lines and his unmatched energy, his influence defined an era. Governor Hunt was not only a dedicated public servant, but also a mentor, inspiring many elected and appointed officials. He was my constituent who didn't mind sharing his thoughts and, above all, sharing his support and encouragement. He was devoted to his family. His legacy of love and service lives on through his family that he cherished and those he inspired. Governor Hunt was admired, respected, and loved deeply by the people of North Carolina. His reach went beyond our state and made America stronger. And through his leadership, our nation saw the best of Eastern North Carolina. His vision, humble leadership, and faith that came from his days at Marsh Swamp Baptist Church and later at First Presbyterian Church of Wilson drove him. He passed away at 88 years old on December the 18th on his farm in Rock Ridge, where he grew up and lived with his beloved wife, Carolyn Joyce Leonard Hunt, for 67 years. Our governor and First Lady shared a deep, deep partnership built on love and friendship. He took great pride in his children's accomplishments, and especially seeing his daughter, Rachel, follow in his footsteps as our lieutenant governor. Carolyn, Rebecca, Baxter, Rachel, and Elizabeth, our hearts are with you. North Carolina will miss one of its greatest public servants. His family will miss a beloved husband, brother Robert, father, and grandfather. And I will personally miss a dear friend. I yield back.
Gentleman from North Carolina yields. The chair now recognizes the lady from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib, for 5 minutes.
I want to take a moment to honor the extraordinary life and legacy of Mother Peggy Noble. She was an inspirational leader and a champion for economic justice and for working families. Mother Peggy has dedicated her life to College Park neighborhood where she lived. She was a community organizer, supporting her neighbors, advocating for children, and bringing people together. She believed deeply that real change is built through relationships and advocacy and showing up for our communities. And year after year, that's what she did. Peggy was a fierce advocate for our families, from standing up for her neighborhood to fighting for fairness in our broken auto insurance system. Detroit is stronger because of her voice, her leadership, and her unwavering belief in people. We carry her spirit forward in how we organize, how we protect one another, and show up for our neighbors. My thoughts are with her loved ones, Rochelle, Eugene, Kimberly, Jamie, Asante, and Peggy, all of Peggy's loved ones during this difficult time. May she rest in power and in love. Mr. Speaker, we always seem to have money for war, to bomb countries, but we never have money for health care for our families. So here on January 1st, Republicans ended the Affordable Care Act tax credits and raised health care premiums for millions of Americans, our neighbors throughout the nation. This comes, of course, after Trump's big budget betrayal ripped health care away from 17 million Americans and cut Medicaid by nearly $1 trillion. But last year, though, Congress did approve a $1 trillion, almost nearly a $1 trillion dollars for the Pentagon budget, which just failed its 8th audit in a row. I want folks to think about that. They're cutting money for health care and spending it on bombs and death. The ACA tax credits are what help keep insurance affordable for many of our neighbors across the country. They are the difference between my neighbors having insurance or going without health care. It is heartbreaking to read the emails, get the messages from so many families that are putting off seeing a doctor and filling their prescriptions and now rationing their medication. No parent, Mr. Speaker, should have to choose whether to take their child to the doctor because the health care is too expensive. Our healthcare system is already broken and it's inhumane. My residents always tell me, don't call it healthcare, call it sick care. Because we know right now the for-profit schemes within our healthcare system is making it completely so unaffordable for our families. So why have we not passed the tax credits for the Affordable Care Act? Again, we are so grateful for the leadership of Leader Hakeem Jeffries, as we push forward a forced vote for a 3-year ACA tax credit extension today. Again, instead of extreme cuts, we should be expanding access to care and guaranteeing health care as a fundamental human right in our country. We must pass this tax credit extension today and put pressure on the Senate to take it up immediately. I urge my Republican colleagues to help fix this mess they've made by restoring, again, the extreme Medicaid cuts and joining us in extending the Affordable Care Act tax credits. Mr. Speaker, housing is a human right, but as everyone knows, we're facing a housing crisis right now. On any given night right now, more than 750,000 people are housed nationwide. The last time the federal minimum wage increase was $7.25 an hour was in 2009. Since then, average rental costs have increased 76%. That's just completely wild. So we need action at every level of government. And I know that many of our local elected officials are desperate to reducing housing costs and need the federal government's partnership. But we know often here in this chamber there are officials that, again, will not promote affordable housing or address the unique barriers that our communities are facing. That's why I introduced the Housing Our Communities Act, and it's meant to address it immediately. This is part of a legislative package that passed out of the Financial Services Committee this past year. My bill directs HUD Secretary to establish a competitive grant program to support a wide array of affordable housing planning and implementation activities. For example, grants, Mr. Speaker, can support officials in crafting their own housing plans, updating zoning codes, and increasing the capacity to conduct housing inspections so that developments are completed faster and reducing project cost. I urge my colleagues to please support the Housing for the 21st Century package and provide policymakers and our local governments with the resources they need for affordable, real affordable housing in making it a reality. Thank you so much, and I yield.
The lady from Michigan yields. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Huizenga, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I rise today with a heavy heart. I have some prepared remarks, but I will also be speaking from my heart as well, because unfortunately today I am here to here to come and honor the life and legacy of my friend, former sheriff and fire chief, Dave Haverdink. Dave was a staple in Allegan County who dedicated his life to serving his community until the moment tragedy struck in the line of duty on December 23. Dave passed away on December 25, Christmas Day. He was there serving others as there had been an incident on a roadway, and unfortunately, he was struck and killed. I first got to know Dave while he was serving as a county commissioner and was running for sheriff of Allegan County. And while Dave excelled in both of those roles, in fact, he did 8 years, 2 terms as the sheriff, his service didn't stop there. Perhaps what Dave will be most remembered for was his astounding 51 years of service with the Hamilton Fire Department, including 40 of those years where he served as chief of the department. Now, prior to coming out to Washington, D.C., I had a chance to go and be with his family at a visitation. And I was touched and moved when his wife said to me, "You know that I pray for you, and Dave prayed for you, and everybody in Washington every single day." And it just speaks to the character of this family, as it's a time to be focused on them and supporting them. They still were thinking of others, including me and all of our colleagues here. Well, Dave undoubtedly had a tremendous impact on the Hamilton and all of Allegan County. His legacy, though, is going to be one as a husband and a father and a grandfather who loved his family deeply. My heart and prayers go out to his wife, Judy, his sons, Jeff and Tim, and the entire Haverdink family during this tragic time. This is a true loss. It's a loss not just for a particular community. It really is a loss for humanity. He is one of the good guys. He is one of those that put service to others above self. He is someone that focused on making sure that others were okay at every turn and didn't think about himself. So, Mr. Speaker, I ask that you join me in honoring the memory, life, and legacy of Hamilton Fire Chief Dave Haverdink with a moment of silence. Thank you. And rest well, my friend. Job well done. Rest well. I yield back.
Gentleman from Michigan yields. The chair now recognizes the lady from Arizona, Ms. Ansari, for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today with outrage and with grief. Yesterday, not even a full week into the new year, ICE murdered a U.S. citizen, Renee Nicole Good, after shooting her multiple times as she was seemingly attempting to drive away, blocking her from medical care and letting her die while a doctor stood by offering to help. The video of this tragedy is damning. I encourage every American to watch it and make their own judgment. A woman is dead, a child has been left without a parent, a community is shattered, and the American people are left once again demanding answers from an agency that has shown time and time again that it operates without accountability. What happened to Renee Good in Minneapolis demands a full, independent, and immediate investigation. I represent Arizona's 3rd Congressional District, a diverse and rich community of immigrants. For over a year now, ICE has been terrorizing my constituents. No agency is above the law, yet ICE is now the most well-funded law enforcement agency in the United States, receiving more funding than most militaries around the world, while operating with virtually no meaningful checks and balances. In the immediate aftermath of Renee Good's death, the Trump administration did what it does best. It lied. Kristi Noem and Stephen Miller rushed to smear a dead woman as a, quote, domestic terrorist, while Donald Trump took to Truth Social to gaslight the American people, asking them to deny their own eyes and accept his version of events instead. This is what authoritarianism looks like. This is what happens when the leader of a nation turns a federal agency into his personal paramilitary force against the civilian population of the United States. Donald Trump has weaponized ICE not to keep communities safe, but to terrorize them. Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey has called for ICE to vacate his city, and I echo that call. People in our communities don't feel safe because they are not safe. In my district, on Christmas Eve, a woman named Flor, a DACA recipient, was detained while Christmas shopping. Why is ICE spending resources to detain a DACA recipient on Christmas Eve? They claim they are going after, quote, real criminals, and that too is a lie. Just days ago, ICE agents detained 2 day laborers outside a Home Depot in Phoenix, briefly detaining a U.S. citizen in the process. These people are not criminals. This isn't law enforcement. This is a federal agency operating outside of its mandate, using fear as a tactic to spread fear and chaos in our neighborhoods. And it's no coincidence because Stephen Miller is rapidly hiring tens of thousands of new ICE agents. Many are poorly trained. Many have troubling backgrounds, all to meet this reckless mass deportation agenda that he has set out. We've been sounding the alarm for well over a year, and now the worst has happened. An American woman has died. That is why I'm introducing legislation to rein in ICE, demand transparency, and stop the unchecked funding that enables these abuses. I'm also joining as an original co-sponsor in an effort led by my colleague, Congresswoman Robin Kelly, to introduce articles of impeachment against Kristi Noem, the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security. I urge my colleagues, Democrats and Republicans alike, to join us. A woman has been murdered. Silence is no longer neutrality, it is complicity. We must rein in ICE, we must demand accountability, and we must protect our communities from this abuse of power. Thank you, and I yield back.
The lady yields back. Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the president. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Menendez, for 2.5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday our nation witnessed the killing of a fellow American in broad daylight in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Her name was Renee Nicole Good. She was a concerned citizen, a mother, and the loss of her life was entirely preventable. This tragic loss of life comes the same week that we remember what occurred here 5 years ago on January 6th. On that day, violent insurrectionists attacked police officers, many of whom sustained serious injuries, and 5 of whom have passed away since the attack, including Brian Sicknick, a New Jersey native and a proud Capitol Police officer. And instead of remembering and healing from the events of that day, President Trump pardoned close to 1,600 seditious, violent insurrectionists who were convicted of criminal charges. The President and House Republicans have tried to vanish the events of that day from our collective memory, but we will not let them. And last year, I, alongside my colleagues, Congresswoman Watson Coleman and MacIver, witnessed firsthand how far this administration will go to silent dissent and opposition when outside Delaney Hall, more than 20 armed ICE and HSI officers physically confronted us to prevent us from doing our jobs. What I said then and what I would say today is that all of this should be completely unacceptable to all Americans and should shake every American to their core. I have said time and time again that no one is safe in Trump's America. Mothers, Capitol Police officers, our neighbors, members of Congress, no one. Not a single person should feel safe with him as our president. This administration's extreme agenda does not reflect the best of who we are as a country, but instead seeks to turn us against each other. We cannot allow that to happen. And in this moment, we must once again remember
the House
that
in
the
recess
arc of the
until
moral
noon
universe
today.
is long, but it bends towards justice.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Immortal and invisible God, speak to us this day your inimitable words of truth. While your wisdom has often seemed a mystery, hidden from us, you have freely offered it by your Spirit that we may receive and understand your gracious and generous gift. Reveal to us then what no eye has seen, nor ear heard, nor human mind conceive, that we may comprehend the things you have prepared for those who love you. Show us what our limited perspective keeps us from seeing, that you who created all things have designed a future for us that will grant us reason to hope in what we cannot see. Declare to us in words louder than the soundtrack of our culture that it will not have the final word. Remind us that as much as we think we know the way, the wisdom of the world will amount to nothing, for it is you who ultimately orders our steps. You have made clear, O God, that these promises are for those who love you. Search our hearts, O Lord, we pray, and find within us a thirst for your word and a desire of our love for you. To you, the only wise God, in whose name we pray, we give thanks. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. The journal stands, pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson.
Everyone, including our guests in the gallery, please join in. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, Columbia College graduate, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Americans are grateful that last week, under the courageous leadership of President Donald Trump, Marco Rubio, Pete Hegseth, General Dan Kane, Pam Bondi, and John Ratcliffe, that our professional military completed an inspiring legal operation to arrest Venezuela dictator Maduro and his wife. Dictator Maduro rigged elections and also operated a murderous drug-dealing regime. Drug cartels have killed hundreds of thousands of young Americans, and they've been damaged. The murderous axis of evil of war criminal Putin, Iranian and Cuban regimes, and the Chinese Communist Party are unraveling, exposing dictators with rule of gun, which invade democracies with rule of law. In conclusion, God bless our troops as the global war on terrorism continues. Trump is reinstituting peace through strength, revealing war criminal Putin lies, insulting Trump, mocking Trump, with ghost Russian tankers financing the Maduro murderous dictatorship. Our prayers for a speedy recovery for Dr. Jim Baird and his wife Denise. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from the Virgin Islands seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to share the unbreakable ties between the U.S. Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico, demonstrated this week through the annual Crucian Rican Tramp and Big Breakfast, a powerful reminder that Virgin Islands culture is inseparable. Puerto Rican immigrants began coming to the Virgin Islands in thousands in the late 1800s, cutting cane alongside Crucians whose ancestors endured the same cane fields. Families planted roots, building communities through the island and on St. Thomas. They established social clubs and created businesses. Spanish became our second language. Our children grew bilingual. Our families intertwined. Our kitchen became sacred ground where Kalaloo and Asopa Fungi sat beside Mofongo. Johnny Cake shared the table with Bacalatos. But before the migration to St. Croix were the boats of enslaved Crucians fleeing slavery by making the dangerous trips to Vieques and Culebra. This isn't fusion, it's family. Caribbean people who refuse to let colonial borders divide us, who recognize in each other the same bloodlines, the same determination to thrive. The Crucian Rican Tramp celebrates this truth. We are stronger together. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Guam seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I wish to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in honor the life and the service of Father Mike Crisostomo, a Catholic priest from Guam who devoted his life to caring for others and strengthening our island community. For nearly 3 decades, Father Mike, affectionately known as Poly Mike, served the people of Guam, offering guidance, comfort, and support in moments of both joy and hardship. He was known for showing up when people needed him the most, whether in times of celebration, grief, or uncertainty. His service extended beyond the walls of the church. He worked with families, the vulnerable, and those facing difficult circumstances, always with compassion and humility. Father Mike Crisostomo lived a life rooted in faith, service, and love of his community. Guam is in a better place because of his work, and his legacy will live on in the countless lives he touched. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To Madam Speaker Emerita, to Senator Mark Kelly, to the Arizona delegation, to all of my colleagues who are present here today. I rise on the 15th anniversary of the tragic mass shooting in Tucson, Arizona, that took 6 lives and injured 13 others, including our former colleague, our good friend, Congresswoman Gabby Giffords, an extraordinary American leader, who I'm pleased to say is here with us in the chamber today. At 10:10 a.m. Mountain Standard Time in Tucson, Arizona, during a Congress on Your Corner event being held by Representative Gabby Giffords to serve her constituents, a gunman opened fire on this peaceful gathering. We mourn for those whose lives were lost on that fateful day. John Roll, a federal judge and public servant. Gabe Zimmerman, a dedicated congressional staffer. A precious 9-year-old girl named Christina Taylor Green. And beloved community members Dorothy Dot Morris, Phyllis Schneck, and Dorwin Stoddard. At the same time, we're thankful to God for the survival, the resilience, the courage, the strength, the persistence of Congresswoman Giffords and all those who survived on that fateful day. Prior to this assassination attempt, Congresswoman Giffords served this body and the people of Arizona 8 with great distinction, dedication, and determination. Her policy interests were diverse, spanning from immigration, reform, economic opportunity, and promoting solar and clean energy. But after experiencing firsthand in the most horrific fashion possible the horror of a mass shooting, she refocused her efforts on ending the gun violence epidemic in America once and for all. We honor her and celebrate her for the transformational work that she has done in the years that have followed. House Democrats stand with Gabby and with all Americans who say enough is enough. Enough with the gun violence epidemic being the leading cause of death for the children in this country. Enough with mass shootings being as frequent as the common cold. Enough with the text messages to parents saying, "I love you," because there's another active school shooter. Enough with the mass casualty incidents at concerts, grocery stores, movie theaters, nightclubs, churches, mosques, synagogues, and other gathering places. Enough with weapons of war flooding our communities while merchants of death rake in record profits. Enough unnecessary loss of life due to preventable, senseless gun violence. This is the cause to which Congresswoman Giffords has now dedicated her life. And we all join her in proclaiming enough is enough. It is time to end the gun violence epidemic in America once and for all. While the challenges to address this crisis may feel insurmountable at times, we cannot and will not give up hope, inspired by the perseverance of our dear leader, Congresswoman Giffords. I'm heartened together by the work that has been done despite the considerable forces that have been arrayed against us. That progress includes, under the leadership of then Speaker Nancy Pelosi, passage of the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act in 2022, which represented the strongest new federal gun safety legislation in 30 years. But our job, of course, as Gabby makes clear, is far from finished. Every day, an average of 327 people are shot in this country, including 23 children shot on average every day. Over 65 million Americans say at least one person in their family has been fatally shot. Lives extinguished by gun violence in this country. There are 393 million guns in the United States of America, more guns than people. And law enforcement can't tell you where a majority of those guns are because of barriers that have been erected, keeping criminals protected. It does not have to be this way. We know there are common sense solutions to stop the gun violence and keep the American people safe. We can start by closing the gun background loophole that allows dangerous people to buy firearms without background checks. And we need to ban assault weapons in the United States of America. to prevent these weapons of war from continuing to destroy the lives of everyday Americans. And led by our distinguished appropriators like Rosa DeLauro, we are continuing to fight for robust funding for community violence intervention programs and appropriate funding for the ATF and gun violence research. Breaking the devastating cycle of gun violence that has a chokehold on this country is one of our caucus's highest priorities and will be a high priority issue when we take back control of the majority after the November election. Democrats are continuing to maintain our commitment to keep everyday Americans safe from the scourge of gun violence. And we will not stop fighting for proven policies that we know will reduce gun violence in every community throughout our nation. I want to encourage my colleagues to support the resolution introduced by Congresswoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz to commemorate the tragic event that occurred on January 8th, 2011. And I want to once again thank our colleague, our fearless leader, our distinguished champion, Congresswoman Giffords, for her presence here today on this solemn anniversary, and for her tireless, matchless, incredible advocacy to end the scourge of gun violence in the United States of America once and for all. Thank you, Congresswoman Giffords. I would now ask everyone in the chamber to stand and throughout the campus to join us in a moment of silence to commemorate the lives lost and the lives forever changed by the tragic shooting that occurred on January 8th, 2011. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, Christmas is come and gone. As the ball dropped bringing in a new year, families in eastern North Carolina and across the nation, literally on New Year's Day, are feeling the squeeze of rising health care insurance costs. It's not a happy new year for everyone. These are hard-working families, our neighbors and friends, trying to raise kids and buy groceries, and small business owners. Congress must act to extend these subsidies so hard-working families aren't left stretching out tight budgets and forced to face skyrocketing health insurance premiums, or, better yet, left without coverage altogether. We can pursue meaningful reforms. Let me say it again, we can pursue meaningful reforms without sacrificing access to affordable care, and that's exactly what the people sent us here to do. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, thousands of Minnesotans and millions of Americans are facing unaffordable health care costs. Because of their cruelly named One Big Beautiful Bill and Speaker Johnson's refusal to act, the Republican majority is creating a health care crisis that will literally dismantle American public health. Americans are being forced into crushing medical debt, are in danger of losing their closest hospital, clinic, or emergency room. And as a doctor, I worry for the patients delaying their care and for clinics and hospitals already struggling to meet the needs of their community. As a Minnesotan, I am heartbroken for my state. Minnesotans have suffered immeasurable loss following the tragedies of recent months. The Trump administration's reckless actions and deliberate inaction from Republicans in Congress jeopardize the operation and availability of facilities that are the first site of care in the most tragic circumstances. I have a responsibility to be abundantly clear, Mr. Speaker. The consequences of inaction and ignoring hospitals, doctors, patients, and your own constituents will be catastrophic. The price of failing to deliver affordable health care isn't losing elections. It is real human suffering and American lives. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this year the Westchester Jewish Council is celebrating their 50th year anniversary, advancing a vision to serve the Jewish community of Westchester County. 130,000 people and 126 member organizations. Led by President Michael Middleman, the board of directors, and the talented professional staff headed by CEO Elliot Forsheimer, the WJC has sponsored and organized public programs from Holocaust remembrance to Passover celebrations and gatherings. They've ensured greater synagogue security, programs to combat hatred and anti-Semitism, and the connection to Israel. At the upcoming 50th anniversary gala, two outstanding individuals will be honored, board members Stu Seltzer and Pam Goldstein. Pam is the Chief Operating Officer of WJC. Stu, a Mamaroneck resident, is a professional in brand licensing and partnership marketing, president of a firm dominant in that field. Along with serving as NYU adjunct professor, he's active in his local community and of the Westchester Jewish Center. Pam has a long record of activism and volunteerism as a member of Temple Israel Center, active PTO leader and parent at what is now the LaFell School, and important nonprofits such as the Breast Cancer Foundation and the Pediatric Cancer Foundation. Friends and colleagues of Stu and Pam will join in the celebration of their accomplishments and the 50-year accomplishments of the WJC. From the floor of the House of Representatives, we salute the Westchester Jewish Council. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to celebrate Don Stevens, the legendary voice of the Rochester Americans, as he calls his final season behind the microphone. For 4 decades, Don has called over 3,300 games for the Amerks and became the longest tenured play-by-play broadcaster in American Hockey League history. From Calder Cup runs to cold weeknights downtown, he has been the soundtrack of winter in Rochester, calling games from a press box at the Blue Cross Arena that now proudly bears his name. Known as the Dean of AHL Broadcasters, a member of the Rochester Americans Hall of Fame, and a 2-time winner of the James H. Eller Award for Media Excellence, Don has served in roles from Public Relations Director to TV host and founded the AHL Broadcasters and Writers Association. Don, we thank you for the memories, the excitement, and for making Amerks hockey sound like home. I wish you the very best in your well-earned retirement. With that, Madam Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today because the House has a critical opportunity to support families and small businesses who are struggling to afford health care for 2026. I'm thinking of the parents I've talked to who will drop coverage for their families because their premiums are doubling and tripling, the nonprofits who won't be able to cover employees anymore, the manufacturer that's now paying more for health insurance than most of their raw materials. The impacts of this healthcare debate are real and they're immediate. And this week, Congress can solve the problem and actually make people's lives better. Everywhere I go across New Hampshire, I hear the same thing. Money is tight, and people are worried about their futures. The millions of families who rely on the Affordable Care Act tax credits for health insurance have waited long enough for Congress to do the right thing. So I urge all my colleagues to support this legislation to ensure that hardworking Americans can maintain their coverage and have the health and financial security that they deserve. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, this week marks the first anniversary of Southern California wildfires that took lives, devastated communities, and left families across our region displaced. We are lucky that the damage was not worse, and that's only because of the wildland firefighters who run towards danger and risk their lives for all of us. For decades, these heroes were prohibited from wearing respiratory protection, even as the science made clear that wildfire smoke causes lasting lung damage and is linked to more than a dozen cancers. Firefighters' life expectancy is now nearly 10 years shorter than the average American. That's unacceptable. The Healthy Lung for Heroes Act changes that. It directs our federal land agencies to develop and require respiratory protection when smoke exposure becomes dangerous. Protecting our firefighters' lungs should not be controversial. This bill ensures that those who protect us are finally protected themselves. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Cole, seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the question of retaining a portion of the bill on H.R. 6938 may be subject to postponement as though under Clause 8 of Rule 20.
Without objection. For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Cole, seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 977, I call up the bill H.R. 6938, the Commerce, Justice, Science, Energy and Water Development and Interior and Environment Appropriations Act of 2026, and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 6938, a bill making consolidated appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2026, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 977, the bill is considered read. The bill shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees. The gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Cole, and the gentlewoman from Connecticut, Ms. DeLauro, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Cole.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the measure under consideration.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume. I rise today in support of H.R. 6938, a 3-bill package covering the Commerce, Justice, Science, Energy and Water Development, and Interior and Environment Appropriations measures for fiscal year 2026. These bills are the product of bipartisan, bicameral consensus and are grounded in a member-driven process. As I stand here today, I think of the genius of our founding fathers. They designed Congress to be an engine of thoughtful and deliberative policymaking. It wasn't meant to be easy. In fact, difficulty is what separates serious legislating from political performance. In her 250 years, America has never shied away from hard work, nor does the Appropriations Committee in carrying out our constitutional responsibilities for fiscal year 2026. Even after the longest government shutdown in history, political obstruction, and tough deadlines, we remained resolute and took responsible steps forward to restore regular order. I'm proud to say we've ended the cycle of pork-filled omnibuses decided at the last minute. And just as importantly, we've been turning America First priorities into action. President Trump set a critical foundation by signing 3 appropriation bills into law in November, and we're carrying that momentum forward today. The measure before us keeps us on track to complete all 12 appropriations bills for fiscal year 2026. With the passage of these 3 bills, we will provide full-year funding for many of our most critical programs. We prioritize public safety by supporting law enforcement and stopping the flow of fentanyl into our communities. We advance American strength by unleashing energy dominance, securing critical minerals, and investing in nuclear power. And we uphold stewardship by protecting public lands, supporting wildlife fires, ensuring responsible resource management, and fulfilling our obligations to our tribal nations. All of this is achieved while cutting waste and keeping total FY26 spending below the current continuing resolution. These results are not accidental. They are by design. And they are the result of hard work of our subcommittee chairman, Chairman Hal Rogers, Chairman Mike Simpson, and Chairman Chuck Fleischman. Thanks to their leadership, their goodwill, their attention to detail, and their strong relationship with their negotiating partners, the power of the purse is once again being exercised by lawmakers through the committee process as Article 1 intended. And to their accompanying ranking members, Grace Ming, Shelley Pingree, and Marcy Kaptur, I thank them for their partnership and collaboration, which was instrumental to this effort. As we look forward ahead to today's action, Republicans are strongest when they are focused, Democrats are more effective when they negotiate in good faith, and the country is better off when Republicans and Democrats work together. In this statement of administrative policy on this package, the White House said in part, quote, "The administration urges every member of Congress to support this fiscally responsible bill, which is a win for the American taxpayer." Not surprisingly, I completely agree. I look forward to enacting these full-year appropriations and taking every action to complete our work. With that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Jennifer from Oklahoma reserves. For what purpose is the gentlelady from Connecticut seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself 5 minutes.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
I rise today to support this bill. It is a product of a genuine bipartisan compromise, something that was once common in this body, but has since fallen out of fashion. I am eager to share all the great things that are in this bill, but before I do, I must take a moment to express my profound gratitude to the devoted public servants who worked tirelessly to make this happen. Ranking members Grace Meng, Marcy Kaptur, Shelley Pingree on the Appropriations Committee, who led these negotiations and secured crucial funding for key programs. Subcommittee staff, especially Bob Bonner, Rita Culp, Scott McKee, Adam Wilson, Nora Fay, Jamie Wise, Faye Cobb, Jocelyn Hunt, Michael Schmeltz, and Ipo Delatolis, who worked through the holidays to craft this legislation. And a shout out to Chris Bigelow, the Appropriations Staff Director. And of course, our Republican counterparts on the committee under the leadership of my dear friend, Chairman Cole. When we began this process, we set out 3 goals: to protect Democratic priorities, to eliminate any poison pills, and to reassert Congress's power of the purse. I am pleased to report that this package accomplishes all 3. It protects funding for key Democratic priorities and rejects draconian cuts proposed by the Trump administration.
It invests in programs at the Department of Energy that will bring down energy costs and utility bills, which are core drivers of the ongoing affordability crisis programs that President Trump proposed to cut or eliminate, despite the cost of living crisis he has led us into. This package promotes community safety, increasing funding for Violence Against Women Act grants by $7 million, supporting victims of abuse who otherwise would have nowhere to turn. It rejects efforts by the Trump administration to eviscerate scientific research funding, providing $4.8 billion more for the National Science Foundation than the White House proposed. The agreement also rejects the Office of Management and Budget's illegal efforts to undermine America's dominance in scientific innovation across the entire government by protecting the indirect costs that research institutions depend on to do groundbreaking work with the Department of Energy, NASA, and the National Science Foundation. This is something Chairman Cole and I have worked on in the past with regard to the NIH, and it is critical for us to expand it to other agencies in this package. The bill provides funding to protect our national parks, natural resources, endangered species, and public lands, rejecting $9.5 billion in proposed cuts in the Interior bill. And it protects our environment while restraining polluters, providing $8.8 billion in funding for the EPA, nearly double the budget proposed by the White House. Additionally, there is not a single poison pill policy rider in this bill, and I know my friend and chairman and I may disagree on what constitutes a poison pill, but it is a testament to the good faith of these negotiations that both sides agreed to drop provisions the other found truly objectionable. I know some of my Democratic colleagues may be reticent to support a funding package for an administration that has been rife with abuse since the day they took office. I understand your concerns, and I share them, but abandoning the appropriations process only empowers the President and the Office of Management and Budget to continue manipulating federal spending as a partisan weapon. If we give up on appropriations, there are only two alternatives: a permanent shutdown or endless stopgaps with funding on autopilot. Neither are viable options. Stopgap measures afford the administration broader discretion over the budget and cede our authority over federal spending. The more ambiguity we afford them, the more they will exploit it. One of the best ways to rein in this reckless administration is by providing precise spending levels for the specific projects that they are bound to carry out by law. That is exactly what this bill does. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 3 minutes to my very good friend, the distinguished chairman of the Commerce, Justice, and Science Subcommittee of Appropriations, the chairman emeritus of the full committee, and the dean of the House, the Honorable Mr. Rogers from Kentucky.
Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
I thank the chairman for the introduction. Mr. Speaker, as chairman of the CJS subcommittee, I rise in support of H.R. 6938. From national security and law enforcement to American innovation and space exploration, the CJS bill before us puts the nation on a path to greatness while reinforcing President Trump's bold agenda on trade and combating illicit drug trafficking. To continue the fight against the drug cartels that are ravaging American communities, the Drug Enforcement Administration receives an increase in this bill of $63 million in the bill. The bill also streamlines and enhances support for the National Weather Service to ensure Americans receive life-saving information in times of need. This bill is pro-law enforcement. It includes the increased funding for state and local police through the Burn Formula Grant Program and COPS hiring grants, while also making cuts to wasteful grant programs. I want to thank Chairman Cole for his steady leadership. This has been a courageous effort on his part and our committee to restore regular order to the way we apportion the taxpayer monies that are entrusted to us. So this legislation is a product of good faith, bipartisan negotiations. I urge a yes vote, and I want to thank and recognize Ranking Member Meng and Ranking Member DeLauro for their partnership, as well as staff for their hard work on the bill. I urge a yes vote, and yield back the balance of my time.
Oklahoma Reserves, gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 4 minutes to the gentlewoman from Ohio, the distinguished ranking member of the Energy and Water Subcommittee, Ms. Kaptur.
Gentlelady is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Ranking Member DeLauro, for yielding time, and I also want to thank Chairman Cole and the chair of our committee, Charles Fleischman, for their cooperation. Please let me thank our diligent staff for all their hard work on this bill, both majority and minority, including from the minority staff, Scott McKee, Adam Wilson, Ipo Delatolis, and on our personal staff, Jed Bullock, Caitlin Hewlin, and Margaret McGinnis. I rise today in support of this fiscal year 2026 Energy and Water Development Bill, a measure that chooses progress over retreat, American energy independence in perpetuity inside our borders, not dependence on foreign energy supplies. At $63.3 billion, this legislation provides a critical $2.4 billion increase over last year. Our bill aims to help address significantly rising energy and water bills coast to coast for families, as well as climate-caused water shortages in the West, as well as across our nation, with crop losses from coast to coast and increasing flooding across our beloved country. Our nation must help communities reimagine an affordable power grid and water conveyance systems. We must also assure technologies like artificial intelligence and data centers don't bankrupt the ability of families to afford to live, nor take our society down dangerous roads without a roadmap. For those of us from the industrial and agricultural heartland, energy and water drive the lifeblood of our economies. This bill invests $10.4 billion in the indefatigable Army Corps of Engineers. That is $3.8 billion more than the Trump administration's short-sighted request. It includes more dollars for harbor maintenance. It ensures that our Great Lakes stay vibrant and our ports on all coasts stay open, and our water infrastructure built to last for Mother Nature's complexities in this century and beyond. Our bill maintains our commitment for critical regional commissions and authorities to build America forward in the underinvested corners of America right here at home. And while the White House astoundingly proposed eliminating the Weatherization Assistance Program entirely, this bill restores and increases that funding to $329 million, a common-sense investment that puts an average of $372 back into the pockets of thousands of struggling households in every single congressional district. Every dollar counts to make ends meet nowadays in an era marred by ill-considered Trump-inflicted tariffs that makes living in America more expensive as prices rise. To tackle the cost of living crisis and affordability head-on, this bill provides an additional $375 million for electric grid modernization. Why? To help reduce prices, to target the primary driver of skyrocketing utility bills and ensure every American has access to reliable, affordable power. This bill provides $3.1 billion for energy efficiency and renewable energy programs, an increase of $1.3 billion over the Republican bill, and our goal seeks to secure U.S. energy independence and perpetuity to drive down prices for the long haul. Further, with $8.4 billion allocated for the Department of Energy's Office of Science, we invest in the next generation of technological breakthroughs. In the past, we've had some like fracking, for example, that unleashed the gas deposits of this country. But we want those invested inside our borders. American innovators, universities, and American labs, not foreign adversaries overseas, must command the new energy frontiers and not lose edge on inventing our common future. Finally, finally, our bill provides an increase to $25.4 billion for the National Nuclear Security Administration. May I?
Gentlelady from
ask for an
Connecticut
additional
continues
30
to
seconds?
reserve.
I yield the gentlelady an additional 30 seconds.
Gentlelady recognized for additional 30 seconds.
I thank the gentlelady for allowing me to focus on our National Nuclear Security Administration, where we must maintain safe, secure, and credible nuclear deterrence that power our unparalleled, remarkable nuclear navy. Thank God for them, and counter the threat of nuclear proliferation and terrorism. I urge my colleagues to support this bill. America can and must meet the new age frontier of energy and water. Let us invest in our workers, protect our water, and power our future. Future generations are depending on all of us to pass this bill. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady from Ohio yields back. Gentlelady from Connecticut reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to my very good friend, distinguished gentleman from Idaho and chairman of the Interior Subcommittee of the Appropriations Committee, Mr. Simpson of Idaho.
Gentleman from Idaho is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chairman Cole. I'm pleased to begin consideration of H.R. 6938 today, which includes the fiscal year 2026 Department of Interior, Environment, and Related Agencies Appropriations Act. First, I want to commend Chairman Cole for his leadership of the Appropriations Committee and his continued support of the Interior bill. A lot of people don't realize how hard it is to get all of these bills done. We had them all marked up through the committee by the end of September, on time. That's an amazing task by the chairman of this committee, and I thank him for his continued work on this. I also want to thank Ranking Member Pingree for her partnership, as well as Ranking Member DeLauro and the subcommittee members for their work on this bill. The fiscal year 2026 Interior and Related Agencies bill provides $38.6 billion in total non-defense discretionary funding, reducing spending from the fiscal year 2025 by $1.9 billion. This legislation prioritizes critical needs and addresses specific concerns brought to my attention through more than 8,000 member requests. The bill invests $1.74 billion in 1,277 community-funded projects, congressionally directed spending projects, and these projects will improve clean and drinking water infrastructure across this country. This bill also fully funds all of our what I call must-pays, such as PILT payments, payment in lieu of taxes, to states and territories, and payments to tribes through contract support costs and Section 105L leases. This bill eliminates waste and restores fiscal responsibility, prioritizes unleashing American energy, and protects public lands and access to those lands. It bolsters national security and public safety by reducing our reliance on foreign countries for energy and mineral resources, and by increasing law enforcement funding for our land management agencies and for our tribes. It protects our communities, fully funds the wildfire fighter pay to support wildland firefighters, and prevent catastrophic wildfires. The bill prioritizes upholding our trust and treaty responsibilities with tribal nations, and I've continued to say that I refuse to balance this budget on the backs of our tribes, and I'm proud that this bill does not do that. The bill increases support for public safety and justice through Indian country and provides over $8 billion to Indian health services for key health care programs, prioritizing federal investment where it is needed. We need to pass this bill that efficiently invests in our priorities, supports the programs and communities that we care about, and reduces the bureaucratic overreach of the prior administration. This bill does just that, and it makes sensible cuts across 28 bureaus and agencies, and closing one agency that has completed its mission. Thoughtful cuts were made to the Department of Interior, resulting in nearly a 2% reduction in the top line. EPA is cut by nearly 4%. Renewable energy is cut by $34 million.
Gentleman is recognized for additional 30 seconds.
Thank you, Chairman. While providing targeted increases that preserve our nation's natural heritage and ensure sustainable and fiscally responsible future. Passage of these bills will send a strong message that Congress is determined to return to regular order and deliver results for our districts. Mr. Speaker, this bill works to ensure our priority programs receive funding without any poison pills, and we had to make some tough decisions, but I'm proud that this bipartisan, bicameral bill that both parties and chambers see as a benefit to the American people, and I urge its adoption, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 4 minutes to the gentlewoman from Maine, the distinguished ranking member of the Interior and Environment Subcommittee, Ms. Pingree.
Gentlelady from Maine is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise to support the Consolidated Appropriations Act. And first, I want to thank the Ranking Member DeLauro for yielding me the time, but also for her leadership and perseverance in this challenging time. Thank you to Mr. Simpson for his collaboration and partnership in this committee, and also thank you to Chairman Cole for the work you've done on this committee. I also want to give the most applause and great thanks to our committee staff, Rita Culp, Jocelyn Hung, and Michael Schmeltz, who put in many long hours, as we know, and worked over the holidays. We wouldn't be standing here today if they and so many others on both sides of the aisle hadn't put in this work. I'm pleased we were able to reach a bipartisan agreement to produce a bill that protects tribal lands and the environment, invests in our tribal communities, supports the arts, and rejects billions in extreme cuts proposed by the administration. Rather than handing the Trump administration a blank check through another stopgap measure, this bill imposes precise, legally binding spending requirements that constrain executive overreach. This will provide much-needed funding and certainty to public land management agencies, like the National Park Service, that have suffered tremendous disruption over the past year. The bill also protects funding for programs important to combating and adapting to climate change. It rejects House Republicans' effort to gut funding for renewable energy and funds the USGS climate science. Funding for the Environmental Protection Agency's environmental justice, a top target for this administration, is included at $30 million. The continuation of these grants is a sharp rebuke of this administration's attack on communities of color and low-income communities facing high pollution burdens. The bill also protects the arts and humanities, maintaining the enacted funding level for the National Endowment for the Arts and the National Endowment for the Humanities, which the administration tried to eliminate entirely. This funding will support the arts and communities across the country. And finally, this bill supports Native American families by investing a strong and resilient Indian country, including through education, public safety and justice, and healthcare programs. Importantly, this bill strips out every single partisan poison pill rider that the Republicans tried to jam into the process, including the pesticide liability shield that would have let chemical giants evade accountability. This bill is significantly better than a continuing resolution. It is not all that we would want or all that we should be delivering, but its investments will improve the lives of Americans. I urge my colleagues to support the bill. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady from Maine yields back. Gentlelady from Connecticut reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to my very good friend, the distinguished chairman of the Energy and Water Subcommittee of Appropriations, Mr. Fleischman of Tennessee.
Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I thank Chairman Cole for yielding time. Mr. Chairman, I rise in strong support of H.R. 6938. As chairman of the Energy and Water Development Subcommittee, I worked hard to ensure this bill includes many House Republican priorities. The bill provides a total of $58 billion to advance our national security, strengthen our economy, and unleash American energy dominance. The bill delivers strong support for our national defense and provides $25.4 billion for the National Nuclear Security Administration, prioritizing the continued modernization of the nuclear weapons stockpile and the United States Navy nuclear fleet. The bill strengthens our nation's energy security by advancing American leadership in deploying new nuclear technologies and supporting the administration's efforts to make full use of our nation's vast fossil fuel resources. The bill will reduce reliance on foreign materials and secure full supply chain of critical minerals. The bill furthers our nation's scientific and technological leadership, including a strong focus on laying the groundwork for AI and quantum efforts by providing $8.4 billion for the Department of Energy's Office of Science. At the same time, the bill reduces funding by over 29% across numerous other department programs, including the Applied Energy Technology offices, to ensure taxpayer resources are focused on the highest priority research and developmental projects. The bill also strengthens our economy and promotes public safety, providing $10.3 billion for the great Army Corps of Engineers, including full funding of harbor maintenance and over $2 billion for flood and storm damage reduction, and continued support for the highest priority, ongoing construction projects on the inland waterways system. Additionally, the bill prioritizes funding for the Bureau of Reclamation for projects that increase water supply and support drought resilience. Mr. Chairman, there are many other important provisions of the Energy and Water Bill, but before I conclude, Mr. Chairman, I want to specifically congratulate Chairman Cole and thank Chairman Cole. He's been an outstanding chairman of the full committee. He has let the Cardinals do their work. He has worked with members in the minority and the majority. He's worked with members of the Senate and the House. So, Chairman Cole, I want to thank you. I also want to thank Ranking Member Marcy Kaptur and our colleagues across the Capitol. This is a strong bipartisan bill. It addresses America's needs, and it's a great bill and should get bipartisan support. This is a strong bill for America. I also want to thank the staff, and I do not say this lightly. My staff, Republican and Democratic staff, worked up and through Christmas and after Christmas to get this done. These men and women are outstanding. They do a great job. So thank you to our staffs. Thank you to our leadership. Let's pass this great bill for America.
Gentleman from Tennessee yields back. Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 4 minutes to the gentlewoman from New York, the distinguished ranking member of the Commerce, Justice, Science Subcommittee, Ms. Meng.
Gentlelady from New York is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this appropriations package. As the ranking member of CJS, this may not be the bill I would have drafted if my Democratic colleagues and I were in the majority, but it is a strong, responsible compromise that meets the needs of the American people. I will be voting in favor, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. I am proud that this bill increases funding for grants to state and local law enforcement, including for community-oriented policing services and the Violence Against Women Act. These funds are vital for the public safety of all of our local communities and for victim services. Earlier proposals, including the President's budget request and the previous House bill, eliminated funding for the Community Violence Intervention and Prevention Program. Thanks to Democrats' advocacy, we secured level funding to continue this important program in this bill. Earlier proposals also zeroed out funding for grant programs to prevent hate crimes. Again, I'm proud that we ensured these programs will continue without cuts. We secured strong funding levels for the Economic Development Administration and the Manufacturing Extension Partnership Program, which both work to create and preserve good jobs in the United States. We continued and funded 3 agencies that the Trump administration wanted to eliminate entirely: the Minority Business Development Agency, the Legal Services Corporation, and DOJ's Community Relations Service. This bill also resoundingly rejects efforts to cut funding for basic scientific research, technology development, and STEM education at NSF and NASA. Importantly, this bill strengthens congressional oversight and control over funding for federal agencies to ensure that they spend this money as Congress intended rather than for their own political purposes. Last but not least, every single one of the extreme partisan policy riders contained in the previous House CJS bill have been removed from the bill before us today. I'm proud of the work we have done in this bipartisan package. I want to thank Chairman Tom Cole and his team, to our subcommittee chairman Hal Rogers and his team for their cooperation, for our ranking member of the Appropriations Committee, Chairwoman Rosa DeLauro and her team. And I especially want to thank our Appropriations Subcommittee staff, Bob Bonner, Jamie Wise, Nora Fay, and Faye Cobb, for their tireless work on this, and also Tom Diniger and Rebecca Lee from my individual office as well. And again, I urge all my colleagues to support this bill. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady from New York yields back. Gentlelady from Connecticut reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to my very good friend, the distinguished Vice Chairman of the Energy and Water Subcommittee of the Appropriations Committee, Mr. Cloud of Texas.
Gentleman from Texas recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of the fiscal year 2026 Energy and Water Appropriations Act. As Vice Chair of the Energy and Water Appropriations Subcommittee, I am encouraged by this bill's historic commitments to unleashing American energy dominance while also responsibly stewarding taxpayer dollars. We're at a time when our nation is at an energy crossroads, and certainly as we work to win the AI race against China, energy dominance is mandatory. This bill appropriately allocates resources to invest in our nuclear capabilities, mining production, water resources, and more. Specifically, this bill repurposes wasteful Biden administration spending on things like unproductive carbon capture towards real infrastructure and energy production capabilities. This includes $1.785 billion in total resources for nuclear energy technology, $720 million in investments for fossil energy production, and $190 million to improve cybersecurity and grid resilience. Unleashing American energy dominance means truly building our production and infrastructure to meet the modern demands, not just coming up with more and more regulation. A prime example of real building is found in the $10.435 billion secured for the Army Corps of Engineers and their projects, such as improvements to the Matagorda and Corpus Christi ship channels in South Texas. The Port of Corpus Christi, for example, is the leading energy export in the country, and its strength is essential to our nation's energy security. In addition to these critical energy investments, this bill points investments toward desalination projects, drought response, rural water supplies so that our communities can receive much-needed relief and long-term stability. This bill gets us on the right path in accomplishing the Trump administration's goal of energy dominance and leaves behind the wasteful and destructive, often counterproductive Biden administration spending and regulation that caused things like the Office of Energy Justice and Equity and crippled our efficient and cost-saving energy production capabilities. I applaud the chair for his diligent work on this piece of legislation.
Gentlemen, an additional 30 seconds, Mr. Speaker.
Well, thank you. I applaud the chair for his diligent work on this piece. I thank the chair for his guidance of this committee. Look forward to our continued work and encourage support of this legislation. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Minnesota, the distinguished ranking member of the Defense Subcommittee, Ms. McCollum.
Gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Ranking Member DeLauro and Chairman Cole, for your work in bringing this bipartisan package to the floor. I'm going to give special thanks to Ranking Member Pingree and Chair Simpson. I serve on the subcommittee with them. I rise in strong support of this legislation that secures funding for public safety, public infrastructure, public lands, and yes, public health. This bill will help reassert Congress's Article I power of the purse and provide clear funding direction to this administration. I want to highlight how this bill maintains funding to our trust and treaty responsibilities to Indian country. It continues to support education, health care, public safety, and human services for our Native American brothers and sisters. This bill maintains Indian Health Service advanced appropriations, which is targeted for elimination by President Trump's budget. Thank you to the leaders in this work for making this part of this bill. The tribal leaders fought hard to establish this advanced appropriation security, and I'm glad it's included. And I am so proud of our bipartisan ranking members working hard to get this provision across the line in the bill. I am pleased that this bill includes nearly $9 billion for the Environmental Protection Agency, a significant increase over the House position, and twice of that of what the White House had proposed for the EPA. This bill also fully funds the National Endowment for the Arts and Humanities at $207 million each. This bill, as has been pointed out, rejects all the poison pill writers. I urge my colleagues to support this appropriations bill, and with that, I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
Gentlelady from Minnesota yields back. Gentlelady from Connecticut reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to my very good friend, distinguished gentleman from Florida, Mr. Franklin.
Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of H.R. 6938, which includes the FY26 Energy and Water Appropriations Bill. This bill makes critical investments in our national defense by increasing Department of Energy defense program funding by $912 million. This includes $25.4 billion for the National Nuclear Security Administration, a $1.3 billion increase. These funds ensure we can maintain today's nuclear stockpile, prepare for future needs, and modernize aging infrastructure that underpins our nuclear deterrent. Our bill also delivers nearly a 10% increase for naval reactors, advancing Columbia-class submarine reactor development, and supporting the safe handling of naval spent fuel. This package is not just about national defense. It reins in the Biden administration's climate agenda that dismantled our energy independence and hurt American consumers. Instead, it refocuses on the federal government on affordable and reliable energy that will drive down cost. And for Florida, this bill continues funding for critical infrastructure projects that protect our waterways, help our rural communities, and grow our economy.
Gentleman's recognized for additional 30 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, this is a huge win for our national security and for all Americans. I urge my colleagues to support it, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Florida yields back. Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, a member of the Appropriations Committee, Ms. Dean.
Gentlelady is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Ranking Member DeLauro. Thank you, Chairman Cole. I rise today in support of the negotiated FY26 Commerce, Justice, Science, Energy and Water Development, and Interior Environment Appropriations bills. As a new member of the CJS Committee, I'm pleased to have been a part of crafting this legislation, and I thank my fellow Appropriations Committee members and staff for their extraordinary hard work making this bill happen. Despite being in the minority, Democrats on the Appropriations Committee have fought for months to reject the Trump administration's proposed cuts to crucial programs that make our communities safer and support our law enforcement, and our fight was fruitful. For example, we secured $50 million for community violence intervention and prevention initiative grants, despite the President and the House Republicans' attempt to eliminate this funding that so many of our local law enforcement rely upon, programs that have measurably reduced crime and gun violence. And we successfully removed 76 partisan policy riders that would have eliminated firearms trafficking regulations, climate change, and so much more. Further, this bill provides $938 million for STEM education so that we can invest in the next generation of innovators, despite the House Republicans' attempt to eliminate this funding. Overall, this package is a strong repudiation of the Trump administration anti-science agenda. The Interior and Environment bill appropriates $8.8 billion for the EPA and includes provisions to protect staffing levels at EPA so that the agency can perform its mission to protect human health and the environment. And the Energy and Water bill includes strong funding for energy research and innovation programs, including energy efficiency and renewable energy programs. This isn't just good for the environment, it's good for business. Amid rising energy demands and higher prices, a $3 million increase to the Weatherization Assistance Program will help low-income households reduce their home energy use.
Mr. Speaker, I yield the gentlelady an additional 30 seconds.
Gentlelady is recognized for an additional 30 seconds.
I thank you. These bills, while not perfect, reflect months of hard work by the Democrats to fight against the administration's cuts to vital programs and services so many Americans rely upon. They reassert Congress's power of the purse, impose checks on the administration, and provide stability to our country and economy by avoiding another stopgap measure. I thank Chairman Cole. I thank the ranking member. It has been a privilege to serve on this committee, and I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting the package. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentlelady from Connecticut reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to my very good friend, distinguished gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Alford.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Chair, for your leadership, and my good friend, Ranking Member Rosa DeLauro. Thank you so much for your leadership. You know, Mr. Speaker, for too long, Washington has governed by crisis. Shutdown threats, continuing resolutions, these omnibus bills, backroom deals the American people never asked for. Well, Mr. Speaker, this bill proves those days are coming to an end. The Commerce, Justice, Science, Energy, and Water Interior Environment Appropriations Act for fiscal year 2026 is bipartisan, it's bicameral, and it was built the right way. from the ground up, from subcommittees up. It strengthens our national security. It restores American energy dominance. It backs law enforcement, combats illicit drugs, and it supports responsible land management, all while spending less than the current continuing resolution. Folks, that is not chaos. That is responsible governing. No poison pills, no partisan games, and full-year funding that takes shutdown off the leverage, off the table, and allows America to plan, to build, and lead. As an appropriator, I am proud of what this bill delivers for Missouri's 4th Congressional District. Several investments that I won't go into here, but I am proud of this process. I'm proud to be under the leadership of Tom Cole. I have never seen a committee, and I know I've been on your committee as well. I've never worked this hard in my life, but I've never been more proud of what I am able to do in this body, on this committee. I urge passage of this bill. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Missouri yields back. Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Indiana, a member of the Appropriations Committee, Mr. Mervan.
Gentleman from Indiana is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the ranking member for this time. Since my first day as an elected federal official, I sought to serve on the House Appropriations Committee because the work of this committee is so critical to the economic success of our nation and the safety of our communities. This focus and the interest is also what led me to choose to be a member of the Energy and Water Subcommittee and the Commerce, Justice, and Science Subcommittee. And I'm so pleased today that a reasonable and a bipartisan version of these two measures is included in this legislation. I want to thank the ranking member and the chairman, both of the full committees and these subcommittees, as well as all of the dedicated staff for their similar commitment to put in the hours to find common ground and to move these essential bills forward. Notably, I would like to express my profound appreciation for the inclusion of the community project funding requests in these measures, including the funds specific to the members of Northwest Indiana law enforcement agencies. I'm grateful every day for the selfless service and sacrifice that first responders, including our local police and fire departments and emergency personnel, provide to our communities every day. These requested funds will ensure that our officers and public safety personnel have the resources they need to carry out their responsibilities safely and effectively, while ensuring that families in Northwest Indiana can live, work, play, and raise their children without fear. I thank the leaders of this committee for advocating a transparent process that allows members to advocate safely for the well-being of the committees, the communities we represent, and for prioritizing the protection of Northwest Indiana and our neighborhoods. I look forward to supporting this measure and continuing to work with an Appropriations Committee to deliver real, meaningful public safety investments for the people I serve. And with that, I also like to thank Rosa DeLauro as our ranking member and Chairman Cole for that countless amount of hours and truly working in a bipartisan way and being an example to me how people should work together with the interest of our nation. I thank you both very much, and it's a pleasure to serve on your committee. I yield back.
Gentleman from Indiana yields back. Gentlelady from Connecticut reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to my very good friend, distinguished Vice Chairman of the Commerce, Justice, and Science Subcommittee of the Appropriations Committee, Mr. Strong of Alabama.
Gentleman from Alabama is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As Vice Chair of the Commerce, Justice, and Science Subcommittee, I rise in strong support of this legislation. Our republic is alive and well. This bill refocuses Washington spending, it cuts waste, restores accountability, and delivers on President Trump's agenda. It cracks down on fentanyl and foreign adversaries, defends American values and principles, and ensures taxpayer dollars are spent on public safety and national security, not bloated bureaucracy. It provides strong support for state and local law enforcement partnerships, defends the Second Amendment and America's right to bear arms. Republicans are working to advance regular order and deliver results for the American people. Reliable and affordable energy, strong national security, and safe communities, and long-term fiscal responsibility. The appropriations process works for America. I'd also like to highlight the provisions important to my community as a result of the security of our nation. This bill ensures continued American dominance in space, making crucial investments that secure the future of the Space Launch System, Human Landing System, and nuclear thermal propulsion, all of which Marshall Space Flight Center in North Alabama play a central role. These investments reinforce America's leadership in space through competition and innovation, while strengthening our national security, protecting taxpayers' dollars, and ensuring NASA remains focused on results. This legislation returns the FBI to its core mission and ensures our dedicated FBI agents are back in the field and out of the Beltway. There's no better place to achieve this than the FBI Redstone in Huntsville, Alabama. We're making America safe and secure again. This is a responsible bill that supports law enforcement, strengthens national security, and puts America first. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member DeLora, Chairman Rogers, for your steady leadership throughout this process, and thank you to the subcommittee staff for their hard work on this legislation. I urge all members to support. Our time is now. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Puerto Rico, Mr. Hernandez.
The gentleman from Puerto Rico is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Ranking Member. I rise in support of this bill because investing in energy infrastructure, education, and public safety is not optional. It is essential. I want to focus on what this bill does for the people of Puerto Rico, who I have the honor to represent in the United States Congress. This bill incorporates one of my amendments and assigns $235 million for the Department of Energy to support grid modernization in the 50 states and Puerto Rico, which so direly needs it. This bill also incorporates another of my amendments to provide $14 million to the Corps of Engineers that could support water infrastructure in Puerto Rico, which so direly needs it. In this bill, we also secured $1.7 million in community project funding that updates crime prevention technology in Juana Diaz, provides new patrol vehicles in Cabo Rojo, and supports STEM education in San Juan. This bill is an important step in delivering federal funding for Puerto Rico and communities across the United States. I praise the bipartisan work led by the chairman and the ranking member, and let's continue marching forward and finish the 6 remaining bills. The American people deserve a Congress that works for them. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlewoman from Connecticut reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
I reserve, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I am prepared to close.
To my good friend, as am I.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to extend my thanks to Chairman Cole. What an incredible partner to work with on all 12 appropriations bills. The Appropriations Committee is the lifeblood of this of the government. It is the place where you can only achieve work on behalf of the American people through bipartisan, bicameral legislation. Without it, we know what happens. It's a catastrophe with continuing resolutions that go on forever, or the government shuts down. That is not a path to success on behalf of the people of this country. So it is, I would just continue to say, it is the lifeblood of our government, and those of us who serve on the Appropriations Committee know that, and I'll just be bold in saying that quite frankly, if they left these things to us, we would get it done. And in this regard, we have. We are through 6 bills. We have 6 more to go, and we are going to get this done, and we're going to meet the January 30th deadline. I'm proud of this bill. I am proud of the process that produced it. We have shown good faith. Bipartisan negotiation is still possible in an era of increasing polarization. And the kind of constructive conversations that produce this package continue with regard to the remaining 6 funding bills. The negotiations are ongoing. We haven't stopped. the conversations in order for us to meet that January 30th deadline. And I remain confident that we can meet the deadline and avoid another continuing resolution. I thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman from Connecticut yields. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time. And I want to begin by recognizing the hard work of my distinguished ranking member and my very good friend, Ms. Delora from Connecticut. We've had the opportunity to work together a long, long time in a variety of capacities, and I particularly appreciate the cooperation, the bipartisanship, and the professionalism that she and her whole staff always show when we sit down. And to paraphrase my friend, if they'll just leave us alone, we'll get this job done. I could not have a better working partner than my good friend from Connecticut. I'm very proud that this bill is, as my friend said, bipartisan. This has been a negotiation at every level, and the ranking member and I have worked hard to push the decision-making down to the subcommittee levels as much as we possibly can. I know we've both told our respective chairman and ranking members, hey, if you don't send us anything up, you're making us happy. We want you to make the decisions. The members of the subcommittees know the subject matter better than anybody else. They've done the hearings, they've done the work, they work well. The higher up the food chain it goes, frankly, the more political the decisions become and the less informed. Let the people that have actually done the work write the bills, and in this case, in these three and the three preceding bills, that's exactly what happened, and I couldn't be more pleased with that result. I'd be remiss not to build on a remark my friend Ms. McCollum made in her speech. I'm very proud of this bill on Native American issues, which have been a bipartisan priority over the years. I'm proud of all my Cardinals and all my ranking members, but particularly the relationship between Mr. Simpson and Ms. Pingree, which we've seen on this committee before, and my friend Ms. McCollum, who also has chaired this subcommittee earlier in her career. As a matter of fact, we worked together on the matter that she mentioned in terms of forward funding for Indian health care. It's just been a pleasure in these areas where we have so much in common and a common commitment to fulfill our trust obligations. I, for one, am very proud of the community projects in this bill. It allows the members, not just on our committee, but across the entire Congress, to do things that they think are important for their constituents. And they're the best people to make that judgment because they represent them in the House. And my friend, again, Mr. Delora, worked over the years to build a system that will make sure that these things are used appropriately, honestly, and openly. We continue to work together in that matter. And again, I'm very, very proud of her. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to join every other speaker today, which is unusual in a very partisan, polarized era, to urge the passage of this bill. We've worked together. We've worked in good faith. We've worked effectively. We've actually cut spending in these bills collectively. I think we have a common commitment to get the most out of our tax dollars. So I think this is a three-bill package, as the previous three-bill package was, that members of this body can be proud of, should point to, and should celebrate when we have bipartisan, bicameral cooperation and work together. We can get the job done and do a great job for the American people. I share my good friend Mr. Delora's opinion. In this case, that's exactly what we did. So I urge support for the bill, urge its passage, and with that, I will yield back my time and, again, urge my colleagues to support.
The gentleman from Oklahoma yields. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 977, the previous question is ordered. Pursuant to Section 4A of House Resolution 977, the chair will put the question on retaining Division A of the bill and then retaining Divisions B and C. The question is, shall Division A of the bill be retained? Pursuant to Section 4B of House Resolution 977, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20 in the order of the House of today, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. bill, the objections of the President to the contrary notwithstanding. The gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, is recognized for 1 hour.
Mr. Speaker, for the purpose of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Huffman, the ranking member of the House Committee on Natural Resources, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on the veto message of the President of the United States to the bill H.R. 131.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, H.R. 131, the Finish the Arkansas Valley Conduit Act, facilitates the construction of the Arkansas Valley Conduit, or AVC, by easing the repayment requirements for project beneficiaries. The AVC is designed to provide potable water from Pueblo Reservoir to 39 communities in southeastern Colorado, many of which are dependent on groundwater supplies that contain unacceptable levels of naturally occurring heavy metals and radionuclides. According to the Southeastern Colorado Water Conservancy District, 18 of those communities are currently failing to meet federal drinking water standards due to these contaminants. H.R. 131 passed the House Committee on Natural Resources and then the House of Representatives on July 2025. However, President Trump has returned H.R. 131 to the House of Representatives without his approval. I respect the administration's views on this legislation and its commitment to fiscal responsibility. President Trump's record demonstrates a commitment to prioritizing unleashing abundant water supplies across the West. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you. In 1962, Congress authorized a 130-mile pipeline known as the Arkansas Valley Conduit to deliver clean, reliable water to communities in southeastern Colorado. More than 60 years later, the project remains uncompleted while communities in the region continue to face unreliable water supplies and serious water quality challenges. The drinking water sources they rely on are often contaminated with unsafe levels of radium, uranium, and other pollutants, and treating these contaminants places a significant burden on rural communities and forces many families to rely on bottled water or expensive filtration systems to meet basic needs that we all take for granted. The Arkansas Valley Conduit was designed to address these challenges, but the project is still not completed, largely because the communities that it will serve do not have the financial capacity to meet the traditional repayment obligations. They need our help. For over a decade, the Colorado delegation has worked to advance this project so that families in southeastern Colorado can finally have access to clean, safe drinking water. Senators Bennett and Hickenlooper helped secure $500 million through the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act for this project. That was a major step toward completion. And last year, this body worked in a bipartisan manner to pass H.R. 131. Now, as introduced, Representative Boebert's bill did raise some concerns about removing interest payments and extending the repayment period, but our colleagues in the Senate worked to address these shared concerns, and we in the Natural Resources Committee came together to build on that work to ensure that this legislation addresses the real water reliable challenges facing the people of southeastern Colorado, while remaining consistent with core reclamation law principles. Together, Congress sent the President a carefully negotiated and narrowly tailored bipartisan bill to support the completion of this project. Now, the administration has no problem subsidizing water for certain stakeholders, including large-scale agricultural products, but when it comes to a tailored bill to ensure access to safe drinking water for rural communities, unfortunately, the President has taken a different path. Now, we're going to talk about the merits of this bill today, I'm sure, but we all know that this veto has nothing to do with fiscal policy, nothing to do with the merits. There's been extensive reporting that raises broader concerns about the administration's posture toward the state of Colorado and even toward the sponsor of this bill. We know what this veto was about. And the message that that sends to Colorado and communities awaiting the completion of the Arkansas Valley Conduit is deeply troubling. Meanwhile, and the good news is that this Congress has kept working to find a solution, and the legislation before us today is reasonably negotiated, bipartisan. It's going to help communities who have waited too long to finally have clean water. I want to thank my colleagues for their commitment to working with us to reach the language before us today. I'm deeply disappointed that the President chose to veto a bill that would help communities gain access to clean drinking water. The communities of southeastern Colorado deserve better, and today we have a bipartisan opportunity to do that for them. I want to express my support, urge my colleagues to vote yes on overriding the President's veto, and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 6 minutes to the gentlewoman from Colorado, the lead sponsor of this legislation, Ms. Boebert.
The gentlewoman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the chairman of our House Natural Resources Committee and to the ranking member of our committee, and thank you so much for all the work that has been put in by my colleagues and the Senate on this important bill. Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of today's veto override to ensure my bill, H.R. 131, becomes law. In December of last year, this common sense, bipartisan, and bicameral bill passed both House and Senate unanimously. The nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office has estimated that my bill will not result in a measurable increase to federal spending. H.R. 131, the Finish the Arkansas Valley Conduit Act, will help small rural communities in southeast Colorado finally complete a federal water project that was authorized in 1962 under the Kennedy administration. Radium, uranium, and other naturally occurring elements are found in the surface and groundwater of the southeastern Colorado, and water quality is problematic year-round because of its salinity, selenium, sulfate, hardness, and manganese levels. The Bureau of Reclamation has found that these contamination levels are so severe that local communities could see the cost of their drinking water triple without this legislation. Contrary to what the veto message states, my bill does not authorize any additional federal funding. It simply modifies the repayment terms for small rural communities in my district so they are able to afford their 35% cost share of the project that they are statutorily obligated to repay. After the project broke ground, inflation took place. It doubled under the previous administration, and the price tag of this project due to construction and labor costs. Once completed, the Arkansas Valley Conduit will provide 7,500 acre-feet of water per year to as many as 50,000 Coloradans across 40 different communities in Pueblo, Otero, Bent, Kiowa, Prowers, Crowley, and Baca counties. I want to boldly remind my colleagues here today that this project broke ground during the first Trump administration in 2020 due to major investments from the Trump-led Bureau of Reclamation and the state of Colorado. From 1962 until 2020, only $24 million had been invested in this project. In 2020, President Trump and his team, his administration, did the right thing, continuing with their commitment to improve Western water infrastructure. He more than doubled the federal investments in this project with $28 million going towards it. The state of Colorado then invested over $100 million in this project. Former Secretary of the Interior David Bernhardt personally attended the groundbreaking of the AVC and retweeted, "For nearly 60 years, Colorado's leaders have worked to move the Arkansas Valley Conduit forward. The Trump administration got it done," end quote. A press release from the Department of the Interior announcing the groundbreaking reads, quote, "Western water supply reliability and infrastructure investments has been a priority for President Trump and his administration," end quote. This bill makes good on not only a 60-year plus commitment without wasting hundreds of millions of dollars in state and local and federal investments, but it also makes good on President Trump's commitment to rural communities, to Western water issues. President Trump's commitment to Western water supply and reliability will be upheld, and the Arkansas Valley Conduit will finally be completed. We were able to get this bill passed and sent to the White House the right way, the way that I have fought for since I have been in Congress. This is a piece of legislation that has gone through committee, has been negotiated, has been debated, has gone back and forth between both chambers, and we were able to pass this single subject legislation all the way through with unanimous support in this body and in the Senate. It's something that I'm very, very proud of. And it's past time that we finally fulfill the promise and the federal government made to the communities I represent in Colorado. And I urge my colleagues to support this override to finish the Arkansas Valley Conduit. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield.
Reserve. The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Neguse.
The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
I thank the Speaker. I thank the ranking member for the time. I support this bill for many reasons. I support it for the reasons that were articulated by the sponsor, my colleague from Colorado, Ms. Boebert, by the ranking member, and by the chairman. I think they have ably explained why this water infrastructure project for southeastern Colorado is so critical, a project 60 years in the making. I support it because, as was noted, there are no cogent issues with this bill, as were purportedly articulated in the veto message from President Trump. Far from it. This bill will cost taxpayers virtually nothing, as was referenced, and it makes good on a promise to the people of rural Colorado. I support the bill because I believe that the people of Otero County and Bent County and Crowley County deserve access to clean water, just as every citizen of the great state that I serve and that Ms. Boebert serves, that Mr. Hurd serves, and my other colleagues in the Colorado Congressional Delegation deserve. I think what's perhaps missing from this debate, and it's important for us to level with the American people, is why are we here? Why, despite all of the reasons that this bill makes a whole lot of sense, why, despite the fact that this bill passed unanimously in the House and in the Senate, Mr. Speaker, why did the President veto this bill? We are here, unfortunately, profoundly, because the President has declared war on our state. In the last 40 days, he has taken step after step to harm the people that I serve and that I represent, denying disaster assistance for folks in Rio Blanco County, down south in La Plata County, freezing child care assistance, food assistance for hungry families across our state, trying to dismantle a scientific institution in my district, and now denying access to clean water to 50,000 people in southeastern Colorado. It is unconscionable. And I firmly believe that the House and the Senate, and I'm speaking to my Democratic colleagues, to be clear, that it is important in this moment for members to support this override and ensure that this promise that was made to the people of southeastern Colorado is not impaired, it's not abrogated by the President's retaliation against the state of Colorado. We cannot let that become the new normal. And I will say to all of my colleagues, as you consider where you land on this particular vote, let me be abundantly clear. It does not matter if your community supported Donald Trump politically. If we don't take this step, trust me, no town is safe. No county is safe. No state is safe from political retaliation by the administration. We will be back here on the floor debating a veto for a project in Arkansas or in Texas or in Ohio. The House has an opportunity, in my view, to do the right thing on the merits, to support this important legislation that Ms. Boebert has introduced, that she has fought for with our colleagues in the Senate, Senator Bennett and Senator Hickenlooper. And I am urging every member of this body, put aside political differences, recognize that this is a bill you already supported as recently as last month, recognize that it's going to have a dramatic and consequential impact on a lot of Americans, hardworking Americans in the rural parts of our country, and vote in the affirmative on the override. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I'll yield back the balance of my time to the ranking.
I reserve. The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 8 minutes to the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Hurd.
The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to urge my colleagues to vote to override the President's veto of H.R. 131, the Finish the Arkansas Valley Conduit Act. This is not a symbolic vote. It's not messaging. It's not partisan. This is a test of whether Congress keeps its word, not just to southeastern Colorado, but to every community in every state and in every district that depends on federal commitments being honored. For those of us who represent the American West, this vote is personal. In the West, water means survival. It means whether communities grow or disappear, whether agriculture survives, and whether moms can trust the water they give their kids out of the tap. Westerners understand something instinctively. When the government makes a water promise, it should keep it. In 1962, Congress authorized the Arkansas Valley Conduit to deliver safe drinking water to rural communities in southeastern Colorado. These communities grow amazing watermelon, cantaloupe, and chilies, and support families who ranch and raise livestock. When we talk about honoring federal commitments, we are talking about whether the people who grow our food can have clean water. Decades later, that promise remains unfinished. More than 50,000 Coloradans across a distance spanning more than some eastern states still rely on contaminated radioactive groundwater. 18 systems are under enforcement orders for violating EPA standards. These are real families, real towns, and real public health consequences. Rural Colorado and rural America more broadly voted overwhelmingly for this president and for an agenda that promised they would not be forgotten. They expected Washington to keep its word, not abandon them midway. H.R. 131 doesn't expand this drinking water project or authorize construction or increase the federal share or create any new entitlement. It doesn't bail out any mismanagement. It simply gives rural communities more time and flexibility to repay the federal government. It extends the repayment period and lowers the interest rate in cases of economic hardship. It prevents hundreds of millions of dollars from being stranded mid-construction. It lets communities doing their part, who are repaying the government, finally access clean water. This bill passed both houses unanimously. Republicans and Democrats from across the entire country, all of us agreed. This is a project worth completing, not abandoning. Mr. Speaker, voter overrides are rare, and they should be. But the Constitution gave Congress this authority for moments exactly like this. The legislative branch speaks with unity and clarity, and the executive branch says no anyway. In modern congressional history, it is extraordinarily rare and perhaps unprecedented for a president to veto a bill that passed both chambers unanimously while his party holds unified control of the government. That should give every member pause. If Congress cannot keep a clear, long-standing, bipartisan commitment like this, what message does that send to communities in every state and in every district relying on similar commitments? What certainty do they have that our word means anything? Yesterday, the administration issued a statement opposing this override, claiming it continues failed policies of the past and burdens taxpayers with a local water project. This is not a new water project. It is a federally authorized water system underway for decades with consistent bipartisan congressional support. And this exact project was previously celebrated by this president himself. On October 3rd, 2020, President Trump's Department of the Interior issued a press release titled, "Trump Administration Breaks Ground on Long-Awaited Arkansas Valley Conduit to Bring Safe, Clean Water to Rural Colorado Communities." Earlier that year, the president visited Colorado and praised the Arkansas Valley Conduit. He said, and I quote, "We got the money to begin construction." His own Secretary of the Interior broke ground on this project. If the project was worth supporting in a campaign rally and celebrating at a groundbreaking, surely it is worth finishing. It was the right position then. It is the right position now. Mr. Speaker, if a bill that passed unanimously, that costs almost nothing, that fulfills a 60-year federal promise, and that protects public health can be vetoed under these circumstances, then bipartisan work in this institution is at risk. And I ask my colleagues, how would you feel if a project like this in your district, passed unanimously, fulfilled a decades-long promise, and was vetoed anyway? That's what these rural communities are facing. My constituents are watching, and your constituents are watching to see whether Congress means what it says. This vote is not about defying the president. It is about defending Congress. It's about strengthening this institution and standing for the people who trust us to fight for them. For those of us who represent the West, this is also about standing together. Western water projects are long-term, complex, and federally driven by necessity. If Congress walks away from a 60-year commitment mid-project, then no Western project is truly secure, and no district anywhere in this country can trust that a federal infrastructure promise will be kept. I ran for Congress to fight for my district, even when it's difficult, even when it's uncomfortable, and even when the outcome is uncertain. This is one of those moments. Mr. Speaker, some of my colleagues may be feeling pressure today to accept the veto. I get it. But I would ask every member to consider the pressure felt by the communities they represent, especially those in rural America who need infrastructure built, who need clean water, and who need Washington to mean what it says. What does it say to them, to all of our constituents, if this institution makes this kind of commitment and walks away when it matters most? This override is about finishing what we started, honoring commitments, protecting taxpayer dollars, and standing by rural communities. And yes, it's also about protecting this institution. For these reasons, I respectfully urge my colleagues to vote to override the veto of H.R. 131. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time. I'm prepared to close, and I continue to reserve.
The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I really, in this moment, could care less about Ms. Boebert's politics or Mr. Hurd's politics. What I see before us is a piece of legislation that does an awful lot of good for people, a bill that was carefully negotiated, that is bipartisan, that is common sense. It's a water infrastructure bill. And every member of this House looked past their political differences and did the right thing when we passed this unanimously out of the House of Representatives. That was Congress just doing its job. If a non-controversial, bipartisan, good bill like this can be taken hostage and become a weapon for settling political scores, well, it may not be in your state, it may not be in your district, but that could happen and will happen to any of us. And so, Mr. Speaker, this may seem like a little water infrastructure bill, but this is a bigger moment than that. This is a bit of a Spartacus moment. for the members of this body, because any of us could face this, and we're about to find out. I hope the people of this country are watching. I know history is actually going to be watching what happens here, because if Congress is able to override this veto, it's a statement that even in a moment of extreme polarization and dysfunction and conflict, we were able to get some work done. That would be Congress doing its job. But if we fail to override this veto, that would say something much, much more troubling. I urge my colleagues to do the right thing, and I yield back.
The gentleman from California yields. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I respect the administration's views on this legislation. I respect my colleagues from Colorado's passion for their districts and for their state. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Arkansas yields. Without objection, the previous question is ordered. The question is, will the House on reconsideration pass the bill? The objections of the President to the contrary notwithstanding. Under the Constitution, the vote must be by the yeas and nays. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings will be postponed. Pursuant to the order of the House of January 2nd, 2026, the unfinished business is the further consideration of the veto message of the President on H.R. 504. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 504, an act to amend the Makasuki Reserved Area Act to authorize the expansion of the Makasuki Reserved Area and to carry out activities to protect structures within the Osceola Camp from flooding and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House on reconsideration pass the bill? The objections of the President to the contrary withstanding. The gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, is recognized for 1 hour.
Mr. Speaker, for the purposes of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Huffman, the ranking member of the House Committee on Natural Resources, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on the veto message of the President of the United States to the bill H.R. 504.
Objection.
Mr. Speaker, we're here today as President Trump has returned H.R. 504, the Makasuki Reserved Area Amendments Act, to the House of Representatives without his approval. H.R. 504, sponsored by Representative Jimenez, would amend the Makasuki Reserved Area Act, or MRAA, to include the Osceola Camp, a tribal village within the Everglades as part of the Makasuki Reserved Area. It also directs the Secretary of the Interior, in consultation with the tribe, to safeguard structures within the Osceola Camp from flooding events. The Makasuki tribe is currently located in the greater Everglades in southern Florida. Following federal recognition of the tribe in 1962, the Makasuki's northernmost villages within what became Everglades National Park were managed under a special use permit until 1998, when Congress placed that permit framework with the MRAA, authorizing the tribe's use of the area and noting it as Indian country. The original law did not include Osceola Camp. H.R. 504 would include the Osceola Camp in the Makasuki Reserved Area and formalize a partnership between the tribe and the federal government to address flooding risk in the area. H.R. 504 passed the House Committee on Natural Resources in June 2025 and the House of Representatives in July 2025. However, I respect the President's views on this legislation and his commitment to fiscal responsibility, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Natural Resources Committee is entrusted with working on behalf of Indian country. And while we don't always agree on everything, we have a long history of bipartisan work and a shared commitment to advancing legislation that benefits tribal communities. H.R. 504 is one clear example of this. It addresses long-standing challenges caused by past federal policies, and it is an opportunity, I would argue an obligation, to support the Makasuki tribe in their efforts to protect their homelands. But President Trump has undermined that work vetoing this bill based on unrelated policy disputes and a fundamental misunderstanding of tribal sovereignty. H.R. 504 would expand the Miccosukee Reserve area to include Osceola Camp, which would strengthen the tribe's ability to self-govern and, importantly, to address serious flooding concerns facing the village. This bipartisan bill is narrow, it is targeted, and it respects tribal sovereignty. After reviewing the President's statement regarding his veto, it's very clear that this decision was not limited to the merits of the bill or to any particular policy. Instead, his statement criticizes the tribe for actions taken to protect the Everglades, their homelands, from environmental risks. It even takes issue with the tribe's opposition to his administration's unpopular immigration policies. Moreover, the statement reflects a fundamental misunderstanding of tribal nations and the obligations that the United States have to those sovereign governments. Let me be clear, tribes are not special interests. They're not seeking special treatment. They are sovereign nations with legal and moral responsibilities to protect the well-being of their citizens and their homelands, and the United States has a government-to-government responsibility to work with them. Unrelated policy disagreements should never be used to undermine that relationship. The Miccosukee tribe has worked for generations to protect their homelands within the Everglades. H.R. 504 would ensure that a historic tribal village is protected while allowing for critical restoration efforts to move forward without displacing the community. It's pretty straightforward. It's non-controversial. It was broadly, universally bipartisan. It never should have been vetoed. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 504, vote yes on overriding this veto, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no request for time. I'm prepared to close, and I continue to reserve.
The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
You're going to close? Yeah. Okay, I can close. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do have a colleague that's just arrived. I am so pleased to yield 5 minutes to the gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz.
The gentlewoman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, it is disappointing that I must rise to support this veto override of the Miccosukee Reserved Area Amendments Act. It is a very common-sense bill, as our unanimous vote in both houses of Congress clearly demonstrated. It is simple. This act would absorb the Osceola Camp into the Miccosukee Reservation and directs the tribe and Interior Department to jointly protect the camp from flooding. This work is already underway as we speak. But let's address the erroneous reasons that it was vetoed. First, it does not appropriate or authorize any new spending. The Congressional Budget Office verified that. And this bill in no way bestows special treatment, as it was alleged in the veto message, because the site wasn't authorized when it was inhabited. On these points, it appears the President's staff gave him bad advice, bad facts, or both. The reality is the tribe came to the Everglades after being driven from their homes in the early 1800s. As the Miccosukee moved to what is now Everglades National Park, they formed temporary camps on tree islands. The water that flows through our river of grass was a source of food, water, and a means of transit. Depot Tiger settled on a tree island at the turn of the 20th century. Her son, John Tiger Poole, was born there and later helped found the Osceola Camp. But the construction of a new major roadway split their camp, and it dried up the water that they relied upon, forcing the family to move to a different part of their camp. Family members still live, visit, and protect the land where Depot Tiger's home once stood. None of these facts are in dispute, as my Republican colleagues who sponsored and voted for this well know. Protecting this land and the Miccosukee's ability to live there must never be sacrificed by party politics or revenge. This bill was introduced by House and Senate Republicans, backed by the Florida delegation, and approved unanimously. Hardly a candidate for a veto. Our nation made a commitment to the Miccosukee and hundreds of other tribes to protect their lands, resources, and sovereignty. Congress must stand by that commitment and override the President's veto. The sanctity of Native American lands is something that is of the utmost importance to Native American tribes, and all of us in this country that represent Native American lands and Native Americans, we make a commitment regularly that we are going to help protect those rights. Allowing this veto to stand flies in the face of that, especially because each of us in both houses of Congress lent our votes to this legislation. There are times for vetoes, and I have seen presidents in both parties issue a veto, and robust and healthy debate plays out on this floor for good reason, and members decide where they want to land. But that is always when we have seen a result that was mixed, where there were people who voted against the bill. No one voted against this bill. This bill is entirely non-controversial, and it is so narrowly focused that it makes absolutely no sense other than the interest in vengeance that seems to have emanated in this result. I urge my colleagues to vote to override this inappropriate and unfortunate veto, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Florida yields back. The gentleman from California is recognized. The gentleman is informed that the gentleman from Arkansas has no further speakers. Is the gentleman prepared to close? The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So to state the obvious, this bill has nothing to do with immigration. It is a very important bill, though, about tribal sovereignty. It is a well-crafted bill. It is bipartisan. It is non-controversial. Someone in the White House has decided to use it as a hostage to play politics, very, very petty politics, very personal politics because of score settling. They've chosen to do that, but that doesn't mean that all of us have to be used as pawns to advance that nastiness. This veto signal sends a terrible message, and it comes after a year of uncertainty in Indian country, which included significant funding cuts, workforce reductions, and the withdrawal of key executive orders that were designed to support tribes. I urge my colleagues to do the right thing by the Miccosukee tribe and pass this veto override. Let's ensure that this tribe continues to have access to the historic Osceola camp and that their homelands remain protected for future generations. I yield back.
The gentleman from California yields back. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, again, I respect the administration's views on this legislation. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. Without objection, the previous question is ordered. The question is, will the House on reconsideration pass the bill, the objections of the President to the contrary notwithstanding? Under the Constitution, the vote must be by the yeas and the nays. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the Chair.
Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order: retaining Division A of H.R. 6938, retaining Divisions B and C of H.R. 6938, passage of H.R. 6938, passage of H.R. 504, the objections of the President to the contrary notwithstanding, passage of H.R. 131, the objections of the President to the contrary notwithstanding, and adoption of House Resolution 780. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20. Remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20 and the order of the House of today, the unfinished business is the vote of retaining Division A of H.R. 6938, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 6938, a bill making consolidated appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2026, and for other purposes.
The question is on retaining Division A. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 375 and the nays are 47. The division is retained. The chair will now put the question on retaining divisions B and C of the bill. The question is, shall divisions B and C be retained? Pursuant to Section 4B of House Resolution 977, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 419 and the nays are 6. The divisions are retained. The questions on the engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill making consolidated appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2026, and for other purposes.
The questions on passage of the bill. Pursuant to Clause 10 of Rule 20, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 397 and the nays are 28. The bill is passed without objection. A motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question of whether the House on reconsideration will pass the bill H.R. 504. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 504, an act to amend the Miccosukee Reserved Area Act to authorize the expansion of the Miccosukee Reserved Area and to carry out activities to protect structures within the Osceola camp from flooding and for other purposes.
In accord with the Constitution, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 236 and the nays are 188. Two-thirds not being in the affirmative, the bill is not passed. The veto message and the bill are referred to the Committee on Natural Resources. The clerk will notify the Senate of the action of the House. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question of whether the House, on reconsideration, will pass the bill H.R. 131. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 131, an act to make certain modifications to the repayment of the Arkansas Valley Conduit in the state of Colorado.
In accord with the Constitution, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 248 and the nays are 177, with one member answering present. Two-thirds not being in the affirmative, the bill is not passed. The veto message and the bill are referred to the Committee on Natural Resources. The clerk will notify the Senate of the action of the House. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on adoption of House Resolution 780, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
Discharge Calendar Number 4, House Resolution 780, resolution providing for consideration of the bill, H.R. 1834, to advance policy priorities that will break the gridlock.
The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
The yeas are 224, the nays are 202. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. I lost my place. House will be in order. House will be in order. Pursuant to House Resolution 780, the House will proceed to the immediate consideration of H.R. 1834, which the clerk will report by title.
H.R. 1834, a bill to advance policy priorities that will break the gridlock.
Pursuant to House Resolution 780, the amendment in the nature of a substitute submitted by Mr. McGovern of Massachusetts and printed in the constitutional record of November 12, 2025, is adopted, and the bill as amended is considered read. The bill as amended shall be debated for 1 hour, equally divided, and controlled by the majority leader and the minority leader or their respected designees. The gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Smith, and the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Neal, will each control 30 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Smith.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and submit extraneous material on the bill under consideration.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
House will be in order. Members would take their conversations off the floor. House will be in order. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to $100 billion worth of bailouts for a broken system that is fueled by Democrat mandates. I rise in opposition to subsidizing insurance plans for wealthy people. Any support of the bill ensures subsidies go to wealthy families making as much as $600,000 a year. I rise, Mr. Speaker, in opposition to using hard-earned taxpayer dollars to bail Democrats out of their own decision to make this COVID-era spending temporary so that they could give Green New Deal tax breaks for the wealthy, for electric vehicles and solar panels. They had the option. They had the option to make permanent twice, whether it was in the American Rescue Plan or the Inflation Reduction Act, but instead they wanted to put their resources to their wealthy environmentalists. Check the math. Nearly half of all Americans get their insurance from their employer. Nearly a quarter for Medicaid and a bit less than that for Medicare. Only 7% of the population relies on Obamacare marketplace plans. This chamber should be about helping 100% of Americans and lowering the cost of health care and premiums, not just 70%. It is shameful, Mr. Speaker, that Democrats are only focusing on 7% of the population while ignoring the millions of working families who are struggling to afford health care. Since Obamacare was enacted, premiums have increased 80%. Since Obamacare was enacted, let me say that again. The premiums have increased 80%. Deductibles and out-of-pocket costs have skyrocketed. Families worry about medical debt. That is, those who still have access to doctors. In fact, 150 rural hospitals have closed since passage of Obamacare, and small businesses were crushed under the weight of the new mandates. Not only do Democrats refuse to fix any of this, they want to make it permanent at a cost of $400 billion. No thanks, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, reverting these tax credits back to the original structure that the Democrats designed means 93% of enrollees will still retain very generous subsidies next year. 60% of the enrollees will still have access to a plan at or below $50 a month. I represent one of the poorest congressional districts in the country, and still 99.7% of my constituents in my district, one of the poorest congressional districts, will be unaffected by this expiration. This is all about subsidizing the wealthy. So why are we even having this debate? Because Democrats chose to make these giveaways temporary. Not once, but twice, Mr. Speaker, as part of their partisan spending bills. The reason they did so was to shower the rich with Green New Deal subsidies, which they made permanent. And we reversed those in the big, beautiful bill. And here's a word you won't hear from Democrats: fraud. They forced taxpayers to pay up to $27 billion for as many as 6.4 million individuals fraudulently enrolled in the Obamacare plans. Nearly half of all enrollees, that's 12 million people, didn't even file one single medical claim, not even a prescription, all year last year. It sounds like they didn't even know that they had insurance through Obamacare, but those insurance companies were subsidized, almost half of them on the exchanges. And if Democrats think that that's not a problem, that's pretty scary. So I called on the Government Accountability Office to investigate. They created fictitious Obamacare applicants with fake documentation. 100%, not some, but 100%, not half, 100% were approved in the first year, and 90% are still being subsidized, resulting in checks worth more than $12,000 per month going to insurance companies. One Social Security number was associated with more than 125 different Obamacare policies. One Social Security number tied to more than 125 policies. Waste, fraud, abuse. But apparently, the other side doesn't see that. They don't see the truth. In fact, more than 58,000 dead people were being subsidized according to the Government Accountability Office. In response, Democrats only bragged about higher health insurance enrollment. They're really celebrating What they're celebrating is subsidizing insurers for people without a pulse. For Democrats, fraud comes first. Mr. Speaker, Republicans are putting real, living Americans first. We blocked illegal immigrants' access to taxpayer-funded health care benefits, then eliminated over $185 billion worth of fraud and waste in the Obamacare marketplace. For Americans who are eligible, we actually lowered Obamacare premiums and expanded access to health savings accounts, direct primary care, and telehealth for millions, including Obamacare enrollees as part of the Working Families Tax Cuts. We invested $50 billion in the healthcare needs of rural communities. We passed the Lower Healthcare Premiums for All American Act, which also lowered premiums even further, as well as provided more freedom and flexibility for healthcare access and increased competition by negotiating better drug prices for workers. Mr. Speaker, I take greater access to affordable healthcare any day over shoveling more tax dollars into Democrats' health care fraud schemes. I oppose this legislation and I reserve.
Gentleman from Missouri reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I might consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
This argument is about universal access. For years, the Republican leadership in this institution has attempted to avert this very moment. And for us, this is not to be about spiking the football. This is not to be about an end zone dance. This is about to declare a major victory for the American people. Despite what we've heard, they have used every maneuver and procedure to prevent the very debate that we're going to have for the next hour. All these years later, they've never even had a plan or an alternative. We can finally choose families, and they can join us today in extending the ACA tax credits and save health care for millions of members of the American family. How easily and quickly they did a massive tax cut for the wealthiest amongst us, while subsequently arguing that they could deny average men and women an opportunity for health insurance. So here we are, all these years later, as one who helped to write the Affordable Care Act. The ACA is still standing, and we will continue to improve it every single year. And when you consider now the uninsured enrollment in America is down to 6%, thanks to the ACA. If we did not do what we're about to do in the next hour, a family of four making $130,000 would see their marketplace premium go from $921 to $1,992. That would be an 18.4% increase. Our enhanced credits make sure that nobody would pay more than 8.5% of their income for coverage. Now, Republicans think that people can afford to increase premiums by 37%, and that's what they're proposing today. They said 2 weeks ago that they had a health care plan that they wrote on Friday night. As I noted at the time, it was held together by bubble gum and Elmer's glue, and by the way, we never even got to see it. If they had a health plan alternative, they should have showed it to us. Let me say this, Mr. Speaker. This is a good day for the American family. This is an important consideration for this institution. Despite repeated denials and efforts to thwart this very moment, in the next hour, we're going to do for the American family what we said we would do, and that's to extend these tax credits for the ACA. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Arrington.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. Look, my friend from Massachusetts talked about not seeing the Republican bill. We had a bipartisan provision in there that would lower premiums by 11% per the Congressional Budget Office, the nonpartisan budget office. This is a provision that you all supported. You all know we have to make the Obamacare market work. It doesn't work today. The facts belie that. Double premiums, double deductibles, 1 out of 5 claims rejected, limited choice. It has failed. That experiment has failed. And the only game in town that has actually lowered cost of health care, reduced premiums, is what Republicans passed out of the House. We didn't get a single Democrat to join us. Here's what I can't understand for the life of me. And I have some good friends over there. And I'm not mad, I'm miffed that you all would talk about affordability in healthcare and bring to this chamber the idea, the notion that you take a COVID-era program that you all designed to expire when COVID was over, that every watchdog group has said is loaded with fraud and waste. As the chairman said, Social Security numbers from tens of thousands of dead people siphoning money out of the taxpayer pocket, away from the vulnerable, and enriching insurance companies. Millions of ineligible people, billions of fraud. People are watching what's going on across the country, especially in Minnesota. How could you, in good faith, call this affordable health care and stewardship of the sacred treasure of our fellow Americans? We have a plan, it works. It's not perfect. There's some things we could work together on. But for the love of God and country, please, it's intellectually dishonest to tell the American people that this COVID-era fraud-ridden program is somehow going to make health care affordable any more than the underlying bill itself, Obamacare, which everyone knows hasn't. I said last time, I'll say it again, Ronald Reagan was spot on. Government isn't the solution. Government's the problem, and this is a case study for that. We need less mandates, less taxes, less regulations, and we need more freedom, more choice, more competition. We're willing to work with you, but this is beyond the pale, and it's audacious to call it affordable health care. I'm amazed, I'm surprised, and I encourage my colleagues to roundly, soundly stand firm and reject it. And no Republican should ever support this. They didn't support Obamacare when it was designed. They shouldn't support doubling down on a failed policy. And I encourage them not to begin now, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from Massachusetts, the Democratic Minority Whip, Catherine Clark, who can stand at that microphone and say the following. Every child in Massachusetts has health insurance, and 97% of the adults in Massachusetts are covered because of the Obamacare plan.
Gentlewoman is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the gentleman from the Commonwealth for yielding. And Mr. Speaker, today, thanks to the persistence of the American people, because millions of constituents have called their members of Congress, shown up at town halls, shown up and marched in the streets, because of parents who spoke out for their kids, for doctors who spoke out for their patients, neighbors who mobilized together. Today, we have a chance to vote for Americans' health care. And today, thanks to the strength and unity of our Democratic caucus, the House will vote to restore the ACA tax credits. We will vote to restore the affordable marketplace plans that working people depend on to stay healthy, to live, to survive. Today, we will vote to prioritize the lives of regular people over the greed of billionaires and start bringing the Republican healthcare crisis to an end. This vote won't solve every problem the GOP has created. We still have to reverse their cuts to Medicaid and Medicare, to stop the closure of rural hospitals and deal with the maternity health crisis, and work together, yes, work together to create a healthcare system that is affordable and accessible to everyone. But today we can begin. Today, the People's House has a chance to stand with and for the people. I hope we have a strong bipartisan majority for this vote and that the Senate will immediately do the same. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Massachusetts reserved. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bean.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and Mr. Chairman, thank you for yielding time. Mr. Speaker, when your old roof keeps leaking, You can keep adding shingles to it, but eventually you must admit the structure underneath isn't built to weather the storm. So rather than double down on a problem that keeps getting more expensive, it's time sometimes to rethink the foundation. Such is the case with Obamacare. Mr. Speaker, we all remember those promises made when Obama signed the Affordable Care Act into law. If you like your doctor, you can keep your doctor. Turns out that wasn't true. It's also not true the promise made that this Obamacare will bend the cost curve for health care downward. Not true at all. Premiums for the average Obamacare plan have skyrocketed much higher than traditional inflations, leaving patients with higher costs and fewer choices. If you're just tuning in, America, to C-SPAN, you might assume that Republicans are eliminating the Affordable Care Act or Obamacare altogether. Simply not the case. The premium tax credits that were developed during COVID to subsidize Americans making more than 400% of the federal poverty level, including those making more, up to $600,000. Up to $600,000 are getting subsidized by the American taxpayers. In Northeast Florida, we call people making $600,000 rich. And that's who we're subsidizing with these and premium tax credits. I've also got a news flash for you, Mr. Speaker. COVID is over. We made these premium tax credits during COVID. COVID's over, and these subsidies should be over with it. But Obamacare will continue for those who need it. Americans making up to 400% of the poverty level are still eligible for the tax cuts. At this very moment, that's still happening. That means a family of four can make up to $128,000 and still qualify for help. So to call this, and I've heard it said a couple of times already, to call this a Republican health care crisis is fake news. There is new hope, Mr. Speaker. Instead of throwing more money away, we can have a new day for America to look at health savings account, to look at the lower health care premiums for all act that, according to the CBO, are going to lower premiums for everybody, all Americans across the nation. It's time to give more choice and more competition. Those are the only ingredients that are going to make costs lower. We can't keep passing the same roof. Everybody has sticker shock, Mr. Chairman. I urge everybody, the right answer is to vote no on extending these horrible tax credits. Yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from New York, the Democratic leader whose tactful leadership has brought us to this moment, Leader Jeffries.
Minority leader is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the distinguished gentleman from the great Commonwealth of Massachusetts for yielding and for his tremendous leadership on behalf of protecting the health care of the American people. I rise today, Mr. Speaker, in strong support of this bipartisan effort to protect the health care of the American people and ensure that we extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits to make sure that tens of millions of Americans do not experience dramatically increased premiums, co-pays, and deductibles. From the very beginning of this Congress, House Democrats have made clear that we will find bipartisan common ground with any of our Republican colleagues in order to address the affordability issues that are making life more expensive for everyday Americans, working class Americans, and middle class Americans. That's been our commitment from the very beginning. And today, we're able to take a substantial step forward to address the health care crisis that does exist in the United States of America and was made worse by the one big ugly bill, where Medicaid was cut by the largest amount in American history. And as a result of the policies that were part of that legislation, hospitals, nursing homes, and community-based health clinics are closing all across America. We've also seen an extraordinary assault on the Center for Disease Control, and the National Institute of Health, on the Food and Drug Administration, on vaccine availability, on public health, and on health care of everyday Americans here in the United States of America. Today, we have an opportunity to push back against that assault and do it in a bipartisan way. That is what the American people have been calling for. Democrats and Republicans working together to address the affordability crisis in this country. It is not a hoax. It is very real. Housing costs out of control, grocery costs out of control, electricity bills out of control, child care costs out of control, and health care costs out of control. And what we do here today will not be the end of the effort that is necessary, but we can begin the effort that is necessary and extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits. Several things that were mentioned earlier by some of my colleagues that are completely and totally inaccurate. The Affordable Care Act tax credits benefit working class Americans, middle class Americans, and everyday Americans. And that's why we're waging this fight. We know that over 90% of the people who benefit from the tax credits that we're working to protect today make on average $63,000 a year. That's working class America. That's middle class America. That's the heartland of America. That's rural America. That's urban America. That's small town America. That's what we're protecting when we extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits. And this is not a partisan issue for us. This is an American issue. In fact, we know that the 10 states that will be most adversely impacted by the lapse in the Affordable Care Act tax credits are all, Mr. Speaker, run by Republicans. We're standing up for the American people. We're talking about states like West Virginia, Wyoming, Alaska, Tennessee, Mississippi, South Carolina, Texas, Alabama, South Dakota, and North Dakota, the states most impacted by the lapse in the Affordable Care Act tax credits. This is not a partisan issue for us. It's a patriotic one. And we will always defend the health care of the American people. That's exactly why. This is an important moment for everyday Americans. It's what they want to see out of this Congress, the People's House, the Article I branch of government, the House of Representatives, the first amongst equals, coming together today, every single House Democrat and at least 10 House Republicans to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits. Now, we believe as House Democrats that in this great country of ours, you work hard, you play by the rules, you should be able to live a comfortable life, an affordable life, live the good life. Good paying job, good housing, good education for your children, good health care, and a good retirement. Not too much to ask for in the wealthiest country in the history of the world. But a lot of work that needs to be done to make that aspiration, the American dream, the good life, a reality. And today we take an important step forward in that regard by extending the Affordable Care Act tax credits. And when we get this done and send it over to the Senate and hopefully get it out of that chamber and to the President's desk, it will be part of our continuing commitment to lower the high cost of living, fix our broken health care system here in the United States of America, and ensure that in every single part of this country, for working class America, urban America, rural America, suburban America, exurban America, the heartland of America, and small town America, we can bring the American dream to life. We will protect the health care of the American people today, but our commitment doesn't end today. We will protect it tomorrow. We will protect it this week. We will protect it next week. We will protect it this month. We will protect it this year. We will protect it next year. We will protect the health care of the American people always and forever. And we will always fight to bring the great American dream to life. Vote yes on extending the Affordable Care Act tax credits, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Moran.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to point out before I get to my prepared remarks that Leader Jeffries just said we need to fix our broken healthcare system. It is a healthcare system put into place by the Democrats. It is a healthcare system extended by the Democrats, and the proposal today will do nothing to extend anything but the failures of the past. It will not fix the broken system they put in place. Mr. Speaker, that's why I rise today in opposition of this Democrat discharge petition, because it is fiscally irresponsible and it fails to address the waste, fraud, and abuse of Obamacare while ignoring the real problems in our healthcare system and while ignoring the fact that these temporary COVID-era enhanced subsidies have done nothing but pad the profits of big insurance companies and drive up the very premiums that they purport to reduce. Let's look at the facts more closely. First, Obamacare has yet to deliver on the promises made to Americans over a decade ago. Since the ACA was enacted, premiums have increased by roughly 80%. And guess what? 90% of that increase has been paid for by the taxpayers. It's important to note that these premium tax credits are sent directly to insurance companies, not the taxpayers. And it's no secret why. The ACA was written by insurance companies to benefit insurance companies, and it has served to drive up their stock price by those insurance companies by more than 1,000% since the ACA came into existence. Meanwhile, families face out-of-pocket costs exceeding $20,000 a year and a 95% increase on their premiums over that same time period. Hardly a coincidence in a system designed to reward the insurers, not the patients. Let's not forget today's proposed extension of these pandemic-era tax credits only relates to the 7% of Americans who are actually enrolled in the ACA, not the other 93% of Americans who are not participants in the failed ACA exchange. Of those 7%, roughly half did not even use their coverage once last year. Yet the Democrats want to pour more money into a failing ACA program at a cost of $400 billion. Far too often, Mr. Speaker, taxpayers have been left paying the bill for a broken system that lacks proper guardrails and has been grossly mismanaged. The ACA is just another example of this, and we should not spend more money to prop up a failing program, certainly not a COVID-era temporary program that they put in place and they, the Democrats, set to expire this year. Waste, fraud, and abuse in this program cannot be ignored. My fellow colleagues have gone over that today in large measure, but today Congress is being asked to pass a clean year extension and to continue to prop up this madness, to prop up the waste, fraud, and abuse. This cannot stand. The democratically backed big insurance business model is clear. Charge excessive premiums to get excessive profits, deny coverage to patients, and shift costs onto both patients and providers. This has to end. I urge my colleagues to oppose this measure. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from California. No finer leader or person who was more determined to help bring us to this moment, whose fortitude helped to give us the ACA, Speaker Emerita Pelosi.
Madam Speaker is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the gentleman for yielding and want to quote him when he said, "This is a happy day." Thank you, Mr. Leader, for making it so, Mr. Chairman, for making it so and bringing us to the floor. My remarks will be brief, an exclamation point to your beautiful comments earlier and those of our distinguished leader, Mr. Jeffries. Mr. Speaker, Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. famously said, "Of all the forms of inequality, injustice in healthcare is the most shocking and inhuman," he said, "because people can die." The Affordable Care Act, proudly also known as Obamacare, is a pillar of health and financial security for America's working families. Today we vote on Leader Jeffries' clear, common sense, and urgent bill to extend the ACA tax credits signed into law by President Biden so health care remains affordable and accessible for the American people. Every Democrat supports this bill, because we believe health care is a right for all, not a privilege for the few. No family should be pushed out of coverage. And we welcome our Republican colleagues who will be voting with us today. This makes it a happy day. As we vote today, let us remember the stories of Americans we've heard across the country. Parents saying, my baby was born with a heart condition costing millions of dollars before the Affordable Care Act. Husbands saying, my wife was diagnosed with breast cancer and we couldn't afford it. Families saying, Dad had a stroke and we couldn't handle the cost. That will not happen anymore because we are protecting these families in this bill. I urge all of my colleagues to vote yes and support this bill and protect health care and the dignity for America's working families, and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Smith.
The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 3 minutes.
I thank my good friend for yielding. Mr. Speaker, Hyde Amendment protections need to be added to this bill. Taxpayer funds should not be forced to subsidize the killing of an unborn child by dismemberment or by baby poison pills. The Hyde Amendment was not, I say again, not included when the ACA was enacted in 2010, nor was it included when President Biden significantly expanded subsidies during COVID. It has gotten so bad, Mr. Speaker, that according to a 2025 article by the Kaiser Foundation, 12 states, including my own state of New Jersey, absolutely require all plans on the ACA marketplace to cover abortion on demand. We permit abortion till birth in my state, as do many others. That's all covered by Obamacare. The House has passed my bill, the No Taxpayer Funding for Abortion Act, on 4 separate occasions. Beginning in 2011, it's pending again in this Congress, but every time it's gone over to the Senate, it got nowhere, sadly. I remember the day, Mr. Speaker, when my friend and colleague, the author of the amendment, Henry Hyde, first learned that about 1 million children were alive because of his amendment. He was overcome with joy. He had a tear in his eye. I was there when it happened, when he found out. Knowing that 1 million mothers were spared the agony of post-abortion pain, 1 million children were alive and well, growing up, going to school, playing sports, dating, marrying, having kids of their own. Today, that number is estimated at over 2.6 million children not aborted, all because abortion subsidies have been prohibited by the Hyde Amendment in federal Medicaid programs and other HHS programs. It is time to add the Hyde to the ACA. I believe it's time as well for all of us to face the harsh reality of what abortion does to children and look beyond the slogans and the surface appeal arguments. The so-called abortion pill, mifepristone, is baby poison. It kills the unborn child by how? Starving the innocent child to death. That's its operation. They can't get food, they die. And then the body of that baby is often flushed down the toilet. We know, however, now that mifepristone is extremely dangerous to women. A big study, the biggest study ever done, found that 1 in 10 women experience serious adverse events. That's not what you hear from the abortion lobby. You hear about how safe it is. It ain't safe. And this 1 in 10. And they suffer things like sepsis, infections, hemorrhaging, and all within about 45 days. Let me also say to my colleagues, another method of aborting a baby is dismemberment. Dismemberment. It tears the child's fragile body to pieces and includes decapitation. Until rendered unconscious or dead by this hideous procedure, the baby feels pain with every cut of the knife. It is no wonder that the polling shows that the majority of Americans do not want public funding for abortion. Abortion is the polar opposite of health care. It is not health care. Another 20 seconds? 30 seconds?
30 seconds, please.
Gentleman has
It
recognized
is
for
the
another
polar
30
opposite
seconds.
of health care, Mr. Speaker, unless one construes the life of an unborn child to be analogous to a tumor to be excised or a disease to be vanquished. I appeal to my colleagues, don't ignore or trivialize the battered victim in the womb. Unborn babies need members of Congress to be their friends and advocates, not powerful adversaries. Abortion violence must be replaced with compassion and empathy for women and respect for the weakest and most vulnerable. Yield back to balance.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Texas. Congressman Doggett.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Our vote today represents hope, the hope of millions to access their family physician, the hope of for so many Americans who've wondered how they will be able to afford health care, hope that by using an extraordinary measure today in the House, we can address an extraordinary need. After 70 Republican repeal efforts, after rejecting the amendment I offered last May to retain these credits, and after delaying for months to give us the opportunity to provide this care, we are here today with hope. Now the responsibility shifts to the Senate. They need to promptly approve this measure and not attach any weakening provisions such as junk insurance and health savings accounts, tax shelters. Keep it focused on affordability, on providing enrollment periods for those who've already lost their coverage because of enormous premium hikes. And fraud which we've heard so much about, the only fraud that's been identified relates to broker fraud that Trump has made worse and Republicans have ignored. The biggest fraud of all would be replacing Obamacare with Republican
Gentleman is no longer
care.
recognized. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you. I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Kennedy.
The gentleman from Utah is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my friend from Missouri for this time. As a family practice doctor for more than 25 years, I hear directly from my patients about the skyrocketing cost of insurance and prescription drugs. Americans were promised lower costs, more choices, and better care. More than a decade later, too many families are asking, what happened? Since its passage, the Unaffordable Care Act has created a subsidy-fueled illusion with spiraling costs hidden by taxpayer dollars and deficit spending. Today, many Americans have insurance on paper but still cannot afford to use it. Plans often come with deductibles of several $1,000s, meaning families pay out of pocket for most routine care. Insurance that cannot be used when people are sick is not real security, it's an illusion. Let's look at the facts. Healthcare costs have skyrocketed since Obamacare went into effect. The ACA promised to lower healthcare premiums by up to $2,500 per family per year. But since Obamacare went into effect, premiums have nearly tripled and deductibles have nearly doubled. The cost of coverage for a family of four has increased by more than $10,000. The benchmark ACA Silver Plan premium costs $346 a month in 2014. In 2026, the same exact plan costs $625 a month. The benchmark ACA Silver Plan deductible is $2,425 in 2014. In 2026, the average deductible will be $5,304, a 119% increase. That means that before your health insurance even kicks in, you'll have to incur $5,304 in out-of-pocket costs. Such deductibles leave families effectively self-funding their care despite being insured. A policy that you can't afford to use when you're sick is not a real solution, only an illusion of coverage, leaving individuals functionally uninsured. Compounding these design failures are serious fraud and enforcement breakdowns within the system itself. A 2024 GAO investigation found that fake identities were approved for Obamacare subsidies at a 100% rate. Often remaining unenrolled despite missing or falsified documentation, these Obamacare subsidies continued for these fraudulent applications. Taxpayers are left footing the bill as reused Social Security numbers, subsidies paid on behalf of deceased individuals, and billions in unreconciled payments expose a system unable to protect public funds. To be clear, expanding access to health insurance and protecting people with pre-existing conditions are worthy goals, but good intentions do not excuse bad results. So, Mr. Speaker, faced with these affordability problems, what have my Democrat colleagues proposed? Their answer has been more taxpayer subsidies to paper over Obamacare's problems. Rather than address the root causes of high premiums, they want to pour ever larger subsidies to insurance companies to mask the broken system. Extending subsidies without reform is just paying more for a broken system. I'm not going to vote to promote a broken Obamacare system. If health insurance only looks affordable when Washington pumps in billions of temporary subsidies, the law itself isn't affordable. The structure is the real problem that we need to fix. I urge my colleagues to vote no, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Congressman Thompson.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, House Democrats have fought for months to save Americans' health care. That led to 4 Republicans working with us to bring this bill to the floor today. Yesterday, 9 Republicans voted with us to bring this tax credit extension up. Today, it's 11. They know that letting these tax credits expire will hurt the people that they represent as well. Congressional Republicans set the stage to price 4 million Americans out of health care plans that they need. Democrats are fighting to bring your costs down. If you take away the credits that millions of Americans depend on to afford coverage, families will be forced into junk plans that don't cover their needs or will have no coverage at all. And when they get sick or hurt, it will cost even more. This is a good day for Americans. It's a great day for Americans. Vote yes on this bill to protect health care for the people that we represent. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Mr. Kiley.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree with points that are being made on both sides. The fundamental point of our side is undeniably true, which is that our healthcare system is broken and costs continue to spiral out of control. But it is also true that suddenly withdrawing premium support from 22 million Americans is going to force those folks into a terrible dilemma, either paying hundreds or thousands of dollars more so they face hard trade-offs for their families, losing their insurance altogether in a way that will impact the employer-based market of 150 million Americans, or working less in order to remain eligible in a way that will reduce their discretionary income as well as be bad for our economy as a whole. So we need a solution to this. But this bill is obviously not a solution. Everyone knows that. It's a political exercise that's been engineered by the minority leader at the expense of pursuing an actual solution. So now, once again, it's falling on the Senate to do the real policymaking. But I am heartened that they seem to be close to a deal that roughly mirrors the compromise bipartisan bill that I've offered with Sam Liccardo, that does a temporary extension with reforms and cost controls to provide runway, so then we can begin the real hard work of fixing our healthcare system in this country. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Connecticut, Congressman Larson.
The gentleman from Connecticut is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank the leader of the Ways and Means Committee and rise in strong support of this legislation. We've heard an awful lot of talk about subsidies over there. Let's cut right to the chase. It is about subsidies. You care about subsidies for billionaires, and you are willing to do it on the backs of the American people. You would rather see them, thank God for the people that are standing up on your side. They deserve the Profiles in Courage Award because they're able to stand up to a president who would rather see 15 million people lose insurance and another 20 million see their prices double. Thank the Republicans on that side for Profiles in Courage. Vote your conscience. Vote your constituents. This is not about politics. It's about people. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Members are reminded to direct their comments to the chair. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I reserve.
The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Illinois, Congressman Davis.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, in Illinois, there are 465,000 people who depend on the Affordable Care Act to acquire health insurance. For the past several years, the majority of them have used enhanced federal tax credits to lower the cost. In my district alone, 19,000 or 57% will see the cost of their policy go up $696 without the federal tax credits. In Austin, Mary will pay an additional $300 per month. On the north side, Emily will pay an additional $150 a month, raising her costs to $600 beginning January 1st. Rebecca will pay $796 a month. Totally unacceptable. All of these are too high. Let's be real. Let's make health care available to the American people. Let's pass today, not tomorrow, not the next day. Let's pass today the federal tax credits. And I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Reserve.
Reserve. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Pleasure to yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from California, Congresswoman Sanchez.
The gentlelady from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of the many working families who rely on the ACA tax credits. Speaker Johnson should have let us vote on this bill at the end of last year. But instead of bringing down the cost of health care or groceries or housing, Republicans are focused on protecting President Trump while he invades foreign countries, builds golden ballrooms, and renames monuments to himself, all while families in my district watch their health care premiums double. I want to remind everyone, Republicans already kicked 15 million people off of their health care to pay for tax cuts for billionaires. I urge my Republican colleagues now to do the right thing and to vote on behalf of their constituents' interests. Vote to extend the ACA tax credits and lower costs for America's families. And I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from Missouri.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to remind this body that the reason why these COVID-era tax credits expired is because the Democrats focused all their resources to help their wealthy environmentalists in permanent tax credits for electric vehicles and solar panels. I reserve.
Gentleman from Missouri reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Alabama, Congresswoman Sewell.
The gentlelady from Alabama is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of the restoring the Affordable Care Act tax credits and lowering health care costs for millions of Americans. As of January 1st, more than 400,000 Alabamians face higher premiums because Republicans in this body let the ACA tax credits expire. That on top of the nearly $1 trillion in cuts that Republicans made to health care earlier this year. Today's vote represents one more chance for Republicans to do the right thing, reverse their disastrous policies, and join Democrats in making health care more affordable. Let's make no mistake, this vote would not have taken place had it not been for the relentless efforts of House Democrats and our leader, Hakeem Jeffries. I urge my Republican colleagues to vote yes to restore the ACA credits and lower health care costs. In the words of Dr. King, the time is always right to do what is right. Let us restore the ACA tax credits.
Gentlewoman,
thank you, and I yield back the balance of
Gentlewoman
my
yields
time.
back. The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to submit for the record a bombshell GAO report documenting evidence of widespread fraud with billions of dollars going to fraudulent enrollees, including as many as 58,000 dead people.
Without objection.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
I yield 1 minute, Mr. Speaker, to the gentlelady from Washington, Congresswoman Del
The
Bennett.
gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to express my unwavering support for this extension of the enhanced ACA tax credits. For the last year, my colleagues and I have fought to keep these enhanced tax credits, and while this vote is later than it should have been, it is not too late to do what is right for the American people. For my constituents, like Jerry, who has already seen a 60% increase in his premiums, Steve, whose plan went up by over 40%, and Mitch, who is looking at a 420% increase for him and his wife. Republicans in the Trump administration promised to bring down prices, but instead they've made healthcare a luxury that only some can afford. I believe everyone should have affordable, quality, accessible healthcare, and because of that, I will be voting in favor of this legislation and supporting the extension of the enhanced ACA tax credits. I urge all of my colleagues to join me, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Herodopoulos.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm honored to be here this morning to talk about what is so important to all of us, and that is health care, not just health insurance. A clean 3-year extension brought by the minority would send $110 billion directly to insurance companies. As the chairman just mentioned, a recent GAO report showed that 23 out of 24 fraudulent enrollees were approved and received taxpayer subsidies directly to insurance companies. The GAO even reported that they were not required to provide documentation, such as Social Security or income verification, money directly to insurance companies from taxpayers. Democrats said health care would be affordable, yet since the implementation of this bad idea, premiums are up 80%. At the same time, nearly 20% of the individual market claims are denied by insurance companies. In 2024, 87% of the revenue made by insurance companies selling ACA exchange claims came from taxpayer dollars. To quote a Wall Street Journal article, Democrats sold Obamacare on false pretenses that would make health care affordable. Let me say that again, false pretenses. Extending the subsidies would perpetuate that fraud. We passed a bill before Christmas that would reduce costs by 11%, and that was a CBO. The CBO said that, and we're not exactly the biggest fan of that unique organization. Our plan would actually fight fraud, which was highlighted in the GAO report. And finally, we would actually give choice to individuals as opposed to this one-size-fits-all debacle. We want health care, not a plan to simply fund insurance companies. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from California, Congresswoman Chu.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
1 week ago, Republicans skyrocketed health care costs for 22 million Americans. They chose to let the ACA tax credits expire, even though there was bipartisan support to extend them. Now, families are seeing premiums jump by hundreds, even thousands of dollars a month. That is utterly devastating, and it was entirely avoidable. Middle-class families are being forced to cancel coverage. People with cancer are going uninsured. Small business owners are being told to pay 34% more or $40,000 a year or go without care. Republicans knew this would happen, and they did it anyway. But now we have a chance to fix it. Democrats have a clean 3-year extension of these tax credits on the floor today with bipartisan support. Let's make sure families get the help they need. We must vote yes on this bill.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no additional speakers, and we reserve our time.
Gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me assure the gentleman we intend to keep on going here. With that, I want to yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Virginia, Congressman
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, every day, more Americans are being hurt by the Republican health care crisis. Tax credits that help working people afford health care are vanishing. And Americans are watching billionaires get huge tax cuts while the cost of living goes up. My Republican friends knew that refusing to restore these tax credits would cause health care costs to skyrocket, but they decided to cancel work for 2 months and simply ignored the affordability problem. President Trump even called it a hoax. But Democrats put forward this bill to help the American people, and thanks to a few sensible colleagues on the other side, we were able to force a vote on it. And while Trump continues his self-dealing corruption and growing fondness for attacking foreign countries, his administration lawlessly killing and lying about the death of an unarmed woman in Minneapolis, Republican leadership in Congress had to be forced to even allow this vote. Democrats here are focused on a bill to lower costs for tens of millions of Americans and prevent many from losing health care. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, but you can't be free, it's hard to be happy, and our lives are cut short with no health care. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves.
Speaker?
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities of the president. The gentleman from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Illinois, Congressman Schneider.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. I rise today strongly and proudly supporting Leader Jeffries' discharge petition to extend the ACA premium subsidies. Just 8 days ago, President Trump and the Republican Congress let the ACA subsidies expire. Consequently, rather than working on their New Year's resolution, 22 million hardworking Americans are forced to decide what sacrifices they need to make to afford their insurance, or whether they need to sacrifice their family's health care. That's why today is a happy day. We are one step closer to helping millions of Americans afford health care. Getting to this day wasn't easy, but Democrats stayed united and stood firm. And after fighting for months, we are joined by Republican colleagues who recognize that we have a responsibility to help ensure Americans can afford to provide health care for their families. It's our job to bring down the cost for Americans. It's our job to make life better for Americans. It's our job to ensure that every family has access to affordable, quality care. Let's do our job. Let's extend the ACA credits. I urge my colleagues to support the discharge petition. I yield back.
The gentleman yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve and I intend to go forward as well. Thank you. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Mr. Speaker, Congressman Panetta.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
For the past year, we've been talking about the danger, the damage to be done by not extending tax credits of the Affordable Care Act. Now this year, no longer is it theory, it's fact. And it's no longer talk, it's pain. Because the fact is, 20 million people are feeling the pain with their health care costs going up. Millions more are losing health insurance. And in my district, tens of thousands are going to be paying more for health care. And so today, the fact is that we can do our jobs, and rather than take health care away, we can actually help fix it. Now, I commend all of my Democratic colleagues, and yes, even a few on the Republican side that signed the discharge petition and are going to vote for this bill today. A day in a week that has been absolutely hectic. But rather than constantly responding to the craziness from this administration, by voting yes, Congress can finally focus on the substance of fixing health care. The fact is that this bill is a short-term fix for extending tax credits, but it's also a vehicle for our Senate colleagues to use so that we in Congress can provide a long-term fix to provide people with affordable and accessible health care.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Nevada, Congressman Horsford.
The gentleman from Nevada is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise to speak about being on the right side of history. I've taken the time to listen directly to the people of Nevada's 4th District and all across my great state. They've shared their stories, their concerns, and their fears about their health care. People like Richard and his wife who have worked to do everything right. They budgeted, they made sacrifices, and yet today they're paying $1,200 a month for health insurance, up from $280 a month just a month ago, because vital health care lifelines were allowed to expire. Richard told me that they can identify places to make cuts in their lives, but what worries him is what they'll be forced to give up. Fewer groceries, fewer essentials, fewer visits with family. Look, I get it. Some in this chamber want to make this about politics, but the reality, this is life and death. Life and death for the 15 million Americans who are at risk of losing health care, while Republicans found the time and the money to give tax cuts to billionaires, but no time to give relief to middle-class families. Thank you to Leader Jeffries and Democrats. I call on my Republican colleagues to join us, and let's be on the right side of history.
The gentleman from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Might I inquire as to how much time Democrats have left here?
The Democrats have 10.5 minutes at this time.
Thank you. With that, let me yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from New York, Congressman Swazi, for 1 minute.
1 minute. The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, everyone here knows that affordability and the affordability of health care is the top concern of Americans today. Failure to extend these tax credits will cause health insurance premiums to skyrocket all across our land. In my district, if you utilize the premium tax credits, a family of 4 making $130,000 has to pay 8.5% of their income for health insurance premiums, or about $10,000 or $11,000 a year. If we refuse to act, their bill will go to $30,000 a year, or $1,500 more per month. That's crazy. They won't even buy their insurance. As a result, it'll reduce the risk pool, which will cause everyone's premiums in our country to go up. That's why for months, the Problem Solvers Caucus have been working across the aisle, both here and in the House and the Senate, to find bipartisan solutions to this very real affordability crisis. Let's deliver a huge victory for the American people. Let's overcome the partisan toxicity of Washington, D.C., and get Democrats and Republicans, members of the House and the Senate, to work together to serve the needs of the American people. I urge all of my colleagues to vote yes.
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from the Virgin Islands, Congresswoman Plaskett.
The gentlewoman from the Virgin Islands is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you very much. I rise in defense of the affordable health care for all Americans, even though my own constituents are not afforded the same benefits as Americans living in the 50 states. We are not part of the exchange. We have no SSI. We have caps on Medicaid in jurisdictions unlike elsewhere. If you need a clear illustration of what happens when Affordable Care Act benefits are taken away, look to the Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico, who are excluded from those. Our healthcare system is in crisis. Hospitals operate under Medicare formulas from the 1980s, with chronic shortages of supplies, medication, equipment, and staff. Patients bringing sheets and diapers to the hospital, doctors pooling their money to pay vendors, hospital funding gaps exceeding $34 million, more than 3,000 people losing Medicaid. Puerto Rico's capped Medicaid funding forced reliance on borrowing and debt, which contributed to their 2017 bankruptcy. The failure to extend enhanced premium tax credits has doubled healthcare costs for 20 million Americans. You don't want the healthcare system we have pass this legislation. I yield back.
Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Virginia, as we would note, the ranking member of Ed and Labor, Congressman Scott.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the bill to extend the Affordable Care Act's enhanced premium tax credits through a clean 3-year extension. Last year, the Republicans blocked the extension of these credits in the big ugly bill. With the expiration of the tax credits last month, the premium costs have skyrocketed, causing millions to lose their coverage. Now, when more people lose coverage, costs go up for everyone. Uninsured patients often delay seeing the doctor and end up needing more costly care at the emergency room, and when they're more uninsured, hospitals, especially in rural areas, face financial hardships and may be forced to close. In other words, those unpaid bills do not disappear. They're shifted onto everybody else, and everyone suffers. Today, Congress can step in to address the sharp premium increases and provide stability for working families across the country. So I urge my colleagues to support this bill and to support affordable health care.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Congressman Gomez.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's about damn time that this bill is actually going to get a vote. And here's why. Because the Republicans in the summer passed their one big, beautiful bill, which I'm glad you guys are not trying to rebrand anymore, that cut Medicaid by almost $1 trillion, took away food stamps, and then you refused to extend the ACA subsidies that would help, ACA tax credits that will help people in your own states. That's what the Democratic majority next year is going to do. We're going to continue fighting for our own people throughout the country. It doesn't matter if you're in a red state or a blue state. If you're hurting because of the Republican majority this year, Donald Trump has taken away health care, has taken away food stamps, has taken away opportunities. We're going to make sure that we reverse all that. And the first step is these ACA tax credits, because it's going to help working families. The party in the majority now who said they were going to lower the price of living, the cost of living failed. And now we're going to step up.
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Illinois, Congresswoman Underwood.
The gentlewoman from Illinois is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today in support of my bill to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits and put an end to the Republican health care crisis. This Republican majority wasted all of 2025 by refusing to extend the tax credits in time to prevent the premium hikes that families across the country are facing right now. Costs are outrageous. House Democrats had to use a discharge petition to force them to do the right thing and finally hold this vote. We have heard a lot of confusing lies from the majority today. But my friends, the truth is that the ACA tax credits from my legislation work. They are incredibly popular, yet Republicans chose to let them expire on December 31st. Today, we have a chance to fix their mistake, lower costs, and protect care for millions of Americans. I urge a yes vote. Thank you so much to Leader Jeffries, Mr. Neal, Speaker Pelosi, and Brandon Casey for working with me on this. I yield back.
Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Oregon, Congresswoman Salinas.
Gentlewoman from Oregon is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to urge my colleagues to pass this legislation to prevent families' health care costs from skyrocketing. I want to share just a few messages from my hardworking constituents who will be impacted. Kelly from Salem wrote, "My policy is going to increase from $40 to $191. I will have no wiggle room in my budget, no room for emergencies." Rachel from Amity says her plan will increase from $511 to $1,328 per month. She wrote, "We will probably choose to only insure our child. We cannot afford 25% of our income going to health insurance." And Janice from Salem said her monthly cost will go from $465 to $1,100. "I will go without health insurance if I can't bring it way down to no more than $500 a month," she says. "I am 5 years away from retirement." Mr. Speaker, these are just 3 stories from about 16,000 in my district, and there are millions just like these across our country. Our constituents are counting on this body to lower their costs and save their health care. I urge and I vote. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
I'd like to yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Krishnamurti.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to rise in support of extension of the ACA tax credits. I met Shadeen Butchert in Chicago. She has ALS. Because the ACA tax credits have expired, her health insurance premium consumes the entirety of her husband's Social Security check. She will not be able to afford any health insurance to cover this incredibly distressing disease. I rise strongly in support, and I urge my colleagues to support as well. Thank you so much.
Yields back. The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves.
Mr. Speaker, I have no other further speakers other than myself, and I'm prepared to close. Could I inquire as to how much time I have?
It has 4 minutes.
Could I get an understanding from the chairman as to what his plan is?
The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
We're prepared to close as well.
The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's too bad that we had to play this out to the anxiety and consternation of the American people. Think of what this might be like if you didn't know a month ago whether or not your children were going to have health insurance. Think of the anguish that you might feel proceeding to the holidays, not knowing whether or not that child would be able to complete the doctor's appointment that you had made for them because you didn't have health insurance. I didn't hear the other side complaining about keeping 26-year-olds on your parents' health insurance. How about the idea that in the ACA, we were able to abolish pre-existing condition for millions and millions of Americans who had been routinely denied the opportunity to access even primary care? I call attention to this because I have watched over these years how the ACA has not only become more popular, but the American people have come to expect the benefits of the ACA. This argument, for those of us who were here and participated at the time, was not really complex at all. The argument was that we would proceed on the basis of the notion of universal access, that you wouldn't have to worry that if you went to the emergency room that somehow you might be turned away because you would not been able to pay another bill. We don't get a chance on this earth to predict when we're going to get sick. That's the basis, actuarial realities of what insurance is about. Example, We don't get to buy homeowners insurance after the house is burned down. We don't get to buy life insurance after we die. The idea of what we did here was to spread the notion of risk, an entirely reasonable consequence authored by former President Obama, and by the way, the steadfast determination at that time of Speaker Pelosi. This was negotiated across the board with all members of the healthcare system, and we came up with a reasonable solution that we continue to build upon. So let me point out a couple of pretty important statistics. 4 years straight of record enrollment in the Affordable Care Act. 24.3 million Americans have now signed up. That's what we had in mind. When you look back at these enhanced premium tax credits, we keep hearing the other side say things like, oh, there's billionaires and millionaires that are deriving the benefit. JCT has said nobody over $500,000 is getting this benefit, and we're open to these conversations as you go forward as well. But only 38% of their tax cuts inure to the benefit of people at the lower end of the economic spectrum. By ending these enhanced tax credits, we will stop the Republican assault on the ACA. They have repeatedly said that they want to work with us, but there's been no effort on the Republican side to work with us on expanding and extending these tax credits. There's been no concerted effort from our Republican colleagues to really put out a piece of legislation, a tax bill, that stands up under the magnifying glass of critical analysis. It's patchwork. It's announced every time we get near some cliff in the debate that somehow they've got a health care plan. We haven't seen it yet.
Pardon.
I'm going to close, Mr. Speaker, by saying the same words I opened with. This is a most significant day. This is a happy day for the American people. Thank you for your time.
Gentleman, time has expired. The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the remainder of my time.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to remind the body that the reason why these enhanced subsidies are expiring is because the Democrats are the only ones in this chamber that voted for them to expire on December 31st. Apparently, they regret that vote because they focused most of their dollars to make permanent environmental tax policy in the Green New Deal. And so they are the only ones that have voted to take away these subsidies. It is laughable, Mr. Speaker, when you hear members on the other side say the Republicans created this health care crisis. Guess what? It was the Democrats who wrote the Affordable Care Act, which is being debated on the floor right now. And they are upset because as of December 31st, it reverted back to the Affordable Care Act, which they have championed, what they passed. Not Republicans, it's Democrats. So the health care crisis is clearly created by the Democrats. We have highlighted the fraud and the waste within the exchanges. More than half of the people on the exchanges did not even file one medical claim last year. But those insurance companies, they were being subsidized. And want to remind the American people that not $1 goes to them. It all goes to the big health insurance companies that have been doing very, very well, while premiums for every single American has been rising for the last decade and a half. With that, I urge this body to vote no.
The gentleman yields back.
Yield back.
Gentlemen, all time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 780, the previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on the engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to advance policy priorities that will break the gridlock.
The question is on the passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The bill is not passed.
I'd ask for the yeas and nays, Mr. Speaker.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, and the yeas and nays are ordered, members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 230, the nays are 196. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from West Virginia seek recognition?
I may hereafter be considered as the first sponsor of H.R. 1600, the Crimea Annexation Non-Recognition Act, H.R. 1601, Defending Ukraine's Territorial Integrity Act, and H.R. 670, the Lady Liberty Act. Bills originally introduced by Representative Connolly of Virginia for the purposes of adding co-sponsors and requesting reprintings pursuant to Clause 7 of Rule 12.
Without objection.
Thank you.
The House will be in order. If members can take their conversations off the floor. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to speak out of order.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we rise to...
Gentleman will suspend.
Appreciate that.
Members, there is a moment of silence and some reverence that need to be taken care of here, so if we can take our conversations off the floor. The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we rise today in memory of Congressman Richard T. Dick Schultz, who died on December 23rd at the age of 96. Congressman Schultz represented the Philadelphia suburbs from 1975 to 1993 in the People's House. He was a driving force behind designating historic Valley Forge, Pennsylvania, a national park. Dick was ranking member on the House Ways and Means Committee and twice chaired the Republican Study Committee. He also served as chairman of the National Prayer Breakfast. President Ronald Reagan appointed Congressman Schultz to the Presidential Advisory Committee on Federalism, an honor that Dick deeply valued. Dick's lifelong interest in conservation and wildlife issues led him to found the Congressional Sportsmen's Caucus and Foundation in 1989. President George H.W. Bush would later appoint him to serve on the National Fish and Wildlife Board. Mr. Speaker, for 18 distinguished years, Congressman Schultz served in the House of Representatives. He was known for being a fair-minded, common-sense legislator who worked with members on both sides of the aisle. Funeral services will take place Saturday in Malvern, Pennsylvania, and our thoughts are with his wife of 33 years, Nancy, his 4 children, and all of his family. May God bless Congressman Dick Schultz. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back my time.
All members would take a moment and rise and take a moment of silence. People can join us in the gallery, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize January as National Blood Donor Month. Since its inception in 1970, National Blood Donor Month recognizes the millions of Americans who help save lives by donating blood. Statistics show that every 2 seconds, someone in this country needs blood. On average, 1 in 7 hospital patients need blood, and approximately 29,000 units of red blood cells are needed every day in the United States. Over the last 50 years, public awareness for blood donations has increased. Now, approximately 13.6 million volunteers donate blood annually. In the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, more than 5,000 blood drives were held in 2025, according to the Red Cross. I'm encouraged to see constituents ready to roll up their sleeves and help those in need. In fact, one of the most challenging times of the year to collect blood donations is in the winter months. Mr. Speaker, I hope all Americans will take the time to consider donating blood this month. It's important to know that one blood donation can save lives. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, 74 million Americans depend on Social Security, but because of the Trump administration's actions, customer service has completely collapsed. The agency faces 6 million backlog cases, 12 million delayed field office transactions, and some of the worst wait times in history. And why is this happening? Because the Trump administration pushed out 7,000 Social Security employees. That's 12% of their workforce. Offices were reorganized overnight, hiring was frozen, and thousands of workers were reassigned. And this has real-life consequences for my constituents, like a 75-year-old stroke victim who hasn't received his check for months because he can't drive or use a computer, or an immigrant who may lose his job because a name correction appointment is weeks away, or a retiree who waited hours just to schedule an appointment on the phone. Social Security is not a political experiment, it's a promise, and the American people paid into the system and earned these benefits. They shouldn't have to fight their own government to receive them. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Washington seek recognition?
consent that Representative Goldman of Texas be removed as a co-sponsor of H.R. 6646.
Without objection.
Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Sonny Morris, a dedicated public servant who is retiring after 40 years on the Winder City Council. First elected in 1985 and taking office in January of 1986, Councilman Morris has spent 4 decades serving the people of Winder, Georgia with consistency, humility, and a deep commitment to his community. Through periods of growth and change, he has remained a steady voice for residents and a trusted leader in local government. Councilman Morris has approached public service with a clear focus on doing what is right for his city. His long tenure reflects not only the confidence placed in him by voters, but also his willingness to listen, to collaborate, and to show up year after year for the people he represents. Serving as Grand Marshal of the 2025 Winder Christmas Parade was a fitting way for the community to say thank you. I was honored to participate in that parade and to meet Mr. Morris. Winder is stronger because of Sonny Morris, and his legacy of service will be felt for years to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oregon seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker. Early last year, the flat fire burned over 23,000 acres of land in Central Oregon, destroying homes and forcing thousands of people to evacuate. Our historic fire crews were eventually able to contain the fire, but they were unnecessarily delayed because someone was flying a drone in the area, and it punctured a hole in the plane. Our historic fire crews cannot afford this delay, and it's not just happening in Oregon. There have been an increase in drones interfering with fire responses across the country. We know that a quick response is critical to containing wildfire and saving homes and lives. And that's why I introduced the Wildfire Aerial Response Safety Act, along with Congressman Neguse, Crane, and Siscomani. And as representatives from states with dangerous wildfire seasons, we understand how important it is to address this issue and that it should not be partisan. So I'm calling on the House to take up our bill to prevent unnecessary delays to wildfire response efforts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Montana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to extend and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I've risen before the House several times to recognize the historic rivalry between the Montana State University Bobcats and the University of Montana Grizzlies. But today, I rise with enormous pride to honor the Montana State University Bobcats for their historic FCS National Championship victory in Nashville. The Cats left it all on the field. They played with grit, heart, and determination, carrying the weight of a state that believed in them. From block kicks and dramatic momentum swings to a fourth quarter comeback and the first overtime finish in FCS title game history, this contest delivered everything that makes college football unforgettable. This win marked Montana State's first national championship in 41 years, ending a drought that stretched back to 1984. And with Montana programs reaching the championship stage in 4 of the last 5 seasons, it was only fitting that the trophy finally returned to the home of the Treasure State. The young men in blue and gold made Montana proud. Their victory belongs not only to this university, but to an entire state. Mr. President, if you're watching, we'd love to see him in the White House. Go Cats, go. On that, Mr. Speaker, I yield.
Gentleman yields. Members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Ohio seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to reintroduce the bipartisan Gang Activity Reporting Act with my fellow appropriator, Congresswoman Ashley Hinson of Iowa. This legislation has an urgent purpose to give law enforcement the accurate, comprehensive data they need to combat gang violence and to keep our communities safe. From 2021 to 2024, law enforcement agencies reported more than 69,000 incidents of gang activity nationwide. Over half involved violent crime. Yet today, federal gang data remains fragmented, inconsistent, and incomplete. And that gap puts officers at risk and leaves communities, especially in rural America, without the tools needed to respond effectively. Our bill would require the Attorney General to submit an annual report to Congress on gang activity, investigations, and prosecutions. While recent FBI data show violent crime trending downward, we know progress does not mean the work is all done. This legislation strengthens public safety, supports law enforcement, and helps protect families from Ohio to Iowa and coast to coast. I urge my colleagues to please support this critical Gang Activity Reporting Act, and I yield back. Thank you.
Gentlewoman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to highlight the resilience of Harrison High School senior Zariah Patrick. In 2023, during Zariah's sophomore year, she and her Harrison classmates were playing basketball when Zariah took a hard elbow to the side of her head as she went for a layup, leaving her with a concussion. As her symptoms worsened, an MRI at the hospital confirmed a tumor lodged in the right side of Zariah's brain. What followed were regular trips to the hospital for chemotherapy, which took a terrible toll on her physical well-being. And in the spring of 2024, they believed that the tumor showed improvement. Unfortunately, she recently learned that she would have to start chemotherapy all over again. Despite this, her perseverance and her bright smile continue to light up the entire community. Mr. Speaker, I ask that you join me in praying for Zariah during her battle with this tumor. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oregon seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, in my first year in Congress, I made a simple commitment to my district: to listen and to get things done. This week, I am proud to share that I am delivering on that commitment. I secured over $6 million in community project funding for 7 transformative community-led initiatives across the district in Portland, Gresham, Sandy, and Multnomah County. These investments will help prevent youth violence, modernize emergency response systems, strengthen wastewater infrastructure, expand behavioral health care, and protect the clean water our communities depend on. Each project came directly from local leaders working to solve urgent issues on the ground, and I fought to make sure every single one received funding. This is what government should be: responsive, collaborative, and focused on our people, delivering results for them and our families. I'm proud of this progress, and I'm just getting started for the people of Oregon's 3rd. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to speak to the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I met with a lot of angry constituents over the last 2 weeks, angry about how expensive America has become, and they are angry in large part because they realize one simple truth. The Somali pirates are not in the Horn of Africa anymore. They are right here in our country, and their captain is Tim Waltz. While my constituents suffer today, 81% of Somali families are on welfare. $9 billion was stolen from child nutrition, housing, and autism services in Minnesota, largely through Feeding Our Future, a program that opened theoretically more than 250 sites, was supposed to be feeding 91 million meals and was not doing that. A Medicaid program, the Early Intensive Developmental and Behavioral Intervention Program, where the federal government was paying 64%, and fake autism treatment firms were created. Our constituents were suffering, and before we ask them to continue to suffer, we owe it to them to root out everyone who was involved in this fraud and hold everyone accountable, and that's exactly what I intend to do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today to honor the memory of one of our nation's most effective and determined advocates for children and families, the singular Bill Harris, who dedicated his life to this cause, from founding Kids PAC, a political action group dedicated to promoting public investments for children, to enacting the legislation that created the National Child Traumatic Stress Network in 2000, funded at $10 million that has now grown to being nearly a $100 million initiative. Bill was a passionate leader, a persuasive advocate, did not suffer fools, never satisfied with symbolic action or minor gestures. He pushed for systemic change, substantive legislation. Together, we were able to expand the child tax credit in 2003 to cover more low-income families. The Wall Street Journal called these families, quote, the lucky duckies. And in that spirit, Bill gifted me a set of rubber duckies that remain in my office today. Our proudest achievement, and I say ours because it was a team effort, was the expanded monthly child tax credit that was signed into law in 2021 as part of the American Rescue Plan. In 2021, child poverty was nearly cut in half, hunger by a quarter, economic security to middle class or working families. And while many may never have heard of Bill Harris, it was his
The gentlewoman's
tenacity.
time has expired.
It was your doing, Bill, and we will secure its future in your name. We have much to do. We will do it with your spirit.
The gentlewoman's
Thank
time
you,
has
and
expired.
I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, a simple principle should guide us. Where we live should not determine the quality of health care that we can get. But for too many Hoosiers, especially in our rural communities, this isn't the reality. That's why the Working Families Tax Cut matters. Through the new Rural Health Transformation Program, Indiana is receiving $207 million in first year, the first of 5 years, to support and strengthen rural health care statewide. This funding will support hospitals and strengthen emergency care for Hoosiers who can get that care close to home. For communities from Connersville to Richmond and across Rush, Shelby, and Henry counties, this means quality care, closer, shorter drives for appointments, faster response time when minutes count, especially for our seniors, veterans, and working families. This is the right kind of investment, helping our rural communities stay healthy without raising taxes, without growing bureaucracy, and without leaving Hoosiers behind. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
I request unanimous consent to address the House and to extend and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to recognize Conrad Piero as Ohio's 13th Congressional District Champion of the Week. On December 18th, Conrad, a loss prevention specialist at a Walmart in Canton, Ohio, was working in the store when a man being held for allegedly shoplifting pulled a gun on a Canton police officer who was present and attempting to question and detain the suspect. The man pointed the gun at the officer and pulled the trigger, but thankfully the weapon malfunctioned and did not discharge. In a remarkable act of bravery, Conrad immediately stepped in to pull the gun away from the suspect as he tried to point and shoot at the officer for a second time. Both the Canton Police Department and Walmart said that Conrad went above and beyond in his service to our community, and I could not agree more. What could have been a terrible and tragic situation went without anyone being harmed through his remarkable act of courage. It is average citizens doing remarkable things just like this that help make our community the birthplace of champions. Conrad is certainly a champion in his own right, and he has made Canton and Ohio's 13th Congressional District proud. Again, I want to extend my sincere gratitude to Conrad Piero for his heroic actions and congratulate him on being named Champion of the Week. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the
House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Today, the governor of my state, Gavin Newsom, gave his State of the State address, in which he declared that California leads the nation. Now, the governor isn't wrong. As the residents of our state know all too well, California does lead the nation. California leads the nation in fraud. California leads the nation in unemployment. California leads the nation in homelessness. California leads the nation in poverty. California leads the nation in illiteracy. California leads the nation in gas prices. California leads the nation in electricity prices. California leads the nation in housing prices. California leads the nation in debt and deficits. And just this week we learned that for the 6th straight year, California leads the nation in outbound U-Haul rentals. The greatest state in the country has become the most popular state to leave. That, Mr. Speaker, is the true state of our state during this governor's tenure. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor a giant in North Carolina history, former Governor Jim Hunt, who sadly passed last month. Governor Hunt leaves behind an extraordinary legacy as a fighter for education, economic development, equality, innovation, and so much more. He was the engine for positive progress in our state. Hunt was known nationally as the education governor. He worked relentlessly to ensure that every North Carolinian had access to a high-quality public education, and every teacher earned a decent salary. Governor Hunt was a visionary who pushed the economy in North Carolina into the modern era, propelling us from economic stagnation to global leadership in technology and innovation. Personally, he was a mentor to me, and I will carry his legacy with me forever. North Carolina is a better place for Jim Hunt. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Dakota seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor a valued member of my team, Pam Mole, who retired last week after an extraordinary career serving North Dakotans. Pam served as my constituent services director, and during my predecessor, Kelly Armstrong's tenure, had the same role. For 7 years, she has been a steady, trusted presence for veterans seeking answers, seniors seeking help, and families just seeking to be heard. Pam is the kind of public servant most Americans never see, but whose work touches countless lives. She understood that behind every case file, every form, is a real person, and she never lost sight of that. Her legacy is not just measured in years of service, but in the countless lives she helped improve. On behalf of North Dakota, I thank Pam and wish her the very best in this next chapter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, PFAS are everywhere, and they are endangering Michiganders' lives. PFAS, as we know, are toxic forever chemicals that persist in the environment, contaminate the water we drink, and accumulate in the body. Sadly, Michigan is ground zero for PFAS pollution. I am proud to have worked across the aisle to deliver results for Metro Detroit and Michigan in this regard, but we must do more. And that is why Today, I'm introducing the PROTECT Act, bipartisan legislation that takes urgently needed steps to remove PFAS from our environment and prevent future contaminations in the air we breathe. By listing PFAS as hazardous air pollutants, the bill sets the foundation for strong, science-based standards that will reduce emissions. The PROTECT Act also holds major polluters responsible for the cleanup of these poisons, delivering real transparency and accountability to affected communities. I thank my bipartisan co-sponsors from Michigan and across the country for joining me in this important effort, and I urge my colleagues to support this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
I'd like to speak for a minute with the ability to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
I attended a hearing today on the Judiciary Committee, and there was some confusion in the committee about what we should be doing to enforce our immigration laws and who is at fault for the mess we have in Minneapolis. There are some people who apparently are under the impression we should only enforce our immigration laws if the people who came here illegally commit another crime. If you think about it for 2 seconds, that's completely ridiculous. Right now, every year in this country, about 850,000 new citizens are allowed to be are naturalized citizens. 850,000. Okay? When I was a child, that was under 200,000. And that's without taking into account people who become citizens because of birthright citizenship, which is not even intended under our contribution. We must not fall into the idea that all you got to do is sneak across the border and hang around here and not commit a felony, and therefore you come in here. I feel so sorry for our great President Trump, who was left with such a mess when Joe Biden let in 10 million people who now he is honor-bound to remove from this country, and that's why we have a mess in Minneapolis. Thank you very much.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to address the House to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you so much. Today, I rise with immense pride to celebrate 2 exceptional football teams from Texas' very own 30th Congressional District, South Oak Cliff High School and DeSoto High School, for their championship wins this season. This win comes as no surprise to those of us that call the district home. These young men showed up, put in the work, and once again proved that if you're looking for champions, all eyes should be on Texas 30. I am proud of each of these students' commitment, as well as every faculty member and parent who supported them along the way. Your dedication, commitment, and passion made these wins possible, and I anticipate celebrating the many successes yet to come. Celebrate big, keep striving for greatness, and continue standing out. Go Bears and go Eagles. And with that, I'm not going to yield back. I'm going to just say something real quick on the end about this ICE situation. The reason that we're having a mess as it relates to ICE has nothing to do with President Biden. We need to accept responsibility for what is going on, and it is the mess of this administration.
Time has expired. I'll yield. Gentlewoman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Yesterday, ICE murdered an American citizen. Renee Good was a wife and a mother who has now become ICE's latest victim. To those at DHS and in this chamber who have created and rewarded a culture of murder, I ask you the same question that God asked Cain. What have you done? You've slain your sister who gave you no offense. The voice of her innocent blood cries out from the ground where it was spilled, where you tried to cover and hide. But we saw what was done. What kind of monster shoots an unarmed fleeing woman in the head? What kind of monster watches the video of that crime and chooses to lie to the American people as they defend the murderer and defame the victim? And how do we prevent ourselves from descending to their monstrous depths? I'll tell you how. By prosecuting the murderer with the due process that he denied Renee, and by demanding accountability up the entire chain of command, because our job is not to bear their sins. Our job is to make sure this never, ever happens again.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Yield back.
Gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, it is my honor to recognize George Hinckley on his work in founding Smart Community STEM Camp. This camp is a youth program that teaches kids coding, how to fly and operate drones, provides mentorship, and brings communities together. As camp director, George encourages young Virginians interested in pursuing technology-based careers as their pathway to success. His dedication to STEM education is contributing to the future of learning and exposes students to diverse opportunities. George, your leadership and unwavering commitment to this program are truly deserving of this recognition. I'm honored to congratulate you on this well-earned moment and recognize you as this week's Constituent of the Week. Congratulations and thank you for all that you do for our students. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Mexico seek recognition?
I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today on the House floor with a heavy heart for the family and the community of Renee Nicole Good. My heart is heavy not just because of the unabashed and violent killing that happened last night by an ICE agent in Minneapolis, because I'm also sad for our country to see the Vice President of the United States and officials impugn a young woman who leaves behind her community and an orphan child. This is not our country. Shame on you. To those of you that are continuing to provide cover for this lawless, unconstitutional, abusive, and violent administration, shame on you. I will be joining to file articles of impeachment against Secretary Noem. Enough is enough. I yield back.
Members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair. The gentlelady yields. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Moore, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the topic of this special order.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm saddened and honored at the same time to be able to host alongside my California colleagues a special hour dedicated to the memory of Congressman Doug LaMalfa from California. As I looked at some of my notes here of the amazing things that he had accomplished and who he is and I realized that we're going to hear that over the next hour. And the thing that my team and I were reflecting on earlier today was all I wanted to share as we kick off this memorial to an amazing man was, as vice chair, I get to every week host an evening of floor time for my colleagues on a myriad of topics. Doug LaMalfa was here every single time. Every time we needed him to be here, he was here. But he was here whether we asked him or not. And most times, he was the only one. But tonight, when I asked my colleagues if they wanted to share a message on Doug, the reverse, it's a packed house. And that's all I wanted to share, was to think about the legacy that he's left and the importance that he has to so many of our colleagues. He was always here for me, and we're all here today for his family, and hopefully they're able to take some comfort and solace in his memory as we share this. We've got a lot of folks that want to share a message, and we're going to kick it right off, and I'm just going to go around the room and start calling on people as we move forward. We're going to first hear, of course, from the California delegation. And with that, I yield time that he may consume to the distinguished colleague from Mr. Ken Calvert from the great state of California.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, the sudden passing of our close friend and colleague, Doug LaMalfa, has caused both shock and sadness throughout the entire House of Representatives. We lost a friend and a colleague. His Northern California constituents lost their tireless advocate in the House. And most tragically, his family lost a husband, a father, and a grandfather. Doug was a proud family man. He and his wife, Jill, have 4 beautiful children. He just recently became a grandfather. Doug was a 4th-generation rice farmer, a contributor to our state's important role in producing the food that sustains America. His experience as a farmer provided the foundation for his future as a legislator, both in Sacramento and here in Washington, D.C. It comes as no surprise that in 2024, Doug was unanimously elected to serve as the chairman of the Congressional Western Caucus, one of the largest congressional membership groups on Capitol Hill, focusing on rural policy and issues that affect the West and beyond. Doug left an indelible mark on this institution and the people he got to know along the way. For those who knew him, they understood his unique love of nicknames, movie quotes, and NASCAR. They understood his dislike of food waste, smartphones, and ketchup on hot dogs. Doug's sense of humor, collegial manner, his expertise will be sorely missed. While he's no longer with us, Doug's significant contributions to agriculture and rural policy will endure long after his passing. I'll very much miss my friend and my colleague. My thoughts, our prayers with his wife Jill, the entire LaMalfa family, his friends, and his staff. God bless you, Doug.
Thank you. I now yield 2 minutes to the distinguished colleague and very close friend of Mr. LaMalfa, Mr. Tom Clintock from California.
Mr. Speaker, the Romans had a saying, tempus fugit, memento mori. Time is fleeting, remember death. It reminds us that life is not a gift, it's just a loan. And when it comes due, all that matters is what we have given to others. Doug LaMalfa was the kindest and most sincere person that I have encountered in more than 40 years of public service. He passionately defended the working men and women of the rural community where he was born and raised and grew up, but he always did it with a good-natured smile and a quiet, respectful manner. Just 3 weeks ago, on December 15th, I took my seat on an early Washington-bound flight from Sacramento about 8 rows behind Doug. When I looked up, he was standing there in the aisle with an outstretched hand. He leaned over and he quietly said to me, Tom, I know this is a hard day for you, and I want you to know that my prayers are with you and Lori. You see, that was the 4th anniversary of my dear wife Lori's death. And how he knew that and remembered it and offered such warm comfort on such a cold morning tells you what a truly caring and wonderful man he was. And now he's gone, for time is fleeting. But death can't take the kindnesses and memories that he gave us all, or the wisdom and common sense and achievements that he gave our country. Our nation, our state, and our community have all suffered an irreplaceable loss, and rural America has lost its most tireless and effective advocate. But most of all, we've lost a good man, a very good man. And to his family, I can only say that you're not alone in your grief. Your community and your country grieve with you. Yield back.
Thank you. I now yield time to the gentleman from California, Mr. David Valadao.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor my dear friend, fellow farmer, and colleague, Congressman Doug LaMalfa. I've known Doug for about 16 years, going back to our time together in the state legislature. From day one, his commitment to the people of Northern California, especially those in agriculture communities, was clear. In Congress, Doug was one of the fiercest advocates for wildfire mitigation, disaster recovery, California water issues, and farmers and ranchers who keep this country fed. As chairman of the Western Caucus, he fought tirelessly for domestic energy production, public land access, and rural communities that way too often get overlooked. But beyond his lasting legacy as a public official, Doug was my friend. We served together in the state legislature, and one year, on my birthday, he stopped by my office, not with a card, but with a bag of rice. And just a little Post-it note that said, "Happy birthday." So I brought that bag home, gave it to my mom, and she made Portuguese rice pudding for him, and I brought it back. And the next week, he brought me another bag of rice, and still to this day brought it up that he wanted more rice. Doug just had one of those sense of humors that you loved. Doug was a friend to all and someone you could always count on for leadership, loyalty, and just a good laugh. He will be deeply missed in the halls of Congress. My prayers are with his wife, Jill, his children, and all his family and loved ones during this incredibly difficult time. Thank you, and I yield back.
Special hour. Thanks to the gentleman from California, and on to yielding time to the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Kim.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today with a very heavy heart to honor our colleague, Doug LaMarfa. Doug was larger than life, but what I will remember most is how he lived big in the small moments with warmth, attention to detail, and genuine kindness. He was the only member of Congress who ever called me by my Korean name, Kim Young-ok. He didn't have to remember it. He never needed to do that, but that small, thoughtful gesture meant the world to me and spoke volumes about who Doug was. Doug was a strong conservative leader who served with a deep love for our country and brought the heartland to Washington, not the other way around. As a fourth-generation rice farmer, he never forgot who he worked for: farmers, families, and rural communities who are too often ignored by Washington. He'll be missed. We will all miss him. My heart is with his family, his staff, and all who are mourning this tremendous loss. Thank you, and I yield back.
Kim Young-ok 누나, 감사합니다. 수고 많이 하세요. Take that, Doug. I now yield time to Mr. Jay Obernolte from California.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise with an incredibly heavy heart to honor the life of my friend, Congressman Doug LaMalfa. Doug was one of the most effective members of this chamber. He was deeply passionate about issues that affected his constituents in Northern California. And as most of the members of this chamber know, we all have little silos where people come to us for advice. I always could count on Doug to give me the straight scoop on anything related to water or agriculture or rural America. And that's why we elected him as the chairman of the Western Caucus 2 years ago, and he did a phenomenal job in that role. I will miss his service there. I will also miss the man that he was. He was an incredibly decent man, a man of exceptionally high moral character. Everyone that knew Doug would remark on his authenticity. When you met Doug, what you saw is what you got. He was a man of deep kindness, never had a cruel or unkind word for anyone in the years that I knew him. He was a man of incredible humility, and anyone in this chambers knows that we could use some more of that in here. But above all, Mr. Speaker, I will miss my friend. I'll miss our conversation about cars. He was a car guy, I'm a car guy. I would tease him every summer when we came back into session that he was restoring a Di Tommaso Pantera, and I would ask him, Doug, what progress did you make on the Pantera this summer? And he'd hang his head and say nothing. I'll miss playing Galaga with him. A little known fact about Doug LaMalfa, a fierce competitor at Galaga. And above all, I will miss our conversations. So I am honored to be here joining my colleagues in saying farewell to Doug and to honoring his life. Godspeed, my friend. We will miss you. I yield back.
Mr. Fong.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor the life and legacy of my friend and colleague, Doug LaMalfa. Doug was a steadfast champion of rural California and for the issues that matter most to millions of Americans across the West, starting in the California legislature to the halls of Congress. He fought for water storage, forest management. He fought for energy abundance. He fought for the farmer. He fought for common sense. I had the privilege of serving alongside him on the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee and as a fellow member of the Western Caucus during his time as chairman. He would always greet me with a big smile by the nickname the Congressman. Over the years, I was fortunate to be mentored by Doug. He was a great role model and friend. His guidance, leadership, and example left a lasting impact on me and on so many others who had the honor of working with him. Doug will be remembered for his deep love for his family, his faith, and core principles, his unwavering dedication to his community, his humility, and his enduring legacy as a leader and lawmaker. I am personally grateful for his mentorship and know he will be profoundly missed by all who knew him. I certainly will vow to honor Doug's memory by continuing to champion the values that we both share that unite California's Central Valley to the rural communities like Doug's in Northern California. I will continue fighting for rural priorities in Congress just as Doug did. Amanda and I are praying for his wife Jill, his family and loved ones, and his staff during this difficult time. His absence leaves a void that will never truly be filled. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Thank you. I now yield time to the gentleman from California, Mr. Kevin Kiley.
Doug was my neighbor. Our districts bordered one another. This was true during my time in the state legislature as well. And the region of our state that he represented is an area where people often feel like their voices are not heard in the corridors of power, in places like Sacramento and Washington, D.C. Doug LaMalfa made it his mission to make sure that their voices were heard. He used every opportunity he had to make sure their voices were heard. But he didn't just speak for the communities that he represented. He advocated, and he used every policy tool available to see that their values were reflected in policy here. He was a leader in our delegation and in the whole chamber on issues like water and forest management and agriculture. And that leadership, of course, culminated in his chairmanship of the Western Caucus, the second largest caucus in the entire House of Representatives. I know we are all still so shocked and in grief over his loss, but Doug LaMalfa's legacy in the North State will be felt for generations to come. I yield back.
Thank you. And I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from southwestern-ish California, Mr. Biggs.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today with a heavy heart to honor the life and legacy of my friend and colleague, Congressman Doug LaMalfa. As you know, Doug was a happy warrior who cared immensely about his country, his state, and the people he served. A few years ago, he took time out of his busy schedule to travel with me to Arizona to better understand the border crisis and the serious impact it was having on my state as well as his own. Doug was always willing to listen, learn, engage on the issues that matter most. He was a most curious man. I thoroughly enjoyed working with him on a wide range of policies and challenges that uniquely affect the West and the hardworking communities we both represent. Doug was a true friend. He'll be deeply missed in this Congress and beyond. My team and I continue to pray for Doug, his family, and for all who loved him during this particularly difficult time. May God bless Doug LaMalfa's memory. Rest in peace, my friend. I yield.
Thank you. And I now yield time to the gentleman from California, Mr. Darrell Issa.
Thank you. A lot can be said about my friend and colleague, my Western Caucus chair, but today was a special day for us. We had lunch today as California members, and Doug paid for it, because every week somebody sponsors it. And his death was so sudden that it literally had been prepaid, and it arrived. And we sat there thinking of the person who had the best joke every week, who had a constant positive sense of humor, even about dire times. Talked about, not long ago, about how much he got done during the shutdown, and what it was like to actually meet with his constituents multiple days in a row, day after day. That was Doug LaMalfa, a farmer, a familyman, but most importantly, somebody that could always find the positive and the funny about whatever we were doing. We're a body of 431 right now. At our best, we're a body of 435. But it's the one that we're missing that can make a difference, and that was Doug. He will be missed for a very long time by all of us. And for that, I yield back and thank the gentleman for the opportunity to speak on my friend.
Thank you, sir. And we will continue on through the great state of California with voices from bipartisan voices in support and remembering Mr. LaMalfa. We'll go to Ms. Lofgren from the great state of California.
Thank you so much. And Mr. Speaker, there is mourning across the aisle and across the state of California. I chair the California Democratic delegation, and we are deeply saddened by the loss of Doug LaMalfa. It was a pleasure to serve with Doug since his election in 2013. He was a man who cared so deeply for the communities that he represented in California's 1st District. As has been said, he's a 4th-generation rice farmer. He was one of the strongest voices in this body for rural America because he knew firsthand the struggles that our agricultural sector is facing. He and I worked very closely together on the Bipartisan Farm Workforce Modernization Act, which would provide stabilization for farm workers, farmers, and the ag sector. And he added so much because he really knew how farming worked and what would work and what wouldn't work, and he was a collaborator. We also introduced together the Bipartisan Utility Resilience and Reliability Act that really was common sense safety standards and to minimize power outages. Now, Doug and I didn't agree on everything. I'm a proud Democrat. He was a proud Republican. But he was always approachable, and he was a colleague with whom you could disagree without being disagreeable. It's a quality that members should strive to emulate here. He was a good man, friendly, with a sense of humor, a gentle giant. Our deepest condolences are with his wife, Jill, their children, his staff. It always hurts to lose a friend and a colleague, but I know that Doug's legacy will be remembered by all of us and the Californians he so proudly served and served with. With that, I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. And I now yield time to the gentleman on his committee that he cared so much about, of Natural Resources, the ranking member, Mr. Huffman.
I thank the gentleman from Utah. There were a few people in the Congress that tangled with Doug LaMalfa more than me. There's probably some competition for that honor among House Democrats, but I was certainly right up there. And yet I can tell you, as we honor Doug today, I know plenty of people that disagreed with him. I don't know anybody that disliked him. And so when you hear these qualities about his authenticity, his warm sense of humor, just how relatable he was, that is all very, very true. And I go back almost 20 years with Doug because we were in the state legislature together. So a lot has been said about his sense of humor, also very, very true. I want to just share something that I always think of with Doug because it speaks to the type of humor, which is really, I think, something that tells you about the man. There are plenty of people that have a great sense of humor at other people's expense. Doug LaMalfa had a very gentle and disarming sense of humor. And one of our colleagues together in the State Assembly was our former colleague and the current mayor of Los Angeles, Karen Bass. I will always remember how Doug used to crack her up and me by calling her Bassomatic. That was the nickname, and his staffers back here are far too young to remember the Saturday Night Live skit in which Dan Aykroyd puts a bass in a blender and makes this gross smoothie and drinks it. It was funny. And that's just the kind of thing that Doug would pull up spontaneously and crack everyone up. I love that. And I will tell you, Karen Bass loved it too and liked it so much that she went up to Doug's district when she became Speaker of the Assembly. And I remember he just not only welcomed her there, this person he had very little in common with, a Southern California urban African-American member. They voted together almost never, but Doug gave her the VIP tour of his farm and of the Sacramento Valley and rice country, got her up in a combine, had her do things that I'm sure she will never forget. and I think he loved every minute of that. So that's how I'm going to remember Doug. He was a great guy, and I'm certainly thinking and sending best wishes to his family and everyone who loved him.
The list is very long of the individuals on this side of the aisle that like to tangle with the ranking member himself as well, but also very much like him. Thank you for those awesome words. To my colleague on Ways and Means Committee, gentleman from California, Mr. Mike Thompson.
I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I thank you especially for holding this special order for someone who we're all going to miss, a really great guy. And I'm honored to be able to reflect a little bit on the life and the service of an extremely dedicated member of Congress, Doug LaMalfa. I served Northern California alongside of Doug from the day that he was sworn in to this body. And his area was an area that I represented when I was in the state Senate. And in Congress, we represented neighboring regions of our state. We shared many of the same challenges and worked together on issues that mattered deeply to the people that we both served. I was proud to work with him on bipartisan efforts to support our farmers and ranchers, to strengthen wildfire prevention, to build Sites Reservoir, and to address the growing home insurance crisis facing families across all of Northern California. He and I worked together to deliver over $500 million in tax relief to fire victims in our district that lost their homes, then had to sue in order to get the financial relief to rebuild their homes, only to find out that they were going to be taxed on that money that they got in the suit, which wasn't in itself enough to even rebuild their homes. And he was caring, and he was a terrific fighter for the folks that we work for in delivering this. He believed in practical solutions, and I always respected and appreciated his collaboration on the issues important to our constituents. I'm saddened by the loss of my longtime colleague and friend. Jan and I extend our deepest condolences and keep Doug's wife Jill, their children and grandchild, and his devoted staff in our prayers during this very difficult time. Mr. Speaker, I yield back, and again, thank you for organizing this.
Thank you, sir. To the gentleman from California, Mr. Costa. I yield 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and colleagues of mine, as we do what is fitting and appropriate, and that's honor the life of our colleague, a life well led, a member of the House of Representatives who did such a good job on behalf of his constituents who he represented faithfully since coming to Congress in 2013. Doug and I knew each other before then. We had interactions on a number of issues that we were mutually passionate about, beginning with rural California and people who live in rural areas, which both reflected his and my background. He perhaps represented, if not one of the largest congressional districts by geography in California. A lot of northern and eastern California. And these are communities, I know a lot of my colleagues, when they think about California, they think of Los Angeles or the Bay Area. But we have a lot of parts of California where, the communities are a white spot in the middle of a major highway or, 400, 600 people. And Doug was a member's member and a representative who believed that his entire constituency was his passion. And so he would go to some of those remote areas to indicate and to listen on how he could be a better representative and make their views known here in our nation's capital. I served with him the entire time that I've been on the House Ag Committee through 3 different farm bill reauthorizations. And he was always willing to meet halfway. Of course, we understood the ag issues affecting California, and he was very proud to represent the Upper Sacramento River Valley and all the wonderful people there. When disaster struck his district with the wildfires, he was among the first to be there with the challenges of some of the floods in Lake Orville and Yuba areas. He was there. And he reminds us why we serve. Not only the passion, but the desire always to put our constituents first and to help people. And let that be a role model for all of us. Doug, we miss you. A life well led and a person who cared passionately about our country and about the people's house. May you rest in peace with your wife and your family. And we thank all of you for giving us an opportunity to serve with our friend, Doug LaMalfa. I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, sir. To our final Californian for the evening, I yield a minute to Mr. Garamendi.
Thank you. I look at the photo and I'm going, Doug, for 12 years, you and I represented the Sacramento River. We developed a friendship based upon the work in part, but mostly upon sharing things. We'd get on the airplane to fly to Washington, and you had your seat all the time. We said hello, talked about what was coming on, and then going home. A friendship that was deep, meaningful, and there was plenty of work to do. The Sacramento River, most important river in California after the Colorado, it was yours. You had the upper, I had the lower part of it. And together we worked to protect the river, to protect the farmers, to protect the flow of water. It was good work. You did a good job. You were good in representing your district, in representing the very complex issues. I remember standing on one of the levees, and you were talking about your rice field. And I said, Doug, let me talk about my cows in my field. He said, okay, you go ahead, but I'm going to go first. You shared your knowledge with me and with others. You were good. You were really good at the work you did for your people. You were a quality representative. I miss you. I miss the work that we did together on the Sacramento River Valley and all of the issues that we had. A long list, to take another hour to go through them all. I miss you. Patty misses you, because she would get up from her seat and go back to your seat, which you always had on that plane, and the two of you would talk and share. I know your family misses you. I know your constituents miss you. Doug LaMalfa, you're going to be remembered by those of us that had the honor of working with you. I yield back.
Thank you. Special message. We'll now continue on to a close friend and colleague on Natural Resources Committee, Mr. Stauber from Minnesota. I yield a minute to you.
Thank you very much. You know, this week started out very difficult, losing Representative LaMalfa. I had the privilege of serving with him for 7 years and being on the Natural Resources Committee, and he also was chair of the Western Caucus this past year and did a wonderful job. And he was that gentle giant, Mr. Chair, that you could always count on. He was a person of reason, but as you got to know Doug, he was an even better person. He was a humble, Christian, faithful person. And you know what, Mr. Chair, we need more of that in this body, especially now. So we know that Doug is with his Savior. We know that his Savior chose his time earlier this week. But Doug is resting in eternity with the Almighty God, his Savior, and Jesus Christ. And to his wife, Jill, thanks for allowing him to serve, not only in the California legislature, but here in this body. Thanks for allowing him to travel, as Mr. Garamendi just said, all that way to and from the great state of California. Those long trips. He'd come in, you knew on Monday or Tuesday nights, the start of the session, when he'd come in here wearing some tattered clothes, a little bit unshoveled, but he had a long day. But he was here for the people of his district, and he left a legacy that we all should cherish and honor and remember. And that's why we're here today, Mr. Chair, honoring Doug with that smile. He always had a nickname for every one of us. So, Doug, I know you're resting in peace for eternity. But thank you for serving this great nation. Thank you for serving the great state of California in the way you did. You left a legacy. You helped all of us become better representatives. And to Jill, our thoughts and prayers are with you and your 4 children. God bless you, and take care of your families. Thank you.
I now yield a minute to the gentleman from Western Colorado, Mr. Jeff Hurd.
Mr. Speaker, our colleague Doug LaMalfa passed away on Monday, and I wanted to take just a minute, he would have liked that, to honor him the best way I know how, plainly. Doug believed that we should speak clearly, not in jargon. He had a whiteboard in his office labeled unacceptable words, and he meant it. Words like stakeholders, empower, and equity were banned. He thought government should sound more like the people it serves. He hated what I called LaMalfaisms, overcomplicated government explanations for simple things, like saying the transportation infrastructure is undergoing a temporary operational suspension pending structural optimization, instead of just saying the bridge is closed for repairs. Doug loved this institution, he loved the West, and he loved one-minute speeches. I'll miss his humor, his directness, and the clarity he brought to a town that too often hides behind big words. May he rest in peace. Thank you, and I yield.
Thank you. And to the gentleman from Mississippi, howdy doddy, Mr. Michael Guest.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to remember the life of my friend Doug LaMalfa, whom I would refer to as the gentle giant. Doug was known by all for his love of agriculture and the great outdoors. As chairman of the Western Caucus and as a California Republican, he was a rare breed on Capitol Hill. His time will always be remembered for his love of this great republic, a government that he believed in the Founding Fathers, the principles of a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. Mr. Speaker, I believe that there is a scripture in the Old Testament that captures the impact that Doug had on the life of his friends and colleagues. Proverbs 27:17 says, as iron sharpens iron, so one man sharpens another. Doug made all those who knew him a better person, and his impact will live on long after his passing. I know he will be missed by all, and my prayers are with his family and friends. With that, I yield back.
Thank you. And now a minute to the gentlelady from Hawaii, Ms. Takuda.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I chuckled when Ken mentioned pet peeves and names. We need to add quinoa and potatoes to that list. He definitely didn't like those. And for the record, my nickname was Barracuda. So figure that one out. God works in mysterious ways. And in the face of disaster, I found a friend in Doug. Doug and I didn't agree on a lot of things, but we always showed up for each other. We co-sponsored bills. We worked on disaster funding and rural health. We traded a lot of jabs and took funny pictures of each other in our ag hearings. Sorry, Chair. I gave him Spam musubis, and he brought me my favorite lemon almonds from Orville. I'll never forget November 8th, 2023. Doug stood here on this floor, and he marked 5 years since the Camp Fire. I was marking 3 months since the Lahaina fire in Maui. And he came up to me, gave me a hug after, and he said, we're going to get through this together. And I believed him. I still do, and he gave me hope. Doug and I are two very different people. It would have been the most unlikely of friendships, except that he was one of the kindest, most gentlest, genuine people I've ever met. I don't know about you, but the House floor feels a little less warm and a bit empty without Doug. But maybe I just miss my friend. To his wife Jill and the Lamalfa Ohana, our prayers, our aloha, and our love are with you. May you rest in aloha, my friend, until we meet again. Thank you, and I yield back.
Mahalo to the gentlelady from Hawaii. That's thank you for the stenographers that needed clarification on my foreign languages today. To the gentleman from Kansas, I now yield a minute. Mr. Mann.
Thank you. Gentleman from Utah. On Tuesday, this chamber lost a kind friend, a loving husband, a proud father, and a tireless advocate for rural America and the Western United States. Representative Doug LaMalfa brought joy and sincerity in the halls of Congress every single day and fought for the good of Northern California. I first met Doug in freshman orientation. Of course, he was a more senior member than I was, but we go to leadership elections, and because LaMalfa was near man in the alphabet, I sat right behind Doug, who quickly introduced himself to me, found out I was from Kansas, spent 3 minutes digging through his phone to find pictures of a road trip that he took in one of his classic cars right through Kansas. And 7 minutes later, I walked away from Doug very aware of all of the stops that he had made in my great state. From that moment on, I was always the man from Kansas. During our time together on the House Ag Committee, Doug routinely brought the priorities of farmers and ranchers in his district directly to committee hearings and roundtable. His multi-generational family farm grounded him in his beliefs, making him an even better advocate for the abundant agriculture producers of California's 1st District. Audra and I are praying for Doug's loved ones as they grieve through this tragedy. Psalms 34:18 says, "The Lord is close to the brokenhearted. He rescues those whose spirits are crushed." It is our prayer that Doug's family, friends, and his team would feel that closeness as they honor, and we all honor, his life and legacy. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. And I now yield a minute to the gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Mary Miller.
Thank you. Doug was one of the first friends that I made when I joined the Agriculture Committee back in 2021. I soon learned that we had a lot in common. We are both 4th-generation family farmers with a shared love for the land, which we call home. Doug was also one of the first members to join my Congressional Family Caucus and was a strong advocate for parents and children. One of my funny memories was somehow we were having a conversation about what we would do if we had to bug out of D.C., and he offered to give me a ride in his classic Cadillac, I guess he had here, and give me a ride to Illinois as he headed to California. I was deeply saddened to hear of his passing. Because Doug accepted Jesus Christ as his Savior, he is now in the presence of the Lord. I'm praying for his wife Jill and their children. May they receive comfort from the promise of Revelation 21:4. He will wipe away every tear from their eyes, and death shall be no more. Neither shall there be mourning, nor crying, nor pain anymore, for the former things have passed away. Doug, we thank you for your friendship, and we will carry on with the work that you started. He will be missed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Thank you. Now a minute to the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the gentleman from Colorado for yielding and for claiming this time. It is with a heavy heart that I rise today to honor my friend and colleague, Representative Doug LaMalfa. He was a true champion for rural America and a staunch supporter of our nation's farmers. I often describe Doug as a gentle giant. You'll hear others say that. He was tall and broad enough for me to assume I better not mess with this guy. And his impact on Washington is just as giant. But I suspect many of us will remember his gentle side the most. Members of this body, including myself, often counted on Doug's lighthearted comments for his moments of levity. Doug always handled himself with the way we would all aspire to. He spoke calmly, with conviction, and with his constituents top of mind. Representative LaMalfa fought hard for the issues that mattered to California's 1st Congressional District and for farmers broadly across our country. As an 8th-generation Tennessee farmer, I found it easy to relate to Doug, a proud 4th-generation rice farmer. Throughout our service on the House Ag Committee, I appreciated having a partner with similar perspective and values as we worked to set ag policy. I learned quickly to trust his instincts. I'll miss that. Doug and I were avid competitors, and I will miss that as well. Long before I served with him on the Ag Committee, I came to consider him a very worthy opponent, and I will miss those days very dearly as I move forward. I want to close by extending my condolences to his family, including his wife and children. While Doug will be missed here, I can only imagine how he will be missed at home. We'll be praying for them in the days ahead. Thank you, and I yield.
Mr. Rose and Mr. LaMalfa shared that rivalry with our Vice Chair time, and I thank you for spending some time with us tonight. On to the great island of Guam, I yield a minute to Mr. Moylan.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and service of Congressman Doug LaMalfa, a dedicated public servant who spent his career standing up for rural America and the communities he called home. A fourth-generation rice farmer from Northern California, he brought a deep understanding of hard work, responsibility, and service into public life. Those values guided him as he served in California State Assembly, the State Senate, and later in the United States House of Representatives. In Congress, he was a strong and respected voice for agriculture, natural resources, and rural communities. His colleagues recognized that commitment when he was unanimously elected chairman of the Congressional Western Caucus. I had the honor of working alongside him as a colleague and a friend on the Natural Resources Committee, where his connection to the land and the people he represented was always clear. His work strengthened rural communities and left a lasting mark on policies that affect them. My thoughts are with his loved ones and the people of Northern California. May we honor his memory by continuing the work he cared so deeply about. I yield.
Thank you. And now a minute to the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Newhouse.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Blake, appreciate you doing this evening. It's truly an honor and a privilege for me to join my colleagues in honoring the life and the legacy of our good friend, Doug LaMalfa. Throughout my time in Congress, I worked hand in hand with Doug on the many issues that face the American West. He had a love for his work. He had an understanding as a fellow farmer in the value and the rural way of life, and he fought to protect all of those things. When I stepped down as the chairman of the Western Caucus, Doug was the clear choice to take the gavel. He was elected unanimously to lead the caucus into its next chapter. Truly, Congress and the people of California's 1st Congressional District have lost a true advocate for the issues that we all face. But Mr. Speaker, Doug was much more than a colleague. Doug was a dear friend. He had a kind soul, a sincere love for all of the people in his life, as you've heard this evening. And while Doug may have towered over you as you shook his big hand, you were never small in his eyes. He was humble, generous, a loyal friend, liked by everyone he met. I'm going to miss Doug's big grin as he always greeted me as Lieutenant Dan. Joan and I are going to truly miss Doug. We send our deepest condolences to his wife, Jill, their 4 kids, during this incredibly difficult time. And I thank and ask all of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to join us in honoring the great work that Doug accomplished over the years. And may we preserve his legacy. May we be more like him, and may he rest in peace. Thank you.
Thank you. And now a minute to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman.
Thank you. When we heard that Doug passed away, I asked several people the same question. They all agreed overwhelmingly. If something were to happen to this institution, and only 10 of us survived, we had to build it up from scratch, Doug would be one of the 10 people we'd want to start out with, and maybe one of the top 5 or maybe even the top 1. But everybody around here knows what a special guy Doug LaMalfa is. I used to have a lot of discussion with him around this time back in the parlor, talking about the bills today, how to vote on this or that. You know, as a politician, you can't help resist when you decide how to vote on something. What's the politically right thing to do? What politically will help me get reelected? I never heard Doug talk that way. Doug always talked about the right policy, I'll do the right thing, and I'll sell it back home, which is one of the reasons why I think he's so special. Another thing that was so special in all the conversations I had with him, I never remember him saying anything negative about anybody. I say a lot of negative things about people, so I'm really jealous of a guy like Doug LaMalfa, who manages never to say anything about anybody. One final thing, the other thing I know about Doug is we met every Thursday morning in a Bible study known as Capital Ministries, which was really a Bible study for the erudite Christian, a man of deep faith. And I'll tell you, Doug, a lot of people talk about it. He was just such a good Christian. So in any event, a great Christian, a great congressman. I'll never forget Doug LaMalfa.
Thank you. A minute now to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor my friend and my colleague, Congressman Doug LaMalfa. Doug was always a steady voice for his district and a principal member of this House. He was serious about policy, direct in his approach, and deeply committed to the people he represented. But anyone who has worked alongside Doug also knows he had quite a sense of humor. You see, I learned that early on. Doug and I both did a lot of 1 minutes. And he used to intentionally leave this speaking podium raised up to above my head to remind me of how short I was and how tall he was. But you know, that small moment says a lot about Doug. Doug worked hard. He took his job seriously. And he still found room for good-natured humor and friendship. Tonight, we thank Congressman LaMalfa for his service, for his leadership, and the many moments he shared with all of us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Thank you, and I yield a minute to the gentlewoman from Utah, Ms. Malloy.
Thank you. It's hard not to smile when I stand here and talk about Doug LaMalfa, even on this really difficult week, because Doug always made me smile. From the beginning, he made me feel like I was really special, and I've learned this week that that is maybe the least special thing about me, because everybody here felt like they were Doug LaMalfa's best friend. The night I was sworn in as a member of Congress, I started getting texts on my phone from a number I didn't recognize, and they were pictures of me being sworn in from an angle that looked suspiciously like the House floor, which is against the rules. And I promised him I would never tell anyone where I got those pictures, so I'm not going to tell you. But I still don't know how he had my number the minute I got sworn in. He's never missed a chance to get me to sing Utah's state song with him, whether we're in an airport or on the House floor or walking through the tunnels. And he never failed to accompany that with jokes from my cousin Vinny about the Utes. I hope that hearing all of these memories and all of these stories that people have of Doug will comfort his family, his staff, and everybody else who's missing him at this difficult time. Because even though I'm smiling, I am deeply mourning for my friend, Doug LaMalfa. And I yield.
And a minute to the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Bentz.
Thank you. I rise to honor Doug LaMalfa, my good friend. His office is right across from mine, and his district is right across from mine in California from Oregon. This meant we worked together over and over again on issues involving water to try to save it from the misguided grasp of misguided environmentalists. He was a great friend, an incredible advocate for his district. He did his very best for his constituents. He never gave up. He focused on wolves, water, forests, and fire. May my good friend find solace in heaven, and may his family find comfort in knowing he was a man of integrity, faith, truly deserving of our honor and our deepest respect. I yield back.
Thank you. Gentleman, yield to a minute to the gentleman from Idaho, Mr. Fulcher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am honored to join my colleagues this evening to honor a dear friend, Congressman Doug LaMalfa. Being from the great state of Idaho, the land of famous potatoes, I am the one the good congressman referred to as Mr. Potato Head. I had the privilege of working with Doug on the pressing issues facing the West and America's rural communities. There are no adequate words to express my sorrow upon learning of his passing. But his legacy and spirit lives on. And my prayers are with his wife, Jill, and the entire LaMalfa family during this time of unimaginable grief. And from Mr. Potato Head to that rice farmer from California, here is my final. Way to go, Idaho. God bless.
Thank you. The gentleman from Oklahoma, I yield the minute, Mr. Cole.
Thank you very much, my friend. Obviously, like all of us here, I'm here to pay tribute to our dear departed friend, Doug LaMalfa. You know, I first got to know Doug before I ever met him, because I had so many Indian tribes from California calling me saying, we've got this great guy running for the House of Representatives who we know from the state legislature in California cares about who we are, represents our interests, understands the trust responsibility. American Indians, Native Americans, had no better friend in the House of Representatives than Doug LaMalfa. But then as I got to know him as a person, in addition to a political figure, I understood why people were so attracted to him. The sheer decency of the man, the sheer authenticity of the man, and frankly, the happy warrior style that he approached every single issue with. I don't think I've ever been so shocked in my life when I learned that we'd lost him, because I know he was coming back to fight the good fight for the things in which he believed, the state which he loved, and the institution which he cherished. So I want to add my voice to the many voices tonight that remind America that we lost a great American, that we lost a great Californian, and we lost a great human being. So my prayers are with Jill and the family. My thoughts are with his constituents, because they lost somebody who each and every day came to this floor determined to advance their interests, to protect their values, and to make this country stronger and better. I'll miss Doug LaMalfa, but I'll miss what he stands for and what he fought for and how he represented those things more than anything else. Yield back, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. To the gentleman from Arizona, I yield a minute, Dr. Gozar.
I thank you. I rise today like every other person with a heavy heart to honor the life of my dear friend and colleague, the gentleman, the giant from California, Doug LaMalfa. Doug was a devoted public servant, a fierce advocate for rural Arizona, or America and the West, and a man who deeply loved his country and the people that he was honored to represent. As a lifelong resident of Northern California, he understood the land, the communities, and the values of his district in a way that cannot be taught, only lived. He fought tirelessly for the farmers, the ranchers, and the communities too often ignored by the coastal elites. And he did so with candor and conviction and a sense of humor that made even the hardest day feel better. Doug was more than a colleague. He was a friend. He was a brother. His leadership, his wisdom, and his heart for service will be deeply missed. Doug's legacy of faith and service and love endures. Lord, accept this gentle giant, this dedicated giant, Doug LaMalfa, as may his family have the goodwill to know that he lies in your comfort. I yield back.
Thank you. In a minute to the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Rouser.
I thank my colleague and friend, and boy, do I have many stories I could tell, but I will not. No one cared more for the people of California and for America than Doug. As a fourth-generation rice farmer, he was the true embodiment of a steward of the land, and a great steward of common sense, too, I might add. He understood the needs of rural America and had such a genuine desire to serve the people who lived there. Doug and I worked closely on many issues, but one of my fondest memories was hosting him in North Carolina for an agriculture roundtable. He engaged with my constituents, speaking their language and truly listening to their concerns. Doug LaMalfa, he stood tall, both literally and figuratively, for the people who feed this country. To know Doug was an honor and a privilege. His absence will have a profound void in this chamber. This body and the nation will miss him deeply. My prayers are with his wife Jill, his children, his grandchildren, and the entire LaMalfa family, including his great staff. I thank them for sharing him with us in service to our country. I yield back.
Thank you. Now a minute to the gentleman from Montana, Mr. Zinke.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in tribute of our friend and colleague, Doug LaMalfa. When I arrived in Congress in 2015, I noticed a large man with long hair.
He was a big man. But the biggest thing about Doug LaMalfa was his heart. As secretary, I got the opportunity to tour his district that had been devastated by wildfires. I walked with him and looked at the devastation, the despair of people losing their lives and everything they had. And Doug knew them by name. He cared. He cared about every member of this institution, but more importantly, he cared about the people he represented. He cared about their life, their values, and represented them as well or better than anyone that has ever served this great body. Today we mark the passing, but also the privilege of knowing a great man. It is my hope, Mr. Speaker, that we all learn from Doug LaMalfa and understand that we represent the people. We give prayer to his family, but take solace, we know that Doug is with his Maker. I yield back.
Thank you. And a minute to the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Owens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As with my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, I stand before you with a heavy heart to honor the life and legacy of my dear friend and esteemed colleague, Doug LaMalfa. Doug's sudden passing this week leaves a void not only in this chamber, but in the hearts of all who knew him. To a person, a testament from everyone who's crossed this path would be this: what a really good man. As a member of the Western Caucus, I witnessed firsthand Doug's fierce advocacy for the farmers, ranchers, and hardworking families who form the backbone of our nation. It was inspiring. On the Transportation Infrastructure Committee, I saw the same tenacious commitment to his beloved state of California as he championed water rights and fought for the conservative values at the very core of our American culture. Doug was a steadfast warrior for the country and state he loved, and he will be surely missed. His faith, grit, and authenticity have inspired us all. Rest assured, we will continue to carry on the torch that Doug championed so well. Doug, we know where you are at this moment, and our prayers with you, with Jill, your family. Rest in peace. May God bless you, my friend.
And a minute to the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Palmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to rise this evening with my colleagues to honor Doug LaMalfa, one of this body's best members, and to join in remembrance of his life. Doug was a dear friend whom I will miss. He was a talented and trusted colleague who was serious about his work representing his constituents as he was constantly seeking to move policy that helped them and our nation. Doug was a rice farmer, an occupation that he loved and that in many respects was foundational to his work ethic, his love of the land, and his love of the people in rural communities. More than anything else, he was a faithful follower of Jesus Christ. I will miss Doug in our weekly Thursday morning Bible studies. I will miss his humbleness, his even temper, his humor, and his presence in this body. And I will miss hearing him call me Gary Francis Powers after the U.S. spy plane pilot who was shot down over Russia and captured in the 1960s. My wife Ann and I are praying for God to comfort and encourage Doug's wife Jill, their children, his family, his staff, and all who, like those who have gathered in this chamber this evening, who knew and loved Doug LaMalfa. I yield back.
Thank you. And to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, I yield a minute, Mr. Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today with a heavy heart to share a few words about my dear friend, Congressman Doug LaMalfa. Doug was a husband, father, and a fourth-generation rice farmer, and he dedicated more than 20 years to public service, both in this House and in the California State Legislature. Doug was a giant in both stature and character. After meeting Doug, you couldn't help but being struck by his kindness and gentle manner. He had a reputation as an affable colleague, a principled legislator, a fierce advocate for rural America, and one heck of a muscle car driver, which I experienced firsthand. And all of them rang true. Doug was an expert on farming, forestry, water issues. He chaired the House Agriculture Subcommittee on Forestry and Horticulture and was chairman of the Western Caucus. We traveled the country together, coast to coast, north to south, meeting with men and women who feed this great country, and memories that I will always treasure. He was supposed to be with me in Pennsylvania this weekend, and his presence will be sorely missed. In a town full of self-important figures, Doug was authentically normal, and I will certainly miss his wisdom, his sense of humor, and incredible friendship. I turned the tables on Doug when it came to nicknames. I affectionately named him the Governor of Jefferson, and he eagerly accepted that. Doug was a man of great faith, and I find comfort in knowing he was welcomed into the arms of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Rest easy, brother. We'll take it from here.
Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent for all members to have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material into the record on the subject of my special order hour.
Without objection.
As a member from California, I'd like to yield 5 minutes to my colleague from the great state of Utah, Congressman Blake Moore, so they can continue honoring Congressman Doug LaMalfa.
Without objection.
Sincere appreciation. Thank you very much. Great way to honor Doug. I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Scott.
I just want to say Doug was a kind and gentle giant. He was firm and fair. He was wise, and he was funny. I remember one day in the Ag Committee when he spoke for 5 minutes. He spoke so long, he finally remembered that he forgot to leave the people any time to answer his questions. And it was a pretty funny moment for the committee. And he laughed about it, and he didn't make that mistake again. But I'll tell you this about him. 100% American. Local sheriff's department asked for help with people who knew how to operate diesel equipment, and Doug showed up. Doug's the one, he's the member of Congress that you saw on camera getting on a bulldozer saying, "I love the smell of diesel power in the afternoon. It smells like victory." Doug LaMalfa and only Doug LaMalfa. Thank you.
To the gentlewoman from North Dakota, Ms. Fedorchak.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to be here today as a freshman member. I didn't know Doug long, but I met him on one of our first days in the orientation sessions and the planning sessions for Congress. He was warm, he was friendly, he was helpful to a new freshman who didn't know much. From there, I learned how fun he was. He loved to play with my last name, Fedorchak. He used to say, "How much wood could a Fedorchak chuck if a Fedorchak could chuck wood?" And it always made me laugh. But I also learned quickly that not only was he fun, but he's thoughtful, he was pragmatic, and he was really, really a good thinker. And I turned to him on issues that I found to be difficult to get his thoughts on them. He was a strong conservative. He was warm, kind, and principled. And in my mind, he was exactly the kind of leader that Americans want. He is going to be dearly missed. I feel robbed that I didn't get to work with him more, and I will keep him and his family in my prayers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Thank you. And to our final speaker and a close friend and colleague on committee, a minute to the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my friend from Utah. There's a lot of symbolism that's happening at this point. The bipartisanship, thank you very much for the yielding of the time. It's a reflection of what really should happen around this place, that we love and help each other and try to find common ground, which is a great representation of what Doug LaMalfa served, how he served. He was a man of the people. He served his people well. He was a man of the land. He loved his land. He loved his rice and would talk about it with me and everybody else here regularly. He also loved people sufficient to give them nicknames. And my nickname had something to do with the villain in Ocean's 12. I was the Night Fox. I don't know if I agree with that characterization. It was the guy that did a break dance across a laser dance floor to steal things, which maybe some around here would think that that's the kind of person that I am. But I knew it was all in good taste and a good effort. Doug gave nicknames to everybody. I'll point out the last thing about Doug is he loved his country. He knew that on the top of the Capitol Rotunda was a statue called the Statue of Freedom. Doug served not only his people, he served his God. He certainly loved both, but in serving his country, understood he was serving freedom. And I hope I, as well as all of us, can live up to Doug's standard of service, his love for people, and his love for God. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the time, and I yield back.
Thank you. And to close, again, I thank the gentlewoman from California for yielding us a few more minutes to finish out these thoughts about in Doug's memory. But I just wanted to give a quick closing message to his wife, Jill, and there's 4 children, Kyle, Allison, Sophia, and Natalie. I get an hour every week to do these floor messages. I'm lucky to get 5 members to come. I try to fill up 20 minutes, 15 of which your dad would actually take, and he would go on and on. I would try to get him to wrap up so I could go to dinner. But he was always there for me. Tonight, we ran over time with the amount of people that wanted to come and take time out of their very busy schedules to come and share a brief message. Sit for an hour to spend 60 seconds reflecting on your dad and your husband. I hope you can take from that some sense of appreciation and connection that we all have with your dad, and what an amazing man he is. And with that, I yield back the remainder of our time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and my condolences to the family of former Congressman Doug LaMalfa. I'm glad to be here on the floor today to lead this important discussion with my Congressional Progressive Caucus colleagues about protecting health care for millions of Americans. Earlier today, the House voted to pass Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries' bill to extend the Affordable Care Act's enhanced premium tax credits for 3 more years. I thank Leader Jeffries for his relentless leadership to make today's vote a reality. House Democrats have been fighting for months to save these critical tax credits and for years to protect the Affordable Care Act from Republicans' constant attacks. The ACA tax credits are the reason record numbers of Americans have health insurance today. The ACA tax credits lower monthly premiums, make coverage realistic for working families, small business owners, seniors not yet eligible for Medicare, and people who fall through the cracks of employer-based insurance. Because of these tax credits, people can go to the doctor before a problem becomes an emergency. They can manage chronic conditions. They can live with dignity instead of fear of bankruptcy. Democrats did not give up on the American people, unlike many Republicans who chose to let these tax credits expire 1 week ago. That's right, when the ball dropped in Times Square on New Year's Eve, millions of Americans saw their health care premiums rise. That is a direct result of the healthcare crisis that Republicans created through their inaction on Americans' most pressing concerns. Over the past year, instead of working on meaningful solutions to lower the cost of groceries, lower the cost of housing, or protect healthcare, Republicans chose to rename the Gulf of Mexico, redefine what a showerhead is, rename the Kennedy Center, look into annexing Greenland, and regulate fridges and gas stoves. But in all seriousness, there are real problems that our country is facing. ICE is terrorizing communities across the country, and yesterday, mass agents murdered Renee Nicole Good in broad daylight in Minnesota. Trump is entering another war with Venezuela. Vaccines are being rolled back, which will make students and communities sicker. And Americans are struggling to afford basic goods. Speaking of affordability, we are in the middle of an affordability crisis that Republicans refuse to address. Republicans chose to shut down the government instead of extend the ACA tax credits and help Americans afford health care. During the longest shutdown in government history, my colleagues and I heard from our constituents about how Republicans' inaction to extend the ACA tax credits would impact them. I hand-delivered several of these stories from my freshman colleagues to Speaker Johnson so that he can see how his shutdown was creating hardship for Americans from California to New Hampshire to Washington and everywhere in between. In my district, the San Fernando Valley in Los Angeles, nearly 31,000 people would have seen their health care costs rise if the tax credits expire, and nearly 11,000 people would have lost access to health care entirely. Additionally, a 60-year-old couple in my district earning nearly $83,000 per year would have seen their annual premiums rise by nearly $14,000, and a family of 4 earning nearly $130,000 a year would have seen their annual premiums rise by over $6,000. This is just in my district. Republicans were willing to let this happen to Americans across the country, regardless of political affiliation. I'm proud to have voted with my colleagues to pass Leader Jeffries' bill to extend the ACA tax credits and protect health care. But our work is not done. The Senate needs to take up this bill immediately so that Americans don't have to worry about their premiums skyrocketing. In the richest country on earth, no one should have to worry about choosing between paying for groceries, making rent, or having health care. I now yield 5 minutes to my co-host for tonight's special order hour, my friend and fellow freshman classmate, the gentle lady from the beautiful state of Washington, Congresswoman Emily Randall.
Thank you, Representative Rivas. I'm glad to be here together on the House floor today, leading a conversation about how we fix our broken healthcare system. Across our country, working families are feeling the pain of rising costs from every direction. Donald Trump and congressional Republicans have failed the American people. They promised to lower costs, and instead, costs keep going up. Housing is more expensive. Electricity bills are through the roof. Childcare costs keep rising. And now, Republican leadership, who love to extend tax break for billionaires, are making things worse by, for months, refusing to extend the Affordable Care Act's tax credits for regular people. These tax credits, which expired on December 31st, could have been continued had Republicans not skipped every opportunity to prevent it. But they chose to walk away from the negotiating table. Let's be clear about why these tax credits exist. They were created because the U.S. has the most expensive healthcare system in the world, and without help, millions of working families are simply unable to afford coverage. This was never a handout, it was a lifeline. But because Republicans refused to act before December 31st, millions of Americans have faced skyrocketing healthcare costs. In my district, I hear from neighbors every day about how devastating it has been to lose these tax credits. Right now, families who rely on the ACA in Washington 6th are facing an average of $1,500 of an increase in a month in monthly healthcare costs. That's some people's rent, 3 car payments. That's the ability to put anything away in savings. Even if you're on private insurance, monthly costs are estimated to rise across the board by 21% in Washington because of the overall strain on our system. When healthy people are priced out of insurance, costs go up for everyone else. That's just math. This Republican-created crisis will price out an estimated 80,000 Washingtonians from coverage, and that doesn't even include the millions more in Washington and across the country who are losing care because of the cuts to Medicaid and Medicare. Who's being hit hardest when these tax credits disappear? Women, who are already struggling with restrictions to reproductive care, who make less money than men do, and who are on the front lines of growing childcare crises. Who else will be impacted? LGBTQ Americans, who are more likely to rely on the ACA because of lower incomes and employment discrimination. On top of this administration rapidly stripping away access to their life-saving care and protections. And families really struggling to get by, living paycheck to paycheck, they're more likely to work jobs without employer-provided benefits, making the ACA their only real option for coverage. I want to make this clear. Republican leadership let tax credits expire in order to pay for tax breaks for billionaires. They didn't make an abstract budget decision. They decided that their wealthy and well-connected donors deserve the very best this country has to offer, while condemning everyday Americans to lose health insurance and have to wait until they're sick enough to end up in the emergency room. And I'll say what we all know. We don't have a genuine healthcare system in this country. We have a sick care system, a system where people are forced to delay care until a problem becomes a crisis, a system where chronic conditions go unmanaged or managed with unprescribed medication, a system where cancers are caught later, when treatment is more expensive and outcomes are worse, a system where more people die. One thing drove me to public service and has continued to drive me. Everyone deserves access to health care. That's why in the state legislature, I worked every day to protect and expand access to care, passing laws to expand postpartum Medicaid so new parents receive the care they need after childbirth, establishing a universal health care commission, removing barriers to behavioral health and dental care, and lowering prescription drug prices. I've seen the way families thrive when access to care is expanded, and the devastation that follows when it's taken away. While families are worried about whether they can afford insulin, inhalers, or mental health care, Republican leadership chose inaction. They found time to give tax breaks to corporations, but not to protect health care for working people before the tax credits expired. That tells you everything you need to know about Republican leadership priorities. President Trump says he has concepts of a plan and has been making empty promises for a decade. But the American people don't need concepts. We need affordable health care now. I'm very glad that 17 of my Republican colleagues joined Democrats today in doing the right thing, voting to extend the ACA tax credits for 3 more years to protect access to affordable health care. And I hope my colleagues in the Senate follow suit by passing this bill immediately. But I also know that it's not enough. We need a universal health care system, a system where you can go to the doctor, receive the care you need, and walk out without worrying about what other bills you'll have to skip to afford it. A system where losing a job doesn't mean losing your health care, where starting a business doesn't mean risking your life in addition to your livelihood, where no one lies awake at night wondering if they'll be able to afford insulin, whether they'll be able to afford it if their kid breaks their arm, whether they'll be able to afford it if their spouse has a pregnancy complication or a cancer diagnosis. It's not radical. It's not unrealistic. It's humanity. And the United States, arguably the wealthiest country in the world, doesn't have a universal healthcare system like every advanced nation in the world does. It's time for our nation's leaders to stop making excuses. It's time for us to find real solutions that put the American people first. I yield back to Representative Rivas.
Thank you, Congresswoman. I now yield 3 minutes to my colleague from the great state of New York, Congressman Paul Tonko.
Thank you. I appreciate the gentlewoman yielding. And let me thank both Congressmember Luz Rivas of California and Emily Randall of Washington State for hosting us with this special order hour. I know, as they being 2 freshman congresswomen, and I know at least 1 other freshman congresswoman that will be joining in the discussion, just reflect the tremendous amount of talent and passion to make a difference in this freshman class. And we are so blessed to have them in the caucus. And it's so important to witness the efforts that the 2 congresswomen hosting us have made in regard to accessibility and affordability. It's most appreciated. After months of pushing, Democrats succeeded in forcing a vote to extend ACA subsidies that offer life-saving health care benefits to millions of families. That extension just passed the House just hours ago, but the fight isn't over to secure these benefits and meaningfully lower costs for Americans. The Senate must act at once to restore these benefits and ease the burden of rising costs for people like Micaiah, one of my constituents from New York's 20th Congressional District. Micaiah was born and raised in Schenectady, New York. She recently turned 26 and was bumped off of her parents' health insurance plan. She made the smart and responsible choice to switch to an ACA plan. But because Republicans let vital ACA subsidies lapse last year, she no longer knows how she'll afford coverage. This at a time when she and her wife are thinking about starting a family together. So often I hear the reaction from those on the right saying, just get a job. Well, Micaiah already works at a job. In fact, 2 jobs, one for her local school district and one as a manager of McDonald's. All told, between both jobs, she works some 16 hours a day. But neither position offers affordable or comprehensive enough health care, so an ACA plan is her only real option. In this, the richest country in the world, the richest country in the history of the world, this is simply unacceptable. No one should be spending nearly all of their waking hours working multiple jobs and still unable to afford basic health care coverage for themselves and their family members. Yet, this is the painful reality for millions of Americans. Faced with this impossible scenario, Micaiah said that she may try to work even more hours to make ends meet, but there are simply not enough hours in the day to work much more than she already does. We have the chance here in Congress to ease the immense burden being carried by Micaiah and the tens of millions more seeing a spike in health care premiums. I do urge my colleagues in the Senate to do right by families and act without delay to lower health care and help working family people breathe a little easier. And make no mistake, the fight to lower costs is far from over. We've got to put our foot on the gas when it comes to driving down those health care costs and making life much more affordable for the American people. And with that, I thank our co-hosts for yielding, and I yield back to Representative Rivas. Thank you.
Thank you. I now yield 3 minutes to my colleague from the great state of California, Congressman John Garamendi.
Well, indeed, it is a great state because we have great freshman representatives. Thank you so very much for this special order hour and the opportunity to really talk about a critical issue for our constituents in California and really all across America. If we go back to the beginning of the Trump administration and we think about the various issues that he has put forth and the burdens that he's placed on America, one of the most important is in the big, ugly bill. If you take a look at the big, ugly bill and you get into the detail, well, there is the enhanced tax credits for the Affordable Care Act, and we'll talk about that in a few moments. But also in the big, ugly bill is the big problem coming up at the end of this 2026 year. They have put in place a dismantling of the Medicaid program. They pushed it off until after the election, but the facts of the matter are those impacts are already being recognized across the healthcare system. It's going to affect every American, and particularly those that are relying on Medicare. Now, if we talk about what the issue is today, and thank goodness, the House of Representatives, the leadership in this House, the Democratic leadership in this House, put forth an opportunity to solve one of the most critical problems that face Americans right now, and that is the expiration of the Affordable Care Act tax credits. That's happened, and today on this floor there was a vote, and fortunately the House of Representatives, led by the Democrats and a handful of Republicans, pushed forward an extension, a 3-year extension of the Affordable Care Act subsidies, which will be exceedingly important. The Affordable Care Act enhanced premium credits expired. They expired last year at the end of the year, and 4 million Americans immediately faced the problem. The expiration of these tax credits not only raised the cost for individuals in the marketplace, it also raised the health care cost all across America because it rippled down into all aspects of the health care system, the insurance, and the operations of hospitals and clinics. These harmful impacts won't stop at the Affordable Care Act insurance premiums. Those costs are now across the system. Let me level with the American people. The Republican health care crisis has made you, Americans, having to wait longer for health care. It has made you, Americans, pay more for worse health care systems, and for you Americans, your clinic, your hospital in rural areas as well as urban areas has shut down. Why? Because the Republicans have been after a challenge dating back to the 1960s when the Medicare program was put in place to eliminate the government's operations there. But there's still time to avoid this crisis, and today this House, led by the Democrats, took action to solve at least one of the major pieces of that, the Affordable Care Act enhanced premium tax credits. It's up to the Senate Republicans now. Hello, where are you, Senate Republicans? Are you paying attention? It's in your House. You have the opportunity to save this system, Senate Republicans. I know that Senate Democrats are already on board. They want to do this. Let's get this done. So let's challenge the Senate Republicans, see where they stand. We know where a whole lot of our Republican colleagues in the House of Representatives stands. They did not stand with Americans. They didn't stand with those people in your districts, in my districts, that are going to lose their Affordable Care Act insurance premiums. We've got work to do. This isn't the end of this crisis of health care. This is just one more step along the way to try to find some way to overcome the terrible burden that the Trump administration and the Republicans have placed on Americans as they go about trying to provide health care coverage for themselves, for their families, and for their communities. We met that challenge today. The Democrats here in the House of Representatives met that challenge today, and we forced through a 3-year extension of the Affordable Care Act insurance premium subsidies. And we're thankful that many, and a handful of Republicans, stood with us in this. I yield back.
Thank you. I now yield 3 minutes to my colleague and friend from the great state of California, Veterans Affairs Ranking Member, Congressman Mark Takano.
I thank my California colleague for yielding me the time. Thank you, Congresswoman Rivas, for co-hosting, and I thank Emily Randall of Washington for also co-hosting this important Congressional Progressive Caucus Special Order Hour. Now, we are here because this heretofore do-nothing Republican Congress has let 22 million Americans get priced out of their health care. I learned of a coffee house owner in Riverside, a good friend of mine, whose health insurance went from $600 a month to $1,100 a month. We are here because my Republican colleagues think our national budget is too tight to ensure that our seniors and families can afford health care, but it's flush enough with enough cash to fund escapades in Venezuela and billions of new spending on ICE and give billionaires permanent tax cuts. We're here because Democrats are the ones that are keeping health care front and center for this body. Republicans wish we would stop talking about this, that we would stop bringing it up, but we will not stop because health care is vital. It's essential to every American. It was the Democrats that forced this do-nothing Congress to actually act. Neither Speaker Johnson or President Trump wanted to make health care more affordable, so we took it upon ourselves to pass a 3-year extension of these vital tax credits. 3 years that match with the remaining 3 years of this presidency. 17 Republicans joined us to actually lower costs and to make health insurance affordable. Now, I'm sure the president will have in his mind that he should target for retribution these 17 Republicans for defying him, for defying the orthodoxy of the Republican leadership. He can choose to lead with fear, to be more concerned about Venezuelan oil, or how many more people he can deport, or how much more he can enrich himself. Or he can use his considerable influence and power over Republicans, over Senate Republicans. We saw the reach of his power today as Republicans unanimously voted for water projects for poor people in Colorado and for a Native American tribe in Florida, reversed themselves and sustained his veto. They voted for these 2 measures before. That is how immense his influence is. The question is, will he get 7 Republicans to do something right for the American people and lower health care costs? And will he use his influence to help Americans lower costs, healthcare costs for all Americans, or will he act in retribution? He can lower healthcare costs for all by expanding the pool of insured. The fight is not over. We still have to get through the Senate, but the key to all this is President Trump. Will he demand that the Senate pass a 3-year extension of this bill? 3-year extension of health care tax credits. That's the big question. I yield back, my friend.
Thank you. I now yield 3 minutes to my colleague and friend from the great state of Arizona, Congresswoman Adelita Grijalva.
Thank you, Representative Rivas and Representative Randall, for leading on this very urgent health care issue. Millions of Americans who depend on the Affordable Health Care Act are selecting their plans right now. And what they are seeing are healthcare options that they cannot afford due to Republicans' refusal to extend premium assistance. So I'm here today speaking on behalf of my constituents in Southern Arizona and those throughout the nation. I'm here for the parents that are going through their monthly budget trying to figure out what they can give up just to be able to pay for these premiums. And I'm speaking for those who have the horrible feeling in the pit of their stomachs because they know the risk of being uninsured, being one hospital visit away from bankruptcy. My Republican colleagues, and certainly Donald Trump, might understand this, but health insurance is not a luxury. It is a necessity. The facts are clear. Republicans paid for their $1 trillion tax giveaway for the wealthy by cutting health care, plain and simple. Over 10 million people will lose their Medicaid, and now millions more could lose their health coverage because they can't afford their premiums. 22 million people, including 400,000 Arizonans with marketplace coverage, are already seeing their health care premiums skyrocket. These cuts mean the closure of rural hospitals in Arizona, job losses in our healthcare sector, higher healthcare costs for those with private insurance, and the overall stress to an already stretched thin healthcare system. The state of Arizona has estimated the impact of Medicaid cuts alone to be $34 billion over the next 10 years. For every $1 billion tax cut, there is an estimated loss of 36,000 jobs across multiple industries. And while the economic impacts will be devastating throughout the state, the most immediate impact will be on those going without needed health care. Already a community health care center in my district is feeling the impact of the health care cuts. In 2025, they saw significant cuts in their Ryan White Part B funding. Due to these cuts, some positions had to be eliminated and workflows realigned, including the loss of a medical case management and treatment adherence support. The impacts are real. For instance, a 29-year-old woman diagnosed with HIV during her pregnancy. She's a mom of 2 young kids, 7 and 1 years old. She has struggled with mental illness, depression, and cognitive delay. Because she lacks daily adherence support and for her life-saving Valley fever medication, she has been hospitalized 3 times due to sepsis related to the condition. Another 18-year-old with HIV who works as a landscaper has not been able to get back on his medication due to the loss of insurance. His employer does not provide insurance and he makes too much money to qualify for Medicaid. So now the health center team is trying to get support from pharmaceutical companies for this individual. These are the types of stories of real people that simply want to live their lives. Illness and disease does not discriminate. Neither should Congress. Enough of cutting programs that Americans need for basic survival. Enough of the attempts to repeal the Affordable Care Act. Enough of Republicans skyrocketing costs. It's up to Donald Trump and the Republican Party to decide if they will join Democrats to restore these tax credits or whether they will keep making life unaffordable for hardworking Americans. I urge the Senate to act immediately and take up the premium extension bill passed by the House. And I yield back to Representative Rivas. Gracias.
Thank you. I now yield 3 minutes to my colleague and friend from the great state of Oregon, Congresswoman Val Hoyle.
Thank you, Representative Rivas and Representative Randall. This has been a week. We invaded Venezuela, threatened to invade Greenland, put Cuba, Mexico, and Colombia on notice that they could be next, had the administration and many of my colleagues who know better because they were here try and rewrite the history of what happened on January 6th. An ICE agent shot and killed a woman in Minnesota, and DHS immediately blamed the victim with no pretense of wanting to find out what the facts were. An hour ago, we just had 2 more people shot by an ICE agent in Portland, Oregon. These are dark times, and it's really easy to get bogged down in the negative. But today, something really good happened. 17 Republicans joined Democrats to override the Speaker's attempt to stifle the will of this body to vote to extend subsidies for the Affordable Care Act for 3 years. Now, my district is just over 17,000 square miles. It's mostly rural, with my rural hospitals hanging on by a thread. Some of them have just 15% commercial payer mix. Without the Affordable Care Act subsidies, we will have more uninsured people, and these hospitals could go under. Prior to being in Congress, I worked at the United Way before the Affordable Care Act, working on health care access, and my county had a 21% uninsured rate. We have a lot of farmers, small business people. We have people that couldn't afford insurance. Now our uninsured rate is just under 8%. That's because of the subsidies. But I've had people call me and say, one woman called and said she was paying $87 a month. She now will have to pay over $1,000 a month, and she can't afford her medication or the treatment that keeps her alive. I have people, small business people in my district, that are calling to say, this is the first time I've ever had to go without insurance. The fact of the matter is, this is the right policy. Now, if people want to talk about how to deliver quality, affordable, and appropriate health care with less money going to hedge fund-owned medical practices or to insurance companies, I would love to work with my colleagues on that. We have a Medicare for All bill that anybody can get on. That's what we should be moving towards. But the bottom line is, I remember when my mother, who was working as a contractor because her job got shipped offshore, so didn't have insurance, badly broke her leg, lost her home, went bankrupt, lost everything, and had to start over. So many people in this country will lose everything. This is the right thing to do for right now, and then we should work together and be responsible as Congress to lower the cost of health care, to take out the middleman, to decrease the price of pharmaceuticals, and make sure that people have access to health care wherever they are in this country. I look forward to working with my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to do that, and I encourage the Senate to take up this bill, get it done, so that we can actually do what we got sent here to do, which is the work of the people. Thank you very much. I yield.
I now yield 3 minutes to my colleague and friend from the great state of Arizona, Congresswoman Yasamin Ansari.
Thank you, Representative Rivas and Randall, for hosting this, Mr. Speaker. I represent Phoenix, Glendale, and Guadalupe, communities where families are working hard every single day to stay afloat. And across this country, including throughout Arizona, millions of families are struggling to afford basic health care. With costs rising on everything that they need to live, housing, food, childcare, they have been through enough. The ACA enhanced premium tax credits were a lifeline for these families. But Republican inaction allowed these tax credits to expire on December 31st because they don't care about regular people. And the consequences were immediate. For many families in Arizona, ACA marketplace premiums have already more than doubled as a result of Republican negligence. That means parents are skipping doctor's appointments for their babies, seniors are reconsidering prescriptions, and families are facing the very real possibility of going uninsured. Take Cricket, for example, a constituent in my district. At 63, Cricket is self-employed and not yet eligible for Medicare. She has relied on ACA coverage for 8 years, paying $350 a month. Last year, she suffered a head injury that required emergency care, and ACA kept her bill around $1,000 instead of $10,000, saving her from potential bankruptcy. She fears rising premiums. The ACA is her lifeline, and without it, she could lose her home and everything else that she has built. Today, the House of Representatives finally voted to extend these enhanced premium tax credits for 3 years. And despite 17 Republicans standing up to Donald Trump and to their own leadership, I want to point out that not a single Republican from Arizona's delegation chose to put their constituents first and extend these life-saving subsidies. That is egregious and that is unacceptable. There is still so much more work to do even after today's passage in the House. We must apply pressure to the United States Senate to pass a clean 3-year extension of these ACA tax credits, and Arizonans cannot afford any more delays. Let's be clear, extending these tax credits is necessary, but it's certainly not enough. We need to pass Medicare for all. We are the richest country in the world, and we pay more for healthcare per person than any other developed nation. On average, we spend at least double per person what countries like the United Kingdom, Canada, Australia, and Japan spend on healthcare. So we should be the healthiest, right? We are not. We are 48th in the world for life expectancy. And do you know what most of the countries doing better and paying less than us have in common? They have universal health care. And Americans' physical and financial health depend on us doing the same. So it's time to take real action to bring down healthcare costs for Arizonans and for people all across the United States. That means Medicare for all before more Americans lose their healthcare or go in medical debt. Thank you, and I yield back to Rep. Rivas.
Thank you. I now yield 3 minutes to my colleague and friend from the great state of New York, Congressman Dan Goldman.
I thank you very much, Representative Rivas, and thank you to Representative Randall for hosting this special hour. 7 days ago, the Affordable Care Act enhanced premium tax credits expired. For years, these credits allowed millions of Americans to afford health insurance that they would otherwise not be able to get. And for tens of millions of others, these tax credits drastically lowered premiums, for some families by as much as $1,000. They gave working families essential relief amidst an ongoing cost of living crisis that Donald Trump has only made worse. Without these tax credits, an estimated 5 million Americans will lose their insurance as a result of the higher premium costs. Today, House Democrats successfully forced this body to vote to extend those tax credits so that those 5 million Americans can hold on to their health insurance. A 3-year extension of the premium tax credits passed this body. Now, the bill goes to the Senate, which must pass it in order to save health insurance for millions of Americans. In my state, New York, alone, more than 140,000 people relied on the tax credits. And the credits also supported an additional 1.7 million New Yorkers who would probably otherwise not be able to afford health insurance. One constituent of mine who lives in public housing and holds a good job told me that without these tax credits, her monthly premiums have gone from $450 to more than $1,000, which she simply cannot afford. She's in her 60s and will be left with no health insurance. But it's not just those eligible for the tax credits who will suffer. Because when people lose coverage, they don't stop getting sick, they delay preventative care, they skip prescriptions, they end up in emergency rooms. And emergency rooms become overrun, and care gets worse and more delayed. Costs rise for everyone, and all outcomes suffer. And because of months of inaction by Donald Trump and congressional Republicans, those tax credits have expired and will be gone without this legislation that we passed today. This is nothing short of a crisis, and it is a crisis created entirely by the President of the United States and his Republican Party. And so let me say this clearly to the American people. If you cannot afford health insurance anymore, you have one person and one party to blame: Donald Trump and the Republican Party. The same party that cut taxes for billionaires and cut Medicaid for working-class Americans. And you can count on one thing at all times with this Republican Party: they will always choose billionaires over babies. I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, how much time do I have remaining?
The gentlewoman has 16 minutes.
Thank you. I want to thank my colleagues that participated in this special order hour on the ACA tax credits. The Affordable Care Act tax credits are why our country has a record high amount of insured people. And like many of my colleagues today shared stories of their constituents and how this will impact them in their daily lives, I've also heard many stories from my own constituents. This includes Angel from San Fernando. Angel's husband is self-employed and she works part-time. Because of the ACA, they can have reliable health care that covers her husband's pre-existing conditions. Angel is dreading the update that will make health care more costly. They will have to make it work, but it will come at an extreme hardship. Angel and her husband are two of the over 31,000 people in my district who will see their health care costs rise if the ACA tax credits are not extended. Another constituent from North Hollywood said that their costs will more than double. They write, "My husband and I are already scraping by, living paycheck to paycheck each month. Rent and groceries are both harder to pay for. I also have 2 kids who are on Medi-Cal. Families of 4 like this one will be forced to pay over $6,000 more this year if the ACA tax credits are not extended." Congresswoman Randall, I'm sure you've heard hundreds of stories from your constituents too. Would you like to share some with us?
Thank you so much, Representative Rivas. You're right. I think all of us have been receiving stories, texts, emails, phone calls from neighbors and friends and families and constituents around the country who are impacted by rising healthcare costs because of the decisions that Republican leadership have made. And it's certainly not just my district. We know that in central Washington and Washington's 4th, a family of 4 earning $66,000 a year is seeing annual premium increases of $2,651. In Louisiana 4, we are seeing a family of 4 who is earning $66,000 have the same increase. In Texas, a 60-year-old couple earning $85,600 a year would see their premiums increase 333%, $20,466. And the numbers can sometimes feel abstract, right? What are those numbers? They're people. And Amanda in Bremerton told us that for her family, the ACA credits were the only way that she could afford health care. If they lose the discount with the ACA, they wouldn't be able to have health care, period. Her family members won't be able to afford the medications that they need to help keep them alive. Health care should be affordable for all citizens in the United States. And Amanda is worried that they will possibly lose their home if they get sick and have to go to a doctor. Andrea from Tacoma works for a California-based company. The insurance that they offer would cost her $1,000 a month, which is out of her budget. But obtaining insurance through the Washington marketplace with ACA tax credits allowed her to purchase it for just $300 a month, less than a third of what her employer-sponsored coverage would be. And she still struggles to make this payment. If she can no longer afford health care, Andrea is going to feel the impact significantly. She makes just too much money to receive Apple Health, our version of Medicaid. She's pregnant. She'll be swimming in medical debt. And she says she's the only one who provides for her and her children. Our neighbors deserve better, and they deserve us to keep fighting, not just for this ACA tax credit extension, which we will continue to put pressure on the Senate to pass, but also for a system that meets our needs nationwide.
Thank you, Congresswoman Randall, for sharing those stories. And we have seen we're hearing these stories from all over the country. Not just blue states, red states, everywhere. The Affordable Care Act tax credits keep health care affordable for all Americans. If the Senate does not act immediately, constituents like Stephen from Van Nuys will bear that burden. Stephen and his wife are both independent contractors who pay for their own health insurance. In 2026, they're facing a monthly increase of over $1,000 a month each. This is absolutely unacceptable in the United States. Before I close, I would like to thank Congresswoman Randall for joining me for tonight's discussion and would like to yield to her for any closing remarks she may have.
Thank you so much, Congresswoman Rivas. At the end of the day, this comes down to a simple question. Who is Congress fighting for? Right now, Republican leadership is offering Americans higher healthcare costs, less coverage, and more uncertainty. By refusing to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits before they expired last month, they made healthcare costs more expensive for working families when people are already stretched thin. I've heard from families across my district who are foregoing coverage this year because of the absurd premium increases. A small business owner in Bremerton said that her new monthly premium for her family of 3 would be more than her mortgage, costing $35,000 a year. She's now being forced to look for a new job that includes health benefits and told us it's very likely she'll have to sell her home to afford to pay for insurance. If the Senate doesn't pass the 3-year ACA extension immediately, families will be locked into these higher prices for 2026 and they'll lose coverage. People will delay care, skip prescriptions, avoid seeing a doctor, not because they don't need it, but because they can't afford it. And that's not a healthcare system that works. Healthcare is a human right, and your ability to get it shouldn't depend on how much you earn, where you live, or whether your employer offers coverage. No one should have to choose between paying rent and seeing a doctor, or between putting food on the table and buying a prescription. The ACA tax credits exist because Congress recognized a simple truth. Without them, millions of Americans would be priced out of care. These credits made coverage possible for seniors not yet eligible for Medicare, for small business owners and gig workers, for families who earn too much to qualify for Medicaid but not enough to absorb soaring premiums. Allowing these tax credits to expire was a choice, and it was the wrong one. Americans are being screwed by this administration. Tariffs are screwing our farmers and raising prices. Trump is killing energy projects that raise your utility bills, and Republicans screwed around with your health insurance by refusing to extend the ACA tax credits. Congress has a real opportunity right now to take action, to lower costs, to protect coverage, and to improve the health of people across the country. Extending the ACA tax credits will keep families insured, reduce financial strain, and prevent avoidable deaths. This is a moment for leadership, a moment to put people over politics. Republicans in the Senate must act to extend these tax credits. We must make it clear that in this country, access to health care is not a privilege, it is a right worth protecting. Rep. Rivas and all of my other Democratic colleagues who spoke on the floor tonight, I'm glad to be a partner in this fight with you. I yield back.
Thank you again, Congresswoman, and thanks again to my other colleagues that spoke tonight. Today's vote will help keep healthcare affordable for millions of Americans, but our work isn't done. The Senate needs to pass this bill immediately, and then we need to get back to work on progressive and equitable solutions that leave no family behind. Families are still facing high costs for housing, childcare, groceries, and other everyday necessities. House Democrats and the Congressional Progressive Caucus will continue to stand with the American people to protect their health care against Republicans' attacks and keep the American dream attainable for all. Thank you, and I yield the balance of my time. Good night.
The gentlewoman yields back. Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the President. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3, 2025, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, for 30 minutes.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I was actually going to come here and do some things on demographics and some things that are optimistic, but I actually think we should first jump into the fact we work in a math-free zone. If you listen to the people coming behind the microphones, particularly today, it's as if they've read none of the CBO reports, none of the HHS reports, the other things, particularly in regards to the ACA, which are subsidies. They're subsidies on top of subsidies to insurance companies. Did you read the reports last year, 41% of those subsidies on subsidies, of the people that had the enhanced subsidies, paid no premium. So they had no skin in the game, which is not what we were promised when Obamacare came into existence a dozen years ago. We actually showed an economic report. I did entire floor speeches on it, showing only a third of that $35 to $40 billion a year subsidy on top of the subsidies actually goes to health care. We also showed that a third of the folks never made a claim, because now we're finding rampant fraud of people that were signed up because if they don't have a premium to pay, they had brokers signing them up, and they had no idea they had coverage. Where's the passion to actually deal with the fact that particularly the left, and I got to blame my brothers and sisters on the Republican side, we've done the same. We've turned healthcare into financial engineering instead about the cost and access and delivery of having our brothers and sisters get healthier. Is it you've sold your soul to the insurance companies? Remember, the ACA model is an insurance company model. You promise them rates of returns, you promise them a market. So this is 7% of the healthcare market. 94% of that 7% gets a subsidy. So let's actually do math, because you've been listening to, oh yeah, there's been actually no math today as people talked about the subsidies on top of the subsidies. CBO report that updated yesterday, and I can do this off the top of my head, basically said the 3 years cost $80 billion. The reason it's lower than my $105 billion is because they made an assumption that this year, if the Senate were to pass these, that there'll be a delayed sign-up, so there'll be a half a year or so with people. But if they did a clawback, the actual number on these subsidies is about $105 billion. Okay. But even if you do the CBO's number of $80 billion for 3 years of subsidies on top of the subsidies, and then you put in the 10 years of interest, because the interest window, this costs $111 billion. Understand what the left is telling you. They're basically saying they don't give a damn about health care, it's financing. If we wanted to change the price of health care, we would actually be looking at the innovations that are going on and start to legalize them. But there's too many damn lobbyists walking up and down our hallways here trying to stop us. Look, here's an article from 2 days ago. Bless the state of Utah. If you're like me, I have hypertension. Can you imagine that? I've had it since I was a teenager. Something I have genetically. I take a calcium inhibitor, lowers my blood pressure. Hopefully I don't pop an aneurysm. But every 90 days, I got to pick up the phone and go renew a doctor's prescription or go visit the doctor, even though it's the same prescription I've had for decades. Utah just created that AI will take my data and renew my prescription. It will save a fortune for the people of Utah. Cost, access, not subsidies. Stanford Medical Review, basically being able to use certain wearables, their new AI model predicts disease as risk of sleep over 100 health conditions. They take some data as you're sleeping off your wearables, and boom. It's basically you're wearing a medical lab, except the problem is it's not allowed to prescribe. That would be illegal because that would require us to actually do things, modernize access to healthcare, use the technology to crash the price. Oh, we can't use technology to crash the price. It would really annoy a whole bunch of the lobbyists. People are lined up at our doors, people that show up at our fundraisers. OpenAI Chat Health to connect data from health apps, medical records. There's a revolution coming where we as people of America can stay dramatically healthier. Why aren't we doing the discussion of what to do to lower the price of healthcare instead of having debates of another $100 billion that goes on the very credit cards of the people that get the insurance companies that get the subsidy that only, as our model is, 38% of that subsidy actually ended up going into health care. So we're still trying to figure out where the hell the rest of the money went. Have we lost our minds? Why is it so much easier to just keep borrowing money and borrowing money and borrowing money and say, I'm giving you something, but I'm putting it on your credit card? It's like we're engaging a level of financial lunacy here. All right, now let's actually go on to the even more difficult part of this discussion. And I'm doing this because I want us to start to have a benchmark. And if there's anyone out there listening that's ever had to tolerate, because I've been doing these for a decade, and I'm just exhausted. I'm frustrated, I'm angry. My brothers and sisters here, Democrat and Republican, I like most of these people. And I'm crushed. I'm just absolutely intellectually, emotionally, even physically crushed at the inability to tell the truth. Because we don't want to tell the truth because our constituents get pissed off at us when we walk them through the math, because the constituents look back and say, so you've been lying, or the politicians have been lying to us for decades. The answer is yes. But it's not Democrat, it's not Republican. Much of the crisis that we're facing is demographic. I'm not going to explain all this chart, but I'm basically going to tell you, if you look at the financial lines on this chart, Mr. Speaker, it basically says in 3 years, over half the money this federal government spends will go to those 65 and up. In 3 years, half the money we spend will go to those 65 and up. Now, I need you to work through something with me. I've already presented the Moody's Analytics report that's saying in 8 years from now, 30% of our spending, 30% of tax collections will go just to interest. You're now seeing in 3 years the majority of our spending will actually go to benefits here. We've got a math problem. Today, we have fewer 18-year-olds than we had 20 years ago. But we have double the number of 65-year-olds. Okay, we can sit here and blame each other, but it's just demographics, and it's happening over the entire industrialized world, but we're not allowed to actually have an honest discussion about it because the moment you say something, the other side's writing political commercials to rip your face off because you told the truth about math and demographics. It's real simple. You run for Senate right now. So you're going to, Mr. Speaker, you're going to run for U.S. Senate. In your next term, the Medicare trust fund is empty. The Social Security trust fund is empty. It takes that first year, 2033, to just cover that shortfall is over $638 billion. And if you don't fix it, you double senior poverty. You double the number of baby boomers who are going to live on the street. And everyone's Social Security check is a 24% cut. How many people have you heard this week get behind the microphones and say, maybe we should actually start to adopt technology, modernization, actually deal with the reality of our fiscal cliff that's coming? Instead, I watch a parade of my brothers and sisters here say, I have an idea. It costs more money, but it's a really good idea. Let's just put it on the credit card. It's out of order, but I'll get to it. I'm going to say it a couple times because I did a presentation of a report from, I think it's the Massachusetts or Boston Economic Council, freaky smart professors. If you use a 6% discount rate, which you can argue something lower, and I'm sorry, but sometimes you've got to talk about math. A child born today, you need 104% of that child's lifetime income So more money than they make in their entire lifetime just to cover federal pension benefits. Social Security, Medicare, military, federal employees, railroad retirement. Does anyone care? Does anyone care? What's wrong with this place? The immorality that the next generation will be poorer than us. Yeah, but we're not allowed to say that because, let's be honest, people want more stuff, and if we keep giving them more stuff, they vote for us, and they might even contribute. Look, let's just continue to do some of the basic demographics. 2004 to 2024. You see this one line here? Those are 18-year-olds. Okay, somewhat similar. But now you start to get to 2035 and start to understand, without immigration, you have a world where you functionally have more 65-year-olds than you have 18-year-olds. Your ability to grow the economy. Now, we're having debates right now. There's a report out that now it's not adjusted for self-deports, saying the United States had about 400,000 as first snapshot growth in 2025. We have another report that says the United States had zero population growth last year. We have another report that says the United States will have zero population growth this year. Are we going to tell the truth about math? You want your Social Security, you earned it, you deserve it. You want your Medicare, you earned it, you deserve it. But in 7 years, both those trust funds are empty. And so what are we going to do? Is the argument, well, we're just going to borrow more money because God forbid we have any conversation about the cost of delivering health care, because that will upset someone's business model. Our bureaucracy's model. Look, it's hard to read, but the basic point was trying to show we're having terrific economic growth. I'm going to show some slides here. Our GDP growth, some of the tax policies, some of the regulatory policies that have been adopted in the last year are working. Our problem is they're spending. And much of this, almost all the spending growth is interest, because we're refinancing. You know, we got $30 trillion out there we got to bring to market over the next few years. I think this year, refinance was going to be about $11 trillion. That's bonds, notes, paper that come due, plus another $2 trillion probably in virgin, new issuances. And they're subject to the higher interest rates today than we had 5 years ago. It's why our interest coverage cost has gotten so much more expensive. That's why if you do total interest from last year, the interest we also pay back to the trust funds from the money we borrow from the trust funds, we spent $1.2 trillion on interest last year, meaning interest was the second biggest expense in this government last year. And it's getting worse. So what happens when you produce economic growth? And you see this red here? Our debt projections are actually every bit as bad as last year, which that means for every dollar we take in tax receipts, and remember our tax as a percentage of GDP is basically back to the mean that it's been for decades. For every dollar we take in, we're going to spend $1.43. So one in, $1.43 out. How long can you carry that on, Mr. Speaker? And yet, you start looking at where we are demographically. And what frustrates me is this is just what we are. There's not a magic, well, we're going to suddenly have more children. Really? This is happening all over the industrialized world. You have countries that buy you a house on your third or fourth child, and it didn't increase fertility rates. But yet our pension systems were designed on 4 or 5 workers. Remember, Social Security, Medicare our pay-as-you-go. We had a benefit of when the baby boomers were in the labor force, of building reserves. But they ultimately were designed as pay-as-you-go. And for years, look, I've been in a 50-50 district for years, and the political consultants lose their mind. Schweikert, you're not allowed to talk about the truth and math. But no one here wants to even go near it, even the people in 20, 30-point partisan districts. Will anyone here help us plan for the future? Because this future is coming fast. We have economists now say we have functioning 3 years before we get in the interest cycle back and forth. I'm going to try to explain that one of these days. But you got to understand, when we hit, so in what was that? 2020, we had 2.7 workers per Social Security retiree. We're actually hitting the point over here where we think we're down to 2.3, and in the coming decades, it even gets less. So you and your spouse, you and your partner, functionally have your own retired person. It's just to understand the basic economics of the math. And then you get the brain trust here. Well, we'll just borrow the money each year. Really? Did you hear the math? In 2033, so the year the trust funds are empty, it's well over $600 billion. So you're going to borrow basically half, 40% equal to what is well, actually almost 60% equal to today's defense budget, and you're just going to throw that on the credit card. And the next year it's bigger, and the next year it's bigger. Look, there's good things happening. The GDP numbers, which means the baseline economic growth numbers, are remarkably healthy. There's huge investments going on right now in technology that could actually boost productivity, therefore boost wages. But where's the unified theory here? If we're going to do another reconciliation where we're going to tell the markets that we're going to start limiting the spending so we get lower interest rates so we can have more market growth, people can afford houses, all the inputs, but instead, you have a government that for every dollar we spend, we have to borrow another 43 cents. This is insane. And look, I was going to try to walk through some things I consider really hopeful. You know, these are the contributions to GDP growth, and many of these contributions to the GDP growth, if we can get our policies and our regulatory designed properly, we can get some pops in productivity. And pops in productivity means pops in people's wages, pops in tax collections. But you got to get all the stars aligned at the right time. And I just don't see us doing that because it's somehow like it's not part of our lexicon. But yet, I will do presentations. And we have too many people, particularly even on my side, we say things that aren't mathematically true. We hear something, we repeat it. The customs duties, tariffs, are helpful. But it's not as much money as so many people think. Look, I'm blessed to chair the Joint Economic Committee. I'm number 4 in Ways and Means. I'm chairing the oversight, so I'm the guy running a bunch or responsible for a number of these really uncomfortable investigations. I'm blessed to have a staff that's a hell of a lot smarter than I would ever have hoped to have been at their age. But you start to work out charts like this. Okay, and I'm going to make some people mad. Matter of fact, I'm not going to even bother you with that one. I'm going to walk you through the straight number. And we're still vetting the number because we're doing predictions. And all this could mean nothing if the Supreme Court tomorrow changes its rules on the president's authority to do the enhanced tariffs, let's just call them that, and what other authorities the president may have to supplement those tariffs. But you got to understand, our latest articles we're looking at saying, hey, for 2026, $215 billion of what you call custom receipts, tariffs. Okay, but the baseline, if there had been no changes, would have been $84 billion. Okay, you all working with me on this? That means there was $131 billion of new tariff money coming into the budget this fiscal year. Well, if you pull out your calculator, so far in the first quarter of this fiscal year, we've been borrowing $8 billion a day. Now, we're hoping it actually comes back to the mean of being about $6 billion, but let's do 131 billion divided by 8. You're functionally covering 2 weeks of borrowing. It's helpful. It's not a solution. But yet, I'll do this speech. I will ask anyone that's watching if you have some suggestions of how I can actually start to break through. Because I'm exhausted. And then I will watch someone come up, and I'm sitting there in my office watching the floor, and on occasion I'll pull up my calculator. I'm just enraged because of the mathematical lying that goes behind these microphones over and over and over. This is the survival of your republic. So let's actually do something that's semi-optimistic here. Waste and fraud. Okay, now I had a meeting with a wonderful woman the other day. She actually is involved in our county party, really smart, absolutely lovely. And I hope I misheard her, but she seemed to believe that, you know, if we just hadn't had that fraud in Minnesota, we could have covered a whole bunch of our national debt. And she was genuinely concerned. And it sounds like she was trying to quote what she actually thought she heard on cable news. And I had to walk her through saying, okay, here's the best prediction, the debt over, remember, some of this fraud may have happened over a decade. We're still getting all the numbers. There's already been a number of prosecutions. You know, Minnesota woman pleads guilty to $250 million feeding our future fraud scheme. $250 million she stole. There's a number of these articles I have here, but you still got to do the math. And the fraud looks like it's, just give you an idea of the scale of our nation's borrowing. It's only a couple days of borrowing. It's how do I help people understand the perspective of the scale and the fact that the everything we as members of Congress vote on is borrowed. If you told me today I have to balance the budget, I can do it. Every part of government has to be shut down. No Park Service, no Congress, no EPA, no FDA. Everything is discretionary is gone. And today, my math is several $100 billion of mandatory spending have to be gone. Because we're borrowing so damn much money now, we have to borrow money just to cover our Medicare obligations. Do we understand? So what if I came to you tomorrow and said, hey, I can end most of the fraud in the IRS and the government and the SNAPs and all these subsidies, welfare, nutrition support programs. We've actually had a bill for 6-7 years to use AI to audit the Pentagon. The Pentagon, I think last year it was its 9th audit. It failed. It could not pass an audit. The same technology we wanted to use to audit the Pentagon, turns out all these programs, you just put that on the back end. Instead of doing the pay and chase model that for some reason the left seems to embrace, why let the fraud money ever go out the door? I want to give you a simple example. How many of you have a credit card? How many of you have ever gone to a place that you've never purchased before. And you stick your credit card in because I'm going to buy some fishing tackle or whatever the hell you're buying. And suddenly you get this text message saying, is this you? Can you put in your PIN? Can you put in your code? Can you? That technology's been around for a decade. If the credit card companies now have even more advanced AI to know that someone isn't you, that it's fraud, that the data on your application, other things are fraud, you're telling me that the billions and billions and billions and billions and billions we put at risk trying to help our brothers and sisters, only to later find out we've been financing scammers. So I have a passion of dealing with the long-run debt of this country. How do I convince American people that we're going to have to do hard things when they're able to point saying, yeah, but you haven't taken care of the filth and the stealing from our society, from our taxpayers? How do I get them to trust me when I still have the scam artists robbing them? Mr. Speaker, we have proposal after proposal to use technology to stop the scamming. Will it ever get a hearing here? There almost seems to be a war to stop us from using technology because I actually can't give you an honest answer. We know for years I've been trying to use fix technology at the IRS, and the IRS union loses its mind thinking, you're trying to get rid of us. When we've been doing the audit at the Pentagon, the unionized auditors come and want to have meetings with me. They're concerned we're trying to get rid of their jobs. I'm just trying to protect the American taxpayers. But the technology already exists in the private sector. It's time we adopt it. On health care, I just want to give this as an example. Utah, a couple days ago, announced they're going to allow AI as a pilot program in Utah to prescribe. Now, it's for renewal of your prescription. So as I was talking about before, my calcium inhibitor, my hypertension medicine, same one I've had for decades, I could plug in my data to the AI and it would order my prescription and it would be sent to me. And it functionally has almost no cost. We have dozens of examples I have brought to the floor here over the last, actually, dozens and dozens and dozens of examples I've brought to the floor here over the years showing how we could crash the price of health care instead of doing the scam of, let's just keep subsidizing the subsidy and the insurance companies. How about we change the accessibility and use technology to make it less expensive? We're actually working on a thought experiment, and this will be the end, a crazy thought experiment. And President Trump and the White House actually get a lot of credit, though we worked on this for years. Glutites, GLP-1s. I believe by the end of this month, one of the tablet versions will be available for $149 a month. If obesity is responsible for 47% of U.S. healthcare spending, according to the Milken study, what would happen in our society, particularly we have states where technically over half their population is considered obese. What would happen if access to the drug, and hopefully nutrition, all the other things that need to go with it, but just do this thought experiment with you. The lobbyists weren't able to stop access to the glutites. You might be on the cusp of a revolution of people who are morbidly obese, that have multi-chronic conditions, who are losing their feet, about to get healthier. Let's actually start accepting the technology, thinking creatively. With that, Mr. Speaker, we might be able to do some amazing things out there. And I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3, 2025, the Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Kaptur, for 30 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This past weekend, I prayed in thanks to God for saving the lives of every single one of our precious soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, and intelligence officers who were deployed secretly to Venezuela by the President of the United States without consent of Congress. Importantly, this operation was planned and executed in violation of the U.S. Constitution, Article 1, Section 9, Clause 7, and I quote, "No money shall be drawn from the Treasury, but in consequence of appropriations made by law." And that clause also requires publication of all publicly expended money, funds. None of that came to Congress, even in some of the most sequestered private meetings. Nothing. No information, no support. This military operation expended billions upon billions of U.S. taxpayer funds. The prior speaker, the congressman, talked about the deficit going up. Well, where did the money that was not appropriated come from? No one could be more grateful than I that our valiant combat teams all came home safely. Without question, because of funds that have been provided over the years, their readiness and performance resulted in their safe return. However, the commanding officials that are responsible for their deployment have not responded to requests by Congress to report from which accounts the money was withdrawn, billions and billions of dollars for almost 6 months for the deployment and actions in the Gulf and Atlantic theater. The Trump administration has failed to account for the funds they have expended. Commanding officers and administration appointees have withdrawn billions and billions of dollars from the U.S. Treasury, from our taxpayers, without legal authority as constitutionally required. For this, the executive branch and those who are in charge must be held accountable. That day will come. The drawdown of billions of federal taxpayer dollars to conduct these military operations has been expended without a vote of Congress, nor even a notification. I can attest the administration has failed despite two requests I have made in public and private meetings with the highest level of Department of Defense officials and this administration to provide the Appropriations Committee of both chambers of Congress the details of which accounts were drawn down and how much to carry out these costly continuing operations. Tonight, for a third time, I place on this public record asking the U.S. Department of Defense what funds have been expended in years 2025 and are being expended currently, and from which specific accounts, and are projected to be expended in this year of 2026 in the Venezuelan operations. Billions and billions and billions of taxpayer dollars have been spent and are being spent in the Gulf and Atlantic theater for these operations since mid-year last year. Secretary of State Rubio has claimed the Venezuelan invasion was not a military operation. Do you believe that? He calls it a law enforcement action. Really? Did these funds flow from the Department of Justice? Congress doesn't know. Thousands upon thousands of America's finest have been positioned and missed holidays and family days on dozens of battleships, some lifted in the air and then dispatched to ground action. This operation was much more than a law enforcement action. It was an action of war and regime change in another nation. This country is powerful enough to do almost everything, but you can't violate the Constitution. That's different. Can Secretaries Hegseth and Rubio give us examples of other so-called law enforcement actions that have cost U.S. taxpayers billions and billions of dollars? Moreover, this presidential administration has not legally appropriated a single dollar. Rather, it appears billions and billions of dollars have been expended. Some might say illegally transferred, and some might say stolen from other Department of Defense accounts, or from executive accounts, or from other federal agencies to conduct these costly Venezuelan operations? From where? So now the simple question, how much did it cost to capture dictator of Venezuela, Maduro, and his wife? I ask, Mr. President, how much money and exactly from which accounts? Give me the specific numbers and accounting titles from which billions and billions of America's taxpayer funds were transferred. These shorted accounts are going to have to be refinanced. How? And when? Secretary Hegseth and Rubio, and perhaps OMB Director Russell Vought, their chief budget manager, it is your sworn constitutional duty to provide the American people which defense or other federal department and agency accounts have been shorted because you transferred untold billions of dollars to depose Venezuela's dictator, Maduro, and his wife. Do you know that our own citizens can't get through to the Social Security office because you've cut back the staffing so much? You got any idea what's actually happening at the local level in this country? No one in this chamber is a fan of Maduro. And the people of Venezuela have a humongous, difficult task of building their country forward now. But why behave deceitfully when you swore an oath to the Constitution of the United States? Now, based on President Trump's press conference this past weekend, it seems that this lengthy and costly deployment of U.S. military into the Gulf and Atlantic aims to reclaim very dirty, crude oil deposits with out-of-date refineries in Venezuela. How many refineries are there? One? Who formally own them? Is it only the former Chevron facility? What is the business plan going forward? Starting with, how are we going to reimburse the accounts that were raided here? For the sake of the American people who are footing the big bill for all of this, here's an idea. What if Congress considers a taxpayer recovery fee on every Venezuelan or American energy company that will benefit from the heroism of America's military? How about putting some of that money into military housing, which is a disgrace? Let's refund it back to our taxpayers in the form of an energy rebate to help them pay their rising utility bills. That is, Congress could mandate that any company that draws up Venezuelan dirty crude oil for their corporate coffers should instead be required to share in the cost of the operation and rebate any profit to the hard-working American taxpayers. The military operations amount to billions of dollars, so any energy company benefiting from the heroism of our military should pay an energy tax refund to U.S. taxpayers. Think about it. Think about it. U.S. energy prices are rising and even doubling across Ohio, our Buckeye state, and many other localities across our country due to the rise of data centers. Meanwhile, this administration is cutting off funds for modern energy systems. Wouldn't such a rebate not only be sensible but welcome and impactful for America's households that are seeing rising energy bills every month and rising water utility bills? Historically, the human lust for crude oil, and Venezuela's crude is very dirty, is legendary. It is a subject about which the American people are going to become even more keenly aware. Why? Because the blood of war and the quest for dirty crude oil are tightly bound. Far too many members of our military have lost their lives to defend the interests of dirty crude. That isn't always in the headlines, but underneath, that's exactly what it is. The Saudi oil kingdom is but one example of the bondage of blood and oil to military dictatorships and war. To gain a sense of it, I recommend a book, Sleeping with the Devil, by Robert Bayer. You'll learn a lot about blood and war. and the sacrifice of the people in our military of this country over several generations. Over the last 3/4 of a century, in particular, the rush and fixation for crude has become a very costly cause of U.S. war deaths across our military forces. Thousands upon thousands of our war dead have been sacrificed in such conflicts, for which I will now put figures on the record. Over the last century, time and again, in war after war, excepting for World War II, but for the China-Burma-India theater, our most precious U.S. military has rendered hundreds of thousands of selfless Americans, men and women, who have been ordered to battle and sacrificed their lives to gain access to the world's crude oil deposits. The time for foreign oil conquest should be over. Frankly, America must not live in the past. We must keep inventing. We can't go back. We've got to go forward. Our energy future is right here at home. Over the last 50 years, new American energy sources have been invented. All exist in our homeland, with more to come. I'm just so proud of the inventiveness of the American people. The discovery of natural gas in the Utica and Marcellus shale deposits in Ohio and Pennsylvania at the border is absolutely enormous, the largest on our entire continent. We are seeing whole communities changed and revitalized because of this. That was only made possible by the Department of Energy's invention of fracking technology, since President Jimmy Carter first founded the department when he was President of the United States in the 1970s. Ohio's nuclear industrialized north is being positioned to grow through fundamental modernization. That can't come soon enough for me. We've got to replace our 50-year-old nuclear power plants across this country. Our objective must be to make America energy independent here at home in perpetuity. Our military has gone to war too many times in the last century to engage wars in oil-rich places. How President Trump is going to run Venezuela remains a mystery. My concern remains, how much is this going to cost the taxpayers of our country? He has already expended billions without the approval of Congress to decapitate the corrupt leaders of Venezuela. But the White House can't even tell Congress how much has been expended, nor which accounts their budget director, Russell Vought, moved money out of to cover the billions and billions spent on this Venezuelan operation. What this administration is carrying out is in clear violation of the appropriations authority of Congress. It is undermining our Constitution under Article 1. That's the beginning of the Constitution. I recommend every American go back and look. It puts everyone in danger when you don't follow the law. Operating dilapidated oil platforms in Venezuela is really not the president's job. That's what he says he's going to do. Now, the president does have responsibility for America's security, and so does Congress, to assure our energy independence. But he is shortchanging many programs across the federal establishment that would make energy independence in perpetuity a reality. Our energy portfolio domestically must be balanced and comprehensive, a truly all-of-the-above strategy in order that there be competition, not reliance on dirty crude. That day should be over. That means continuing progress on renewable energy systems like modern nuclear, green hydrogen, fusion, biofuels, solar, hydroelectric, geothermal, and capturing thermal waste heat. Though the president does not like wind power, in some remote and coastal locations, they do make sense in some places. The administration's Venezuela obsession is going to prove to be, I'm sad to say, very expensive. Whatever happens will also take time. Forces of sabotage may lurk in an impoverished nation of over 30 million people, and its institutions are run down. Is the Trump administration assuming the task of nation building? That could add billions and even trillions to our debt. When I asked Secretary Hegseth how many billions of dollars the Venezuelan operation had cost us in the United States to date, I asked where the unappropriated funds had come from. And he rather dismissively blew me off and stated, and I quote, "from the general accounts," end quote. Friends, there is no such thing. I asked that he identify the specific accounts at the Department of Defense from which he had diverted funds to pay for this operation. He did not reply. For example, I've been told military housing has been shorted to spend billions on military action. Secretary Hegseth then had a second thought. He said, call my office. I asked him directly with whom in his office should I speak, and he replied, anyone. Folks, I'm from the working class town of Toledo, Ohio. We understand a dodge when we hear one. And I then re-asked the question yesterday in a bipartisan convening here in the Congress, from which accounts, Mr. Secretary, were funds diverted to pay for the billions of dollars being expended in the Gulf and Atlantic theater? Again, he dodged and refused to answer. The Secretary of State calls this Venezuelan deployment a law enforcement action. I have never seen, and please, anyone listening to this, if you have seen a law enforcement action that has cost multiple billions of dollars, please let me know. Call my office. The briefings we received before Christmas were hollow, and as we know now, totally misleading. The bipartisan briefing yesterday described the operation, but not the costs. So again, I ask, name the accounts, exactly, from which billions of dollars have been diverted to pay all the expenses of this major continuing military operation. Is the administration going to hire mercenaries in the next several months? If so, exactly from which accounts and which companies? I'd prefer any funds be rebated to our American people for their rapidly rising costs of energy because of the emergence of AI and data centers. The operation executed by our military that the administration has just perpetrated is not a law enforcement action by any stretch of reasonable consideration. It is an act of war and occupation. Are funds being taken from our nuclear Navy shipbuilding program, which is already 2 years behind schedule? Are funds being subtracted from cybersecurity accounts that are so essential to national security and our future? What about military housing, which I've mentioned, for service members and their families all across this country and world? Or how about the health care of those who have served in theater? I can guarantee you this, there aren't enough people at the Veterans Administration to answer the phones when our vets call in and ask for appointments because they're being shorted on doctors and nurses and the thousands of people they need to hire that Elon Musk erased from federal employment. That is un-American. The American people have an absolute right to know, account by account, how much this U.S. Venezuela military oil operation has cost over the last several months. Rebuilding Venezuela is not the top priority for the people of the district I represent in northwestern Ohio. While we observe billions being spent in Latin America for oil, the Trump administration has just canceled millions of dollars to Ohio manufacturers who were hoping to make their operations more energy efficient to compete with China and other countries around the world who compete so unfairly. So those projects to manufacturing companies in Ohio have been halted by the administration over the course of the last year, and then just again before the holidays. The U.S. Department of Commerce, for example, canceled all federal assistance for manufacturing extension long relied upon in Ohio and across our country, especially in manufacturing areas that were depleted after the passage of NAFTA, to help spur business expansion for small and medium-sized manufacturers. So when we get the tax refunds from oil that's going to be spent in Venezuela, let's help some of these companies that need to build the future for our communities. So the question must be asked, why does the administration expend billions for capturing dirty, defunct crude refineries in a foreign country rather than investing in the future of American companies right here at home? The American people deserve an answer. This is not a small amount of money. They deserve transparency by the Trump administration. I lived through the first Arab oil embargo of this country as our people endured the great harm it caused. Our nation should not be funding recovery of defunct, dirty crude oil companies in foreign nations. Rather, investment is needed here, not just in our northwestern Ohio district, but nationwide, to modernize and advance modern energy systems. Our grid needs modernization across our nation. Why? The poor condition of the existing grid and the recent doubling of electric bills across our region due to a surge of data centers consumes massive amounts of power. Our grid is old, all over the country. We must focus on building new energy systems at the cutting edge of American technology. Dirty Venezuelan crude is not the answer. We can't live in the past. America needs investment in new, diversified energy platforms, in green hydrogen, in modern nuclear. I know our young people will do this. I just know they're going to grow into this. In natural gas applications, in advanced biofuels, more powerful thin film energy arrays, including solar, thermal heat recovery, fusion, advanced batteries. Our region has oil refineries whose platforms have been made cleaner. They need help in dealing with RINs inside our own nation. Why not help them? Nuclear power plants in our region of Ohio are over a half-century old. We don't need old nuclear. We need modern, safer nuclear. We need the President's help to modernize Ohio's nuclear north with new grid. Our industrial corridor produces heavy truck and car platforms, steel, strategic metals, cryogenic hydrogen, biofuels, renewable fuels, natural gas, advanced solar and nuclear power. I'd like the President to take as much money as he just spent in the Gulf on this Venezuelan operation and modernize the electric grid across the Great Lakes region that I represent. And there's enough money in that to cover other areas of the country. America should be excelling in new grid replacement and creating jobs, but guess what, folks? We are very, very far behind. The people of my region work in manufacturing. They work in steel. They work in strategic materials. We prefer not to import steel here. We make it. We build cars. We prefer not to import. We build tanks. We can't import our defense industry base. We must build it. That's what we do. Our region operates among the top 10 finest National Guard F-16 fighter wings in this whole nation. 20 years ago, our pilots flew the first biofueled F-16 aircraft out of a major base in our country. We grow crops for biofuels right where we live, and those fuels went into those planes. We don't import it. Our military is looking for more renewable fuels. The American people and our military need domestic energy investment in our country, not Venezuela. We need jobs here, not in penny wage havens. It's clear that the President deployed the U.S. Navy to the Gulf and Atlantic to take over Venezuela's oil industry. Both China and Vladimir Putin's close relations with Venezuela has been a regional concern. But we don't need to take over old, broken down, former platforms for oil to block Putin. We just placed further financial sanctions on Russia that could happen in this House chamber by 2 more members signing discharge petition number 8 at the clerk's desk in this chamber. Only 2 more signatures to get it across the finish line to put more sanctions on Russia. That would make a big difference. President John F. Kennedy, a Navy man and the only president ever awarded the Purple Heart, understood exactly what to do when faced with the Cuban Missile Crisis perpetrated by Communist Russia a half-century ago. He blockaded the region. This country has the strongest defense ever known to humankind. We can protect ourselves if we're smart enough to do it, but we can't do it without investments in this country to make our companies stronger. The President of the United States should not seek to run foreign countries' oil companies. What is morally troubling, the President sought $1 billion in campaign donations from major oil and gas interests. He should reflect on our nation learning a hard, painful lesson from our decades-long presence in long conflicts that dragged on. Tutoring other governments to make them work is a deep, dangerous, and expensive hole that is being dug by this administration. The American people don't want to go down this path anymore. Our primary job must be to defend our country against all enemies, foreign and domestic. And that means being strong inside our own borders. It means abiding by the rule of the law in our Constitution. We'd best focus on the future right here in the USA, abide by our country and the rule of law. Strengthen our ties with other proven democracies of the world. That alliance is our insurance in war. America must not be sucked down into unstable situations. The lingering challenge of our own future energy security here at home is real. The solution demands the brilliance of invention inside our own borders, and we must never tie our future to imports or foreign crude. The good news is our citizens and inventors have been busy inventing our new energy future inside our borders, right here at home. Mr. President, if your staff allows you to watch this speech, I personally invite you to join me with members of our American energy team. We'll show you the new energy future that is developing right here inside our own nation. They've got you captured down there in Mar-a-Lago. There's a lot bigger country to see. Our nuclear navy is the best in the world. Their work matters. They're behind. We need your help. We're on the horizon of advanced nuclear. We need your help. Our farmers, too, have figured out how to grow a range of biofuels. Half their crop now goes into fuels. Come, meet them. Your tariffs limit their global reach, even as their role in new energy fuels is huge. Our water and wastewater utilities are beginning to capture vast amounts of geopower in a way prior generations never even imagined possible. Building materials inventors are creating more energy-efficient windows, better siding, materials for roofing, for construction, better batteries, so many power options like green hydrogen await on the horizon. So why would any wise leader handcuff our nation to imported, dirty, foreign crude dependency? I have devoted a major share of my career to helping America regain its energy independence in perpetuity across all sectors of energy. That keeps it competitive. Our domestic deposits of oil and natural gas must be used judiciously. We are now the largest exporter of oil in the world. We will not be the last generation, however, to populate this country, and we cannot live in the past. We must live in the future. In the last century, and even this one, America often headed to war for oil interests. Our soldiers fought unending battles in God-forsaken places anchored to dirty crude. We even had to pass legislation here in Congress that began in my district to create the Toxic Exposure Fund, the Sergeant First Class Heath Robinson honoring our promise to address Comprehensive Toxics Act, to allow treatment for toxins our vets who fought in the Middle East and Vietnam endured as their health failed. No member of our military should ever have to die again for dirty crude. Folks, what a pity if the President went down in history as taking American progress backwards on energy independence. And that hangs in the balance. Just in my lifetime, here's a summary of U.S. military personnel who died in foreign conflicts where crude oil interests underpinned the surface warfare. I say no more. World War II, 1940s. During World War II, our Uncle Tony was deployed in the Office of Strategic Services, the OSS, to the China-Burma-India theater. He served as an Army parachutist and truck driver. He was so brave. Under command of General Vinegar Joe Stilwell. Fighting off Japanese regulars in bitter combat, our uncle was part of an elite unit building the Burma Road. His dangerous mission helped stop the flow of oil to Japan from the surrounding oil-rich East Asian deep sea crude oil deposits. Again, control of oil was central to warfare, and today the form of Burma Road that he helped build is a major corridor for China's Belt and Road initiatives. Pay attention, folks, to oil. In the Korean War, 1950 to 1953, we lost 36,000 U.S. war dead. The second most deadly war of the Cold War, which was undeclared by a gutless Congress, involved in the North Korean People's Army that invaded South Korea in an attack along the 38th parallel of the dividing line between Communist North Korea and Democratic Republic of South Korea. Again, the war occurred along the Korean peninsula, which still remains divided, but which accesses oil from multiple fields along the eastern rims of both nations. Today, South Korea does not produce oil, but has the 5th largest refining capacity in the world after the U.S., China, Russia, and India, and then Vietnam. Over 58,280 conscripted U.S. troops died in Vietnam, near the Chinese border in an undeclared war by another gutless Congress. More than 23,000 more Vietnam veterans died when they returned home by their own hand. And it was more than that. Mr. Speaker, can you give me another 5 minutes? Probably not. Would you be gracious enough to give me an additional since the last speaker did not come?
The chair cannot entertain the gentlewoman's request.
Okay, well, let me just say this. I will put on the record in closing the recommendation to the public to read Blood and Oil by Bradley Hope and Justin Scheck to talk about the various quests for oil around the
The
globe.
gentlewoman's time has expired.
And I will place on the record the history
Members
of our
are
war
reminded
dead
to address their
because of
remarks
oil.
to the chair.
Yes.
Does
I
the
am.
gentlewoman have a motion to adjourn?
I would now place on the record the war dead numbers for all of the wars where oil was an underpinning. And also, Mr. Speaker, I would offer now a motion to adjourn.
All right, the question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.